So in yesterday's class, we discussed about where and dynamic keywords and what is the difference between where and dynamic also we discussed, and string and string builder. These two differences also we discussed. Let's move to next concept. So in today's class, we are going to discuss one main important thing that is called enums and constants. Finally, we will move to selection statements. So let's add one more class. Constants demo. So approach, what I suggested is always when you are learning this concept, means whatever today you are learning, maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow, you have to use that. You have to use that in that program. Then you have to recollect that. Okay, this is a method. That's why you are writing like this. This is an enum. That's why we are writing like this. Because in C sharp, so many concepts are there. You can't remember all these things one after another. So today I'm discussing constants and enums. Maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow session, we have to use these constants and enums. Then by seeing that, you have to recognize that this is an enum or this is a constant. Like that, you have to identify. Okay. So that is very important practice for us, for you or me or for anyone. In that way only you can easily remember our concepts. Okay, so first of all, what is meant by variable? Variable is a temporary storage location which can hold a value. Variable is a temporary storage location which can hold a value. So if I declare a variable int a equal to 100, then in that, here a is called as a variable. A is called as a variable, and this variable value, wherever you want, you can change in the entire program. First of all, this a is called as local variable or local scope. For this a, what is the scope? Means it's a local scope. Local scope means what? Within this method only you can access. What is the method? This is called as method. Within this method only you can access. And one more important about local variables means without initialize value, you can't use. That means what? You, if you are giving the value a equal to 100, then you can give. Otherwise, int b equal to convert dot to int 32 of console dot read line. This is also valid. But without initializing any value, if you declare a variable c, and if you are trying to print that, it will throw error. This already we discussed many times. A, it will valid. B, this is also valid. But when I'm giving this C, it's not valid. It will throw error. Why? You declared that variable C, but you are not initialized any value. Either runtime or statically, you are not initialized any value. That's why it is throwing error. So this is called as, these are called as local variables. Scope is within this method only. In any other method, if you are trying to access these variables, you can't access. In the same way, this is not possible because you are not initialized. Next one, int minimum amount equal to 500. I had declared this. And one more important thing about variables means, once you declare a variable and if you initialize some value, later if you want, you can change that. See, a equal to a plus 10 or b equal to b plus 10. Like that, you can change that values. The variable value, wherever you want, you can change. Otherwise, b equal to 200. You can change the values. But if I want to declare some value in variable and and that way, that value I don't want to change from that. In that case, constants are going to be used. So constants also like variables only, but before that, if you define it as a const keyword, then those are called as constants. If you define that particular variable with const keyword, that is called as constants. And for constants, if you assign some value, that you can't change. For constants, if you assign some value, that value you can't change. That means, see, in the next line only, I'm giving minimum amount equal to 600 or 550. You can't change, or you can't write any operations also. Minimum amount plus 500 or 50. You can't give this. It will throw error. See, because here you are adding this and you are assigning that into that. See, the left hand side of the assignment must be a variable or a property or an indexer. Then only you can change. If it is a constant, you can't change. Okay. So here one more interview question is there. They will ask like, what is the difference between constant and read only? So this question I will answer when I start OOPS concept. When I start class variables, at that time I will explain. But keep remember, constants, if you define any variable as constant, then immediately you have to give. Even suppose I declared one variable as a constant. This is not possible. Constant float pi. And that pi equal to 3.14, I want to give next. It won't allow you. If you declare a variable as a constant, immediately you have to assign that value. Even in the next line also, it's not going to apply. And another important thing, whether you are defining a constant or a variable, whatever it is, if it is a long variable, long x is equal to 9,000 and float y is equal to 77.44 and float decimal z is equal to 66.77. If I'm assigning the values like this, if I'm trying to assigning the values, if it is variables, see, it is allowing all. Here I want to create a constant. Now, when I declare all these things as constant, it starts throwing errors. What is these errors? See, by default, this is also very important understanding. By default, when you are declaring int a equal to 10, then this 10 or AA equal to 10, this 10, it will treat it as an integer type of data. That means even this integer, this 10 is not maybe an integer. It even in short also it can hold. But by default, if you are giving any number, by default, the number type, it will take it as integer. The number type, it will take it as integer. But here, same thing, I declared a variable as long. I declared my variable as long. Then what value I have to pass? Long value only I have to pass. When I give this 9,000, what type of data it is taking? It is taking this as an integer type. But actually my intention is to pass a long type of data. Then what you have to specify at last, you have to specify this as L. If you specify this as L, it will take this as a long type of data. It will take this as a long type of data. Okay. Always for a long type of variable, if you want to assign some value and if you want to make that value as a long type, ending you have to give L. In the same way, if you are storing some decimal values, this is decimal only, both are decimals only. But why it is throwing error? The decimal initial, I mean, how a number it is taking the type as an integer. In the same way, for decimal values, by default, the type it will take it as double. By default, the type it will take it as double. So when I place the mouse, what is the error it is throwing? Double cannot be implicitly converts float. Use a suffix f really if your intention is to pass a float value. So here at last you have to give f notation. So if you give f suffix, then it is treating this particular value as a float type of value. It will treat this particular value as a float type of value. Same thing here, for a decimal notation should be m. That's it. So for this decimal ending, if you suffix with f, then it will treat that variable, sorry, it will treat that value type as single. So it will store in float. In the same way, if you notate that with m, it will treated this as a decimal value. So that value will store in decimal. That's it. For long L notation, for float F notation, for decimal M notation. These are mandatory for constants. Not only constants, even if it is value type also. Always if you want to make them as a float type, then you have to give this. Very important, keep remember. Not now, but later it will comes into picture. Any questions?
Ma'am, what is the difference for float and decimal?
Float and decimal means float is going to occupy 4 bytes of memory and
Okay,
decimal is going to occupy 8 bytes of memory, and double is going to occupy 16 bytes of memory.
okay,
I think I didn't send notes. I will send today. Okay.
okay. Yeah,
So in the data types and its sizes, everything I mentioned. Starting I showed, but anyway, I will send the notes also. Okay.
okay, okay, ma'am. Thanks.
Okay. Others also clear, right? I'm moving to next. So not now constants. Later I will use in many areas. Now next, where I make all these things. Another important thing, add class enum demo. And when you are giving class names, don't give standard keywords like class name should not be while, class name should not be for, class name should not be enum, or class name should not be namespace. Like that, standard keywords always they will be in this blue color. So don't give that as a class names. It will later major impact you will face. Static void main. Now see, if I'm declaring a variable as an integer, then if I declare my variable as an integer, then if I want to store some value, then I can store only numeric type of data, either positive or a negative, only numeric type of data you can store. But if I'm trying to store any string, will it take? No, it won't take. Or if I'm trying to store any number, will it take, sorry, any float value, will it take? No, it won't take. That means A is a strongly typed which can take only integer type of data. In the same way, if you take string, anything if you are giving in double quote, it will take. Other than double quotes, even if you are giving characters also, it won't take, right? So in the same way, if you take character, anything if you are giving in a single character, it will take. If you are giving anything in strings and all, it won't take. It will throw error because it can't take double quotes data. It can't take double quotes data, right? You have to give it in single quote only, right? Like that, every data type is having separate way of representation. Every data type is having separate way of representation, and every data type is going to take specific type of data only, right? Int is behaving in a different way, string, char, all these things are behaving in a different way. Now, some scenario came, I want to store male or female. I want to store male or female in my variable. Then obviously this is what collection of characters. How to declare my variable? String gender is equal to, you can store male or you can store female, right? This is good. But the problem with this is, if I declare my gender variable as a string type of data, string, how it will take anything which is in double quotes. Anything which is in double quote. That means in this gender variable, I can give male, female, or I can give any of this kind of data. It won't throw any error. I don't want like that. Like how integer is restricting, I want positive or a negative numbers only. How string is restricting, I want a double quote data only. How char is restricting, I want single quote data only. In the same way, my gender, for my gender also, I want to provide a restriction that you should take only male or female. But how? Whatever data types we know, in that no such kind of thing is there, right? So enums are going to place a major role. Enum, again enum is a standard keyword which is going to define a type. Enum gender, inside this I'm giving male, female, two things I'm giving, male and female. And male and female, and my gender variable, I'm going to define this as a gender type. How integer, string, char types are there, my gender variable I declared as a gender type. Now see, right hand side it is throwing error. Along with female I added something, it is throwing error. Now let me add only female, then also it will throw error. Why? Double quotes is the notation for string representation, right? But for gender, for enum representation, it's different. Same female only I can give, but it's not like this. Gender dot. That's it. Now, if you observe here, other than this male and female, you can't give any other value. How can I say this gender is an enum? Keep remember, again and again I will ask these points in many areas. Gender dot, then you are getting male and female both. Gender dot, when you are pressing, you are getting male and female both. That means this is working fine. This is working fine. Okay. So, and you are having some initial value for both. If I select male, the initial value is 0. If I select the initial value is 1, that means this is working fine. Now I selected female. Now, for this gender, the initial value is, for this gender, the initial value is female it's taking. Now, if I want to print this value, console.writeLine, selected gender plus gen. What it is going to print, if I want to execute this, close on. Console demos. What is this? Enum, right? Enum demo. Now run. See, gender is female. But generally, in database, if I want to store this data, I won't store this male or female. Why? Because always string comparison is little harder than numeric value comparison. String comparison is not harder, but generally developers will do many mistakes. That's why always in database, if I want to save, we won't save strings if that string is having some value. So in the same way here for gender, we are having some value. What is that? How to fetch that? Before that, if you specify int for that gender, whatever you are selected for that, what value is there, that value also it will show. Selected gender is 1. So display purpose I will use female, and storing purpose I will use that number. Display purpose I will use that gender, and storing purpose that integer value I will hold. So now this is okay, everything is working fine. But if I store male, what will happen? Male. When I run this, male and initial value, it will show 0. Why it is going to show 0? Because in enums, what is the purpose of this enums? If I want to create a string constants, then enums are going to be used. If you are not giving any value, then initial value it will start with 0. And the next one, next 2, next 3, next 4, like that it will take. Because of that, male it's taking as 0. Now I want to give the initial value, enum account type, something I created, another enum. So saving, current account, joint account, 3 things are there. Now for saving, I gave the initial value as 1. Remaining, I'm not giving anything. And I want to declare my variable account type at is equal to account type dot I selected current account, and now I want to print these values whatever I selected. Selected account type, selected account type, this is 80 and this is 80 I gave. Now when I run this, it will shows that value as 2. Why it is showing 2? Because you had given some initial value here. You had given initial. There is no rule that you have to give the initial value with 1. You can give with this value with 5. Then 5, 6, 7 it will take. So the next output will be shows as 6. See? So whatever value you are initializing, from that position onwards, it's going to start. It will be 5, 6, and 7. And one more type of enum is there. Enum employee type. So permanent, temporary, hourly. And for permanent, I am giving as 10. For temporary, I am giving as 2. For hourly, I am giving as 11. Like that, for each string constant, if you want, you can give separate type, separate numeric value. This is also valid. Suppose from long back, suppose I want to work with naval dockyard project. In that project is running from long back, and earlier they are using these standard values for permanent employees, temporary employees, hourly employees. Maybe some other reason they are giving these values. So you have to maintain the same values. You can't change this to 1, 2, 3, because the entire functionality is going to be wrong. In that situation, you will use this. But keep remember, if you are not giving anything, it's good. Value will be 0 and 1. If you are giving some initial value, the next continuation values will be taken for the others. Whereas if you are giving values, individual values, then you can't give for only 2. You have to give for all. Always that is a good practice. Some people what they will do is Permanent they will give 10, hourly they will give 11, and they will leave this empty. So what it will take? Now hourly is 11, temporary is also 11. Why? The continuation. You are not giving anything, though continuation it will take that. So if you are giving something, give for all, not for only one. Always that's the good habit. So again, this enums plays a major role when you people are creating some project, that to banking project if you take. So how many types of accounts? Saving, current, joint, fixed deposit, like all these things as in enums initially we will create. So tomorrow if the bank is introducing some other account type, if you add that account type in this enum, then wherever you are using in the project, everywhere it's going to change. That is the beauty of enum. Okay, very, very important concept. Any questions? Okay, I'm moving to next. Okay, next. Add, right click, add one more class. Selection statements. Static void main. So what is meant by selection statements? These selection statements are used to check some condition. If the condition is true, it executes some set of statements. If the condition is false, it executes another set of statements. But whether the condition is true or false, whether the condition is true or false, they are going to execute that statements only once. They are going to execute only once. More than once, it's not going to execute. More than once, it's not going to execute. Okay. So let's see what are the selection statements are available means if and switch. Two main if and switch. Even ternary operator also comes under selection statement only. But those are operators. So initially we discussed that. Okay. So how many types of how many types of ifs are there means simple if, second one nested if, third one multiple if. Simple if, nested if, and multiple if. Total three ifs are there. Let's see all these things. Simple if means first it checks the condition. If the condition is true, it executes some set of statements. Set of statements. And else, if the condition is false, it is going to execute another set of statements. That means whether the condition is true, what we have to do, condition is false, what we have to do. Only this thing we are mentioning in this simple if. Whereas nested if means if it is going to check the condition, if the condition is true, then one more if condition if we are checking, that is called as nested if. If inside another if means nested if. And one more multiple if. That means if some condition, set of statements, else another one more if condition. Like that, if you are doing more number of condition checkings and all, that will comes under multiple if. Now all these things I want to cover with one example. Read 5 subjects marks and calculate total average grade if the student passed in all subjects. Now I have to read 5 subjects marks. Console.writeLine enter 5 subjects marks and int M2 3 4 5 5 subjects marks. Now anyone tell me here M1, M2, M3, M4, M5, what is the scope of these variables? What is the scope of these variables?
It can be used in the main method.
So the scope is just before I explained.
Is it local for main method
Yes,
as well?
just
Oh,
before in the constants I explained, right? When I'm explaining this constants demo, I explained these variable scope is local scope. Okay, so here also, what is the scope of these variables means local scope. Please don't forget all these things. Okay, these variable scope is local scope. Now, I had taken all that 5 subjects marks. Now, I have to check before calculating total and average, I want to check whether the student is passed in all subjects or not. How to check that? If M1 greater than or equal to 35 and M2 greater than or equal to 35 and M3 greater than or equal to 35 and M4 greater than or equal to 35 and M5 is greater than or equal to 35. In all subjects, if the person got above 35, do something, else do something. This is called simple if. Checking the condition. If the condition is true, go. If the condition is false, do some other work. If the false, then I'm printing console.writeLine. Sorry, you are failed. You are failed. Done. Suppose if the student passed in all subjects, then what I want to do, so if the condition is true, this block is going to execute. If the condition is false, this block is going to execute. Okay, so this is called block, one block, and this is another block. So int total equal to m1 plus m2 plus m3 plus m4 plus m5, and I want to declare float. Average is equal to total by 5. Now here this total comma average is called as block variables. This total and average are called as block variables. Means within the block only it's available. Within the block only it's available. Outside of the block it's not available. Outside of the block it's not available. Keep remember, this total and average is called as block variables. Within the block only they are available. Or you can specify they are in called as block scope. So we can call it as block variables. Keep remember, two scopes I said. One is local scope, second one is block scope. So I want to print this total and average. Console.writeLine total equal to plus total. And I don't want to use, because I want to print two variables. This time I want to use string interpolation syntax. Total equal to TOT and slash n average equal to AVG double quotes. That's it. I printed all the values. Now I want to check whether all these are coming or not. So I'm taking this selection statements, run. In all subjects I had given above values. But in one subject I entered little less. See, sorry, you are failed. And in all subjects, if I am giving above, see, my total is 402. But what is my average? 80. This is not correct. Because 402 by 5, how much you will get? There will be always a decimal value. So, in that case, what you have to do here is you have to typecast. You have to typecast total as float. Why? Because when you are doing this divided by, then either this variable or this variable should be float. Then only you will get a exact value. So what I am doing here is I am typecasting my total as a float type. Then when I run this, see 379, 75.8. It's working fine, right? Now my total and average I'm able to get. Last and final, what I want to do, I want to calculate grade. Now here I'm giving one more if. Here I'm giving one more if. This is what nested if. One if inside another if I'm giving. If average is greater than or equivalent to 80, then console.writeLine grade equal to A. Else. So this is called nested if. One if inside, another if is there. Now this is called multiple if. One if else, another if I'm checking. If average is less than 80 and average is greater than or equivalent to 60, then B grade. Else if average is less than 60 and average is greater than 40, then C grade. Else finally D grade. So one if condition fails, another if condition. If that fails, another if condition. This is called as multiple if. This is called as multiple if. Okay. So keep remember, this is also very, very important. Almost all these three ifs I covered. Now run this program, give the input 89, 67. See, total, average, grade, all are showing properly, right? So any questions in these programs, whatever we discussed? Total two scopes I explained, local scope, block scope. One more is there, class scope. Within the class you are defining. That in OOPS I will explain. So please go through with all these things. And today I will send notes to all of you. And one more thing, please share your email in chat window, so that I will send the notes. I mean, all for basic notes, all the basic notes I will send. Once I start methods and all, remaining notes I will send. Okay, but you are getting a continuous 4 days holidays. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days holidays you are getting. So till now, whatever concepts we learned, all those things, please do practice. Okay, because once from Monday onwards, again I will move little fast. Okay, Please finish all the pending practices. Any questions you want to ask?
Ma'am, would you give us any assignments or conduct any tests weekly or something?
It will take some time because here all we are learning basic part, right?
Mhm.
That's why it will take some time to come to that I mean practice and all. But again I'm saying initial concepts put some concentration till oops
Oh,
finishing. I can't give any assignments. Whatever at least in class I explained, please finish all those practice. That it will take more time for you.
oh.
um, um, Pratibhan, can you ask Naresh team to send that previous videos, because they are going to take care of all these things. Today only you ask, because I think from tomorrow onwards all are going for leave, so you can't get any response. Okay, and others can. I am getting. I got only 2 emails. Mithil, are you there? Can you text your email ID so that I will send the notes? And Simran, didn't receive from you also, whether you are there or not. Others can leave.
Ma'am, when is the next class? Wednesday,
Monday,
Thursday, and
Monday.
Friday we don't have.
Again Monday,
Monday,
because
okay.
even Naresh team is also not available. So
Okay,
again, our next sessions are Monday. Okay then.
yeah,
Happy Pongal.
okay.
Bye, all of you. Thank you.
Hi, all of you. So in our last class, we discussed selection statement, and in that selection statements, if statement already we discussed, and other than if statement, we are having one more that is called switch. Before moving to that, so I want to check if anything I missed. We'll check that. Okay. Now, what is the switch statement? What are the use of switch statement? Let's see. So I'm creating one more. Right click, add one more class. This is another selection statement. Static void main. And I'm going to make this as an entry point. Now, suppose they had given one scenario, read okay, read color code and print color name. I want to read the color code and I want to print the color name. So this is very very basic level code. Color code should be RGB. RGB. The color code should be RGB. In that whatever color I selected, that color name I want to display. This I want to write it in if statement first. So console.writeLine, select any color code in RGB. Then it's a character, right? Char ch equal to convert dot to char of console dot read line. Now if ch is equivalent to r or ch is equivalent to capital R. In both cases, I want to print console.writeLine you are selected red. In the same way, I am going to write another one. Else, this is multiple if, right? Else, red, green, blue. Red, green, blue. If it is blue. If it is green. So red, green, blue, all these things I had given. So other than these three, if any other color you are selecting, else console.writeLine, I want to print a message invalid color code. I want to show a message called invalid color code. Yes, almost all these things are done. Now, whatever you are selecting based on, according to that, it is showing the color, whether you are selected red, green, blue or what it is showing. Now, let me run this program first. You are selecting B, it is showing you are selected blue. Now, I want to put some breakpoint here. When you put some breakpoint, then how you have to execute? Start button or F5. Control F5 means breakpoints won't execute, right? So I pressed F5 or start button. Then it started. Select any color code. Again, I'm giving B only. It's coming back to my program. Yes. Now it's one by one, step by step process means F10. Whether my color code is R, no. My color code is G, no. My color code is B, yes. So inside this, the statement is executed. That particular statement is executed. That means if you observe how many ifs it's checking, total 3 ifs it's checking. First 2 ifs the condition is false. In the third if the condition is satisfied. In the third if that condition is satisfied. So that third if related statements it's executed. That third if related statements is executed. Right? Now, what I want to do means I don't want that R, G, B or anything. Instead of that, I want to directly go to that condition. Suppose here imagine 3 conditions are there, but imagine if you are having 30 conditions and if your satisfied condition is at 30th place, how many times it's going to execute? 29, that total 30 times it will execute if statement, 29 times it will fail and 30th time it is going to pass. Right? This is not at all good. This is not at all good. Then what is the alternative approach for this? The best alternative approach for this is switch statement. Let's see how to write this work. Same thing in switch. Switch, that ch I'm giving in this. In case if you are giving small r, or in case if you are giving capital R, in case if you are giving small g, capital G, in case if you are giving capital R, small r, capital G, small g, in case if you are giving B, in case if you are giving capital B or default. If all are failed, then if all are failed, then I want to display invalid color code and I don't want to continue, so break. And if I'm giving B, then I want to show this message, you are selected blue and I don't want to continue, so break. If you are selected green, then I want to show this message, I want to show this message, break. If you are selected red, then I want to show this message, break. That's it. All are done. Then stop this. Again continue. Breakpoints are there. We have to press Control F5. We have to press F5. Now, this time also I gave the last option, B. Multiple if is going to check all the conditions. Whatever satisfied condition is there, it goes inside and it prints that message. Whereas switch, directly observe carefully. It directly jumps to that satisfied condition. It's not going to check whether the case is R or whether the case is G. It's not checking all the cases. Directly it will, from that switch line, it will jumps to that case B and it will execute the statement. So compared to multiple if and switch, switch will improve the performance. Then ma'am, why multiple if? Because switch is doing all the work, then what is the use of multiple if? Because multiple if, whatever conditions you are giving in multiple if, that you can't give it in switch. Again I'm saying, whatever conditions you are giving in multiple if, those type of conditions you can't give it in switch. Because of that reason, still we are using multiple if. But there is some alternatives for this, like some design patterns are there, using that we can avoid multiple if also. That is another topic. But keep remember, difference between switch means when you are checking some choices, that means like this value is equivalent to this or this value equal to this type of scenarios. Instead of multiple if you wrote the same program in switch, performance will be improved. Okay, any questions or is it clear?
Clear, ma'am.
So total, how many types of selection statements are there? If statement, switch statement, and ternary also comes under selection only, but those are comes under operators. Before operators, we discussed ternary also. In the same way, we are having loops. What are the use of loops? Loops are also used to execute set of statements, or loops are also used to execute block of statements repeatedly. So suppose if you take this multiple if or switch, whether you are giving B or whether you are giving R or whether you are giving G, whatever you are giving, based on that, the corresponding message it's going to display only once. The corresponding message it's going to display only once, right? But whereas if you take switch statement, it's not like that. They are going to execute those statements. They are going to execute those statements repeatedly. Loops means loops are used to execute the set of statements repeatedly until the condition is false. But switch, it's not like that. They are going to check the condition. If the condition is true, the corresponding statements it will execute only once. Okay. Let's see how to do this. Go to loops demo. Here, very basic syntax. Static void main. I want to print my name 5 times. Very basic question. Print my name 5 times. So till now, whatever topics we know, using that, if I want to do this work, console.writeLine. One way is, so I can give like this. There is no other way. Means other way means you, till now whatever we discussed, in that there is no other way to do this work repeatedly. Only one way is that console.writeLine 5 times you have to do, you have to write. But imagine 5 times means you will do like this. If it is 10 times, you can't give console.writeLine 10 times, right? Or if it is 100 times, you can't give 100 lines, right? Otherwise, one more query is there. Print 1 to 10 numbers. Very basic thing. Print 1 to 10 numbers. What is an alternative way? You can't do any other option. Simple until and until. Before loops, without using loops means you can do only this. Let's take this 5 numbers. 2, 3, 4. There is no other way. You have to do like this only. But I don't want like this. See, some work, if you observe either before one or this one, some work is there, that work repeatedly it's doing. Some work is there, that work repeatedly it's doing. So, if I want to do that work, then I have to use loops. How many types of loops are there? Total 3 loops. Total 4 loops. While, do while, for, and for each. While, do while, for each. Total 4 loops are there. Actually, while, do while, for these 3, either you can use it for value type or reference type. And for each, we will use for reference type of data. Okay, so this I will discuss later with some other topic. Reference type of data I will discuss. Now, first take while loop. Same task I will give. Print my name 5 times. So, any loop if you take, first initialization will come. So, int count equal to 0. Initialization will come, or int count. I declare one variable. Initialization means, suppose if I ask a small child or small kid, do this work 5 times, then how that small kid will do? He will whatever work I had given, that work he will do one time, and using fingers he will count whether that is reaches to 5 or not. How that small kid is counting that, whether he finished that or not, by counting that fingering, increasing that fingering count or decreasing. Same way here also, I said this work should done 5 times, so initially count equal to 1 I'm giving. And how many times I'm saying, that condition I have to give here. Count is less than or equivalent to 5. So see, if I ask a small kid to do that work 5 times, the person can do in 2 ways. First, he will close all the fingers, and after doing one time, he will open one finger. After that, another. Like that, he will do. Another thing, he will open all the fingers, and each and every time the work is done, he will close that finger one by one. So both are correct, right? So 1 to 5 or 5 to 1, both are same, greater than or equal to 1. Both are same. Anything is okay. You can count the numbers from 1 to 5 or 5 to 1. Both are 5 times only, it's going to do that work. Anything is your wish. So if I give 5 to 1, then what work I have to do? That set of statements you give. Here just printing a name, but every time not printing a name. You have to execute set of statements number of times. In that case, all that set of statements you have to write here. So, Vamsi, I'm giving here. And I equal to 5 and 5 greater than or equal to 1 condition true, 5 will be printed. Sorry, Vamsi will be printed. I'm giving that I value also. Just leave it. 5 Vamsi is printed. Now, one time my work is over, then I have to close that finger. That means one value I have to subtract. Then only count value will decrease. How to subtract? Count minus minus. That means here count value will become 4. Again, after doing this, it will goes here and it will checks 4 is greater than or equal to 1. Condition true. Second time Vamsi is printed. Again, count minus minus, count value will become 3. Again, it will goes here. 3 is greater than or equal to 1. Condition true. Third time Vamsi will be printed. Count minus minus will become 2. Again, 2 is greater than or equal to 1. Condition true. Vamsi will be printed. Fourth time. Again, count minus minus 1. Again, it will goes to here. 1 is greater than or equal to 1. Yes, condition true. Again, fifth time Vamsi will be printed. Count will be 0. Again, it will goes to here. 0 is greater than or equal to 1. Condition false, right? When the condition is false, from here onwards, immediately it will jump the cursor after this while loop, not the end of the program. So here console.writeLine, I'm giving a message or I'm giving some line. So these lines are going to print. Now, if I run this program, console demos, loops demo, run. See, leave these two things, but here Vamsi is printed 5 times. Same thing, if I want to do using do while loop, same thing you will get. But only one thing, either count equal to 5 to 1 or 1 to 5, your wish. Count equal to 1, do loop, and console.writeLine, psi, and I plus plus. Because here you count plus plus. Here you are counting from 1, right? Condition you have to check at last. Count is less than or equal to 5. That is the main difference. In while loop, first it is checking the condition, then it will comes inside. Whereas do while loop, first it execute the statement once, after that it will check the condition. That is the main difference between while loop and do while loop. And the third one, for loop. This is very easy and straightforward. Count equal to 1. Count is less than or equal to 5. Count plus plus. And console.writeLine. Text. Something I did. This is end of do while loop. This is end of for loop. That's it. Now if I run this, see, all are printing 5 times. Once go through with this code. If any questions, please ask. Okay. Let's move to our content ones, because all these things I covered or not, I can't remember. If anything I'm not covered, please let me know. And all the write line, read line, all these things we discussed. Escape sequences also we discussed. Anyone is not clear, please ask. And the versions, I will discuss this later, because so many other versions, each version features and all we will discuss later. And operators, yes, we discussed. Data types, yes, we discussed. And categories also we discussed, all these. Nullable types also we discussed. What is nullable type, and null collision operator also we discussed. And size of, because all these small are important. Static void int a equal to 100. Now console.writeLine a dot get type. What is the type of this? The type is going to be int32. That type it's going to return. Now anyone tell me how this get type is coming? When I type a dot, then I'm getting get type compare to equals, all are coming. From where all these things are coming?
Library.
Library only, but see, that is a is a value type of data, right? So okay, let me right click on this, go to definition. Here some are there, but if you observe, get type, here get type code is there, but get type is not there. If you observe, get type is not there, but we are getting get type, right? From where it is getting get type? Because that variable is defined as int32 type. So it should be that this method should be under that structure. It's not there, but from where you are getting this get type? Okay, I will show this diagram. From where that get type is coming? Where it's here. No, it's not there in this. Last time I discussed when I'm starting the data types, at the time I told all the data types base is who? All the data types base is who? What is the base type for all the data types? Keep remember, object is the base type for all the other data types. That means whether you are declaring your variable as an integer, float, char, or whatever you declared, for all these types in this diagram, whatever you had seen, in this diagram, value type, reference type, all these types are coming, right? For all these types, the base type is an object. The base type is an object. So, ma'am, can you show me means, see, object, go to this root. In this object, this get type is there. See, in this object, this get type is there. So keep remember, when you are giving this a dot, not only this, anything dot you are giving, here what and all methods, properties, etc. you are getting, all these things you will get either from that class or that type or its parent type. That means your father is having one individual house and you earned one flat, means you purchased one flat. Now if you want to say any of your friend what and all properties you contain, means you are the only son for your father or you are the only daughter for your father, you will say this is my flat and one more individual house. That means you will tell your parent property also, because that is belongs to you only, right? Same thing here. When you are declaring some variable, that variable name dot you are giving, then that particular variable inside whatever members are there, all those things you will get here, as well as this int parent is who object, that parent properties also it will shows here. Keep remember. Now what is the type it will shows? The type it will shows it as int 32. Okay. In the same way, console dot write line size of int 32, then it will return 4. Let me run this demo 5, make this as an entry point. See, first one is system.int32, second one, what is the size? 4. Yes, already we discussed that. And console.writeLine int.minimum value plus int.maximum value. If I gave this, what is the integer minimum value and what is the integer maximum? Hyphen means both will be like subtracted. 2. This will be, see, minus this value to plus this value. You will get the minimum and maximum value, how much the integer can hold. That number it is going to show it here. Very important, because every time you can't go to notes and you can refer, right? So because of that, this will be one important feature where you can find it out each minimum and maximum value. Okay. Next, size of means it's going to return the size of that particular type, and the get type is going to return the type of that particular variable, and direct data type dot minimum and maximum, which is going to return the minimum and maximum value. Okay. Next, and anyone is not clear, please ask. Next, size of variable declaration already we discussed. Typecasting also I covered, right? When I'm doing selection statements, typecast I did this one. Any questions from anyone? Okay. Then in this, actually two typecastings are there, implicit typecasting and explicit typecasting. What is the difference between implicit and explicit typecasting means? Suppose if I'm declaring a variable int a equal to 100, and if I give long b is equal to a, this is called as implicit typecasting. That means if I'm giving, okay, otherwise the top a variable is there. If I give like this, this is called implicit typecasting. What you are doing, you are trying to store 8 bytes of variable equal to 4 bytes of variable value. This is valid one. And your compiler is going to do this implicit typecasting. Your compiler is going to do this implicit typecasting. And second one is what? Explicit typecasting. That means float f is equal to a. Then it won't do that automatically. It will do, but it won't make this as a float. Otherwise, instead of this, another example, short c equal to a. It won't do automatically. This is called as explicit typecasting. Means implicit typecasting means your compiler will do it automatically. When you are trying to store a lower value into a higher variable, then your compiler will do that activity automatically. Whereas explicit typecasting means here 2 bytes of variable equal to 4 bytes of variable value. So this won't do automatically. This won't do automatically. So you have to explicitly specify that. So how to specify that? Here, the left hand side, whatever data type, with that data type you have to specify. That means I'm converting my A variable as a short type and I'm storing in that C. So why it is not allowing to store that much of value? Why it is throwing for explicit typecasting error? Because see, when you are trying to store 4 bytes of variable into 2 bytes, no, it's not possible. For 100 and 200, it's okay. Just before you had seen the maximum value of integer, right? That much of variable you can't store it in C. That's why your compiler is throwing error. Then, ma'am, what is the use of explicit typecasting? Generally, explicit typecasting will be used in these type of scenarios. When I'm doing total by 5, two integers division, definitely you will get the result as an integer value. If you want to make them as a decimal value, then this explicit typecasting will be useful. Generally, explicit typecasting we will use in these type of scenarios. Okay, I'm moving to next. Then, did I cover boxing and unboxing? I can't remember exactly.
No, ma'am.
So, again, boxing and unboxing. Now, just before I told what is the base type for all the data types? What is the base type for all the data types? Just before only I explained.
Object.
Object. Object is the base type for all the other data types. So if I declare my variable as an object, or leave about that, I declared a variable int AA equal to 100. I declared an integer variable. In that I stored 100 value. Now I want to store whatever object value, whatever AA is there, that AA value I want to store it in object type of data. See, because object is the base type for all the other data types, it can hold any type of data. It can store any, not only integer. Even if your variable is float, char, string, whatever type of data it is, object can hold all type of data. Because of that reason, now if you observe in this object variable, I'm able to store an integer value and it is not throwing any error also. So this is called as boxing. This is called as boxing. Boxing means what? If you want to convert any type, any type to object type is called as boxing. If you want to convert any type to object type is called as boxing. Any type, string, float, char, any type to object type, this is called as boxing. Now I'm taking another integer variable. In this variable, can I store AA? Obviously you can store. In this variable, can I store obj? No, you can't. But in that obj, I stored an integer only. But why I'm not able to return it back? Because object is the different type. Any data if you stored in that object, if you want to convert that into value type again, or if you want to convert that object type to any other type, this is called as unboxing. For unboxing, explicit typecasting is required. Left hand side, whatever variable it is, you have to give that. So boxing means converting any type to object type, whereas unboxing means converting object type to any type is called as unboxing. Maybe this is not the perfect example for boxing and unboxing, but going forward I'm going to explain or I'm going to use this unboxing in many other areas. But not now, but later we are going to use this boxing and unboxing. But keep remember, I will ask all these questions in later topics. Okay, next. Here, what is the type you have to give means equal to this side, whatever this variable type is there, that variable type you have to give it here. Okay, next. And where and dynamic already I covered, right? Where and dynamic. Where and dynamic, yes. See? And string interpolation also I covered, how to use dollar symbol. Next. What is the difference between string and string builder also I explained. Any questions? Constants also I covered. And enums also we covered, right? Anyone, if anyone is not clear, please ask. Then selection statements, if statement, yes, multiple if, yes, all these things we covered. And some programs also, switch statement and what is the difference also we discussed. Also in today's class we discussed loops also, how many loops are available. For each is also there, but for each I'm not explain. I will explain that for each topic with separate concept. Okay, so almost all basics are covered and small jumping statements are there that I will discuss in tomorrow's, and I will move to arrays concept tomorrow. So by tomorrow end of the session, we are going to cover all basic part. Then from day after tomorrow's class onwards, whatever I'm going to start methods, that is very, very important concept. That is the foundation for object oriented programming. Till now, whatever we discussed, all are C# language. When you are learning any new language, how alphabets you have to learn. That alphabets only you learned. From day after tomorrow onwards, whatever methods concept is there, that methods concept I'm going to start. Now, I will give one assignment. Whoever wants to try this assignment, try it. It's very important and it's very useful, commonly used thing. Now, first my input should be enter amount. So I'm giving some amount 7,300. Now, in my ATM machine, I am having 1000 notes, 500 notes, and 100 notes. Only these notes are there. I'm having 1000 notes, 500 notes, and 100 notes. Only these notes are there. Now, my output should be, I don't want any thing, 7,000 notes, plus 1 500 note, comma, how many? 300 notes. I want this output. Obviously, in ATM, you will get like this only. 7,000 notes you will get, and 1 500 note you will get, and 300 notes you will get. I want this output when I gave this value. Clear, or anyone is having any question? Okay. All of you know my email ID, right? I send notes to that email ID. Return back this program.
Ma'am, I did not receive the notes from you. I'm
Ma'am,
Padmaja.
I'm Chandrasekhar. Ma'am, also didn't receive any notes.
Just a minute. So in yesterday's class, we discussed all other basic concepts as well as switch statement also. Switch statement and loops both we discussed. Next, one more jumping statements are there. What are the things are available is, again, three things. The two are very important. One is go to, second one is break, third one is continue. So go to, break, and continue. Total three things are there. First one, what is the use of go to? If I want to move my cursor from one place to another place, then go to is going to be used. That means console.writeLine 1, 2. So if I want to move, well, first let me execute this program. Properties, jump statements. Here, when I execute this program, then my output will be displayed as 1, 2, 3. So all the statements they are executing one after another. So if I want to move my cursor, or if I want to jump the cursor from one place to another place, then I'm going to use this go to. Suppose go to, give some specific label, any label name. But whatever label name you are giving, that label name should not be any standard keyword. So go to test. Somewhere in the program I had given that label also. Somewhere in the program I had given that label name also. Done. So to this test label it will jump. So first one it will print. From that, after printing that one, it will jump the cursor from that line to third line, and it will print that 3. See, 1 and 3 through two things are coming. 2 is skipping that because I am I'm moving my cursor from this position to this position. In middle, whatever statements are there, all those will be skipped. This is one way to move the cursor from one place to another place. And one more is there. What is that? Break. So this can be done very easily. I equal to 1, I less than or equal to 5, I plus plus. And here I'm giving console.writeLine. I'm printing the value I plus. Generally, how many times this will be printed? 5 times. I value 1, I value 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 times it's going to print. So I'm giving some condition. If I equal to 3, then break this process and loop outside console.writeLine, done, something like this. Now when I run this, when I equal to 1 it will print, I equal to 2 also it will print, but when I equal to 3 break statement came. So break is a keyword which is used to terminate the process but not the whole program. Which block inside you are, from that block it will comes out but not from the whole program. Many people will confuse here only. Break is a keyword which is used to stop the process, not the complete program. So here when I equal to 3, you said break. That means it will stops the process there and it will jumps to outside of our block. Outside of our block, what statement is there? Done. So that statement it will execute. That's why I equal to 1 is printed, I equal to 2 is printed. After that done message it shows. And last and final, continue. Let's take the same thing. Copy, continue. This is little different. Continue. Then when I run this, see, when I equal to 1, it will print. I equal to 2 also it will print. But when I equal to 3, what happened? It skips that iteration. Whatever I equal to 3 iteration is there, only that particular process it skips. Remaining all statements it executes. So I equal to 1, I equal to 2 it done. I equal to 3 only it skips, but I equal to 4 and 5 it continues. So continue is very, very important. Like I'm having set of employees. Except managers, I want to do some functionality for all other kind of employees. Suppose my requirement came, I want to give hike to all people, all of my employees, but except managers. So except managers, remaining all, for all people I want to do some transaction. In such scenarios and all, continue will plays a major role. That is very easy to do that work. Okay, any questions? Difference between break and continue is clear.
One small question, ma'am. If I'm using if or nested if statements, can I use break over there? Like I have seen, like you initially used it with case and break statements.
Yes,
So can we use this anywhere?
anywhere. Where I used, I'm not using in switch statement, right? I'm using in loops. So it depends upon our requirement. Actually, this concept I have to tell before switch. Why? Because we should know first break. So break can also used in switch statement. That's it. But break can be used in any way.
Okay, thank you.
Others, I'm getting only one voice. Okay. Then let's move to next. Those are nothing but arrays. What are the use of arrays concept? Suppose if you take till now how many programs we have done. Let's take one example. Selection statements. If I take this program here, leave about that logic and all, but basic thing, write a program, read 5 numbers and do something. But when they ask read 5 numbers, when they ask read 5 numbers, then I have to write the logic. I have to write the logic for 5 lines because for each variable, each console.readline is there. If it is 5 variables, 5 console.readlines. If it is 10 variables, 10 console.readlines we have to give. That is very, very difficult process. That is very, very difficult process, right? So if it is 5 numbers, okay, you can write it very easily. But imagine if it is 50 numbers or if it is 100 numbers, how you are going to write? It is very difficult process, right? Then arrays are came into picture. So same definition I will say, which we discussed in our C language. Arrays are used to store same type of data in a sequential order. Arrays are used to store same type of data in a sequential order. So if I want to use these arrays, if I want to use these arrays, then again different types of arrays are there. Single dimensional array, two dimensional array, zagged arrays, multi-dimensional arrays, like many types are there. But always arrays are used to store same type of data in a sequential order. And if I want to specify the size of an array, that is the main difference between C language and C sharp. In C language, array size can be specified at compile time, and in C sharp, array size you can specify at runtime. That means at compile time you no need to specify my array size is like this. At runtime, whatever value you are giving, that you can use this. And one more important, because array size you are giving at runtime, so for the array, the memory will also allocated at runtime, because at compile time I don't know what is the size of my array, right? Because of that reason, runtime, whatever size you are specifying, based on that the memory is going to allocate. This is very important difference between C language arrays and C sharp arrays. In C language, array size we are specifying at compile time. Because of that reason, for the array, memory allocation is also done at compile time. But here we are specifying the array size at runtime. Because of that reason, for the array, memory location will also allocate it at runtime by using a new keyword. By using a new keyword. Let's see how to do that. Again, in this arrays, so many types are there. Single dimensional, two dimensional, multi-dimensional, zagged arrays, like that, so many things are there. First, let's see single dimensional arrays. But I'm not saying this is not an important as well as important also, because other than these arrays, we are having one more powerful concept called collections. In collections and all, it's very easy to handle that. Okay, let's see what we can do. So first let's start with a single dimensional array class. Array demo one. Now static void main. Yesterday I sent notes. I think all of you are received. Anyone not received, please let me know. Static void main. Then if it is single dimensional, the memory will be represented like this. Only the number of columns. This is your array A, and this array A is representing with 0 rows, and columns are how many you want, that you can define. But array index always it starts with 0 only. Array index, whether rows or columns, whatever it is, it starts with 0 only. And this particular block is called as A of 0. Same in C language, how you learn, same. A of 0, A of 1, A of 2, like that. But the whole name is called as A. And in single dimensional array, only we are representing the columns. Rows will be always 1. Let's see how to do that. First, int. Suppose if I want to read a number, then int A you are giving A equal to 10. Like this you can give, or int A equal to convert dot to int 32 of console dot read line. That means either you can give a static value like this, or you can read the data from runtime. Anything, both are valid, right? Now, in the same way, if I want to declare an array, single dimensional array, how? Empty braces of ARR. Now, this is an single dimensional array. So, here we can say this is an integer variable. Here, this is single dimensional array variable. Single dimensional integer array variable. This is the correct one. Okay. And either if you want, you can specify the size of this here only. How? Int empty braces ARR1 is equal to 10, 20, 30, 40. Directly you can give like this. At compile time only you are specifying the size. Or you can use console.readline also. In this case, you no need to specify the array size and all. But in this case, if you want to give the values at runtime, then ARR is equal to new int of. You have to specify how much of memory you want to allocate. So this step will be done at compile time. This step will be done at runtime. So before that, console.writeLine, how many elements you want to enter, how many numbers you want to enter. Count equal to and now whatever count value you are giving, those many memory locations I want to create. And I want to ask the elements console.writeLine enter numbers. And now if you observe the memory A of 0, A of 1, A of 2 like that. So ARR of I is equal to this. But what is that I? That I value for int I is equal to 0, I less than count, I plus plus. That's it. So when I equal to 0, whatever number you are giving, that will store in that A of 0. And I equal to 1, whatever next number you are giving, that value will store in A of 1. Like that, the I value is increasing. So each and every element I am storing in my array. And if I want to print the list, console.writeLine, the list is again for loop and console.write I will use, because if you are having many numbers also, plus ARR of I. That's it. And last, console.writeLine to move to next line. That's it. Now let's run this program once. How many numbers you want to enter? 5. 5 is showing the empty value. Okay, here I gave console.readline. How many numbers you want to enter? 5. The list as it is, it's shown. The memory representation also like this one. All columns, no rows. I mean only one row. Once go through with this code, I will be back in 2 minutes. No questions, right? Now, you might feel that, ma'am, this program is very straightforward and very easy to run this program and very easy to understand also. This is also easy. But if it is 5 numbers, then this program is easy. But if it is 50 numbers, this is not so easy. Then if it is 50 numbers, here this count value, if I gave 50, that is enough. So always, if bigger values, then always arrays will come into picture. If smaller values, then whatever we had learned directly we can do 1 number, 2 number, or 3 number, then directly we can do like this. But if it is 20 numbers, 30 numbers and all, that you can't do here. Like this you can do. So here, how many arrays I created? 2 arrays. So after that, two arrays. One, directly I gave the value. Second one, at runtime I defined the value. So with the help of new keyword, I allocated memory for this array. So because of this reason, arrays are comes under reference type of category. If arrays are comes under reference type of category, yesterday when I'm explaining loops, one loop I left. What is that? For each loop. What I said about for each, generally for each is used for reference type of data. Now can I use that for each in this means? Yes, you can do. Suppose if I want to print this list, console dot write line, the given list is, and for each int number or int item in ARR1, and console.write I will use plus item. That's it. This is very easy process. And here I'm giving, and here I'm giving slash n, because write means it will stay in the same line. See, the given list is here. Am I used for loop? No, for each. So what for each means, in this for each you no need to give initial value, you don't need to give any condition. From this array, how many list is there, fetch one after one another item in this item variable and do some work. After that, fetch next item, do some work. Like that it will do all this process until this array element found, means until from this array if you got a null value. Once you got a null value, it will comes out of that program. I mean, it comes out of that block. Okay. So generally for each, how it is going to do means, it will fetch one element after another element from that. Once all elements are done, once all elements are done, once you got a null from this particular variable, then it will stop that process. But in value type of data, you can't store a null value, right? Because of that reason, for it we won't use it for value type of data. Keep remember. Next. Then in C language, we are having so many arrays programs. Binary search, linear search, sort, reverse, copy, like that, so many programs are there. So all those things we have to do here also means no. Why? Because Microsoft had given all these things in the form of methods. All these methods are available in this array class. This array is available in system. So array dot, see, copy, binary search, clear, reverse, like so many things are there. Suppose I want to do reverse of ARR. That's it. Array reverse is done. No, no, ma'am, I want to check array reverse is happened or not. Means, let me print this list again after reverse. This time I won't use for loop, for each, where item. Even you can
What
use
do you mean by value type? Like, can you give some examples of it?
integer, float, char, all these things are comes under value type.
Okay.
Yesterday I showed one table, right? In that value type, reference type, you opened or not? Right. Value type, reference type. See, class, interface, arrays, delegates, all these things are comes under value type, sorry, reference type. And int, float, char, enum, struct, nullable types, all these things comes under reference, sorry, value type. Okay.
Okay.
So,
So under a array is not a value type, it's a reference type.
because here we are allocating the memory using a new keyword, right? So
Yes.
to identify that very easily, what is value type, what is reference type means, always for reference type, the memory will be allocated at runtime using a new keyword.
Okay.
Now, what we are saying for int item int ARR, then from that ARR, I'm printing one by one item. Now array reverse is done. And now if I want to sort the list, ARR array dot sort. That's it. ARR. Sorting is done. You no need to do any extra things here. So after sorting the listing, after reverse the list is now run. How many elements you want to give? 6. This is my exact list what I had given. This is in reverse order. This is in sorted order. How many lines I had written? Only one line. The same thing in C language and all, you have to write 10 to 15 lines of code to do all this work. But I'm not doing all this work. All these means once go through with that array methods, what and all available, like binary search, sort, reverse, copy from one array to another array element, all these are available there. All these things are available there. Okay. Shall I move to next? Okay. Then the next concept is two-dimensional array. In this single-dimensional array, how you are having the number of columns we are representing, right? Whereas in two-dimensional, we are representing the number of rows and columns both. The number of rows and columns both we are going to represent. Here, whether if it is row or a column, always it starts with 0. 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, like this. And in your 10th standard, you learn matrix, right? It's somehow like matrix type. What is the size of this means? First, you have to represent rows. After that, you have to represent columns, 2 by 3. In the same way, here, that means 2 rows and 3 columns. Okay, let's see how to work with this. Add a class. And if I want to represent a two-dimensional array, int ARR, this is correct, but in between this is a single dimensional array, right? In between this, if you specify comma, that is a two-dimensional array. Okay, then console.writeLine, how many rows and columns you want to enter? How many rows and columns you want to enter? and rows and columns. Okay, then int rows equal to convert dot to int 32 of console dot read line, and columns also int columns equal to this. Then I have to specify the array ARR equal to new int of, first I have to specify rows, after that next I have to specify the columns. Now suppose if I give my row size as 2 and the column size as 3, my array will be created like this. And if you observe the values of this is a of 0 comma 0, right? And this is a of 0 comma 1. That means always row will be represented first, after that column. A of 0 comma 2. And if I go to this, a of 1 comma 0 and a of 1 comma 1 and this a of 1 comma 2. Like this the representation will be. And if you observe the same thing, when two loops are required because rows and columns 2 are there. So when I equal to 0, then j value will be 0, 1, 2. And when I equal to 1, j value will be 0, 1, 2. See, when I is always represent for rows, j is always represent for columns. When I value equal to 0, j value will be 0, 1, 2. And when I equal to 1, j value will be 0, 1, 2. Then only you will get all the elements, right? Now go back. Console.writeLine, enter elements, and for int I equal to 0, I less than rows, I plus plus. And this is how many times it will repeat from 0 to 2. I mean 0 to 2 means 0 to 1. Why? Because less than rows I gave. Okay. So again j loop for int j equal to 0, j is less than columns j plus plus. So this is how many times from 0 to 2. Actually 3, but less than I had given, that's why these many times. Now ARR of I comma j is equal to convert dot to int 32 of console dot read line. That's it. All are done. Now all the elements I had taken. Now I want to print this list. I want to print this list. All the elements are taken and I want to print this list. How to print this list? Console.writeLine. The given list is, and I'm giving two loops, and console.writeLine, console.writeLine. I'm giving some gap. I won't use write line. I will use write. Console.write. I will give some gap plus ARR of I, comma j. Let me run this program. Some issue is there in this. I will first let me run this program. Then we can see how we can resolve that. So loops demo, console demos, array demo 2. Run. How many elements? 2 rows, 3 columns. That means 6 elements I have to give. So So how all are coming? All are coming in the same line. I don't like that. I want to display 11 to 33 in one line. After that 455 666 is in another line. How I have to do that? As I said, this is for rows and this is for columns, right? That means after one row printing is over, this is one row related all columns printing. Over, I am saying move the cursor to next line. That's it. Now let's run. I will give 2 by 3. 11, 22, 30. Exactly 2 by 3 matrix it shows. Now if I give 3 by 1, see, 3 rows, 1 column. Yes, exactly it is shown. Right? So, any questions? See, again, I'm saying if any one of you are not understanding, please ask. Don't think about others. You paid the fee and you should understand what I'm saying. If anyone not clear, please ask. So let's move. Another important that is called zagged arrays. In single dimensional array, in two dimensional array, if you observe, in single dimensional array, one row, multiple columns. In two dimensional array, two rows, multiple columns. Number of rows and number of columns are there. Then what about this zagged arrays? How these zagged arrays will be? In this zagged arrays, how the memory representation is, it will be like this. First, we are specifying the number of rows only. We are not specifying the number of columns first. This is 0, 1, 2. The number of rows only in zagged arrays we are specifying. And each row contains different size of array. Here somewhere it may contain more, somewhere it may contain single or whatever it is. So zagged arrays, how it is going to work? Like this. That means each row is having their own size. Here in two-dimensional array, if you observe, 0th row, how many columns are there? In the first row also same number of columns. But in zagged arrays, it's not like that. In 0th row, it may 3. In first row, it may 5. Or in second row, it may be 1. That's completely our wish. That's completely our wish. Okay. So again, I'm saying what is zagged arrays means in zagged array, each row is having their own size of array. Each row is having their own size of array. Let's see how to do that. Come back to this. Add class. Array demo 3. Static void main. Then how to declare a zagged array? Int, two separate brackets. It's not a single bracket, two separate brackets, ARR. So first what I said, we have to know the size of these rows. Columns I'm not specifying, only rows. So console.writeLine, how many rows you want to enter? How many rows? And int rows equal to convert dot to int 32 of readline. I know how many rows. Now After knowing the row size, ARR equal to new int of rows. I don't know about columns, so leave that as an empty. This is the representation of Z. I don't know about columns, so I'm not giving anything. But rows, whatever whatever I know, that row size I'm giving here. Next is what the size I had given, the rows, everything. Now, because each row we are having our own size. Each row we are having our own size. For int I is equal to 0, I is less than rows, I plus plus. And each row separate column size is there. That's why I'm giving in for loop. Console.writeLine. How many elements you want to give in 0th row? That 0 place I want to give I plus 1. This syntax already we know. I mean, in day 2 or day 3 session we discussed. In 0th place it will replace with that value. Now int columns equal to, yes, column size also I know. Now how many elements you want to enter? Columns also I know. Next one is what I have to, because see here I gave 3. So the memory will be created like this with 3 locations. This is 0 and this is 1, this is 2. The memory will be represented like this, 0, 1, 2. Okay. Now after doing this work, then each row how many elements you want. For example, for the first one I had given 3. First time I had given 3, second time I had given 5, third time I had given 2. Then after finishing this, first time 3, right? 3 locations. Second time 5, right? 5 locations. 2, 3. Third time is 2, right? So 2 locations. It's created like this. Okay. Now till now what you done? Only memory representation only you finished. So that memory representation also, ARR of I is equal to new int of columns. That's it. That means each row is representing a separate array with whatever elements you had given. With that, a separate arrays are creating, and this is pointing to that array. See, whatever in the diagram I represented, the same code here is available. The rows and columns. Anyone is not clear, please ask. This is the diagram and this is the code. If you want me to run this code also, I will run. Only the memory representation, no elements it's asking. Erase demo 3, run. How many rows? 3. See, question how it is asking. How many elements you want to enter in first row? 3. How many elements you want to enter in second row? 5. How many elements you want to enter in third row? 2. That's it. Only memory representation is done. Next is what? I have to ask the elements. I have to store the elements, right? So I have to ask the elements. So again for loop, for int I equal to 0, I less than rows, I plus plus. Now console.writeLine, I have to ask elements now. Enter 0 elements in one row. In the place of 0, I want to, in the place of 0, I want to give ARR of I dot length, comma, in the place of 1, I want to give I plus 1. Why I gave all these things means my question should be more clear to end user. For int j equal to 0, j less than ARR of I dot length. Why ARR of I dot length? Because each row is having their own size. Each row is having their own size. Because of that reason, I'm giving this. So ARR of I j is equal to this. Now let me run this. I didn't print that list, just I want to show how it is asking. 3. Same I'm giving. 3, 5, 2. Now see how it is asking. Enter 3 elements in first row. That means my question is more clear to end user that how many elements he have to enter. 11, 22, 33. Enter 5 elements in second row. Enter 2 elements in third row. Yes. See, my question is more clear that how many elements for each row the person have to enter, the customer have to enter, that I'm asking clearly. Okay, done. But I didn't print that list. How to print the list in arrays demo 2, how you printed the list, the same process I can use it here also. I is less than this. Columns, you shouldn't give columns. What you have to give? ARR of I dot length. That's it. And ARR of I j you have to give it. That's it. Remaining all are same. Now run. Same array I want to give. 3, 3, 5, 2. The memory representation exactly it is showing same how I explained. Now if you want me to show that diagram also, see, both are very clear. Whatever diagram I showed here, in the same format it is showing the list. 3 elements first row, 5 elements second row, 2 elements third row. Okay, but very rarely these backed arrays are going to be used. But you should know, as a developer, you should know how to use these backed arrays and all. You should know, as a developer, you should know how to use these backed arrays and all. But not so important, as well as you can't leave this topic also. When some situations came in your project to handle these types of arrays and all, then we will use. That's why I said at least syntax. That's why I didn't put more number of programs in arrays. But what is the syntax? How to declare a single dimensional, how to declare a two dimensional, how to declare a zagged array. These three, as a developer, you should know. But maximum number of times we are going to use collections only. And some areas we have to use arrays also. So syntax and all you keep remember. And yesterday, as I said, from tomorrow's class onwards, we are going to start methods. Don't miss from tomorrow's class because regularly I'm saying only 4 people. So please don't miss the session from tomorrow. If you are missing, then OOPS concept will get a lot of confusion for you people. Okay, tomorrow and day after tomorrow method, and next immediately I will start OOPS concept. From OOPS concept onwards, each and everything is very important if you want to move further in .NET technology. Okay, okay then. Try to practice all these things already in notes also it's there. So no worries about that. Please practice all these things. See you in tomorrow's session. Okay, bye.
Ma'am, I have a small issue in the
Hi, Lucky. So let's today's class. Let's move to methods. directly add static void main. Now select this as an entry point. Always make it as a habit. Whatever program you are doing, after coming to that, add static void main and change that entry point. Now, what are the use of methods? Till now, we are having only one method, that is called static void main. This is also one method only, but this method name is main. Because of that, this becomes as an entry point. This method name is main. Because of that, we are calling this as an entry point for our program. But this is also one method only. This is also one method only where we are going to write. But already we are writing everything inside main. Then what is the point of creating one more method? What is the point of creating one more method? Two things are there. Suppose if you are having, suppose if you are having a huge, if you are having a huge traffic, or else we can say if you are having a huge code to write in the static void main, then this is not a good practice to write the whole thing inside this main. Why? Maybe when you are implementing the code, it will be easy to understand all those things. But when you people are after 5 years or 10 years, if some maintenance purpose or some add-on purpose, that project same you only wants to access, that is very difficult to understand, because those much of huge number of lines, very difficult to understand, even for you or for others also. So instead of writing large code blocks into one area, we can divide that into small code blocks based on their work, based on their role. We can divide that into small code blocks is called as methods. Suppose in database I want to save the data, in database I want to update the data, in database I want to delete the data, in database I want to get all the data, in database from the database I want to get a specific record. See, so many concepts are there. If you want all those concepts, you can write it under main only. But I don't want to write everything under this main. So maybe when I'm writing, that concept is very interesting, so I will write everything in main. But later, if someone came, sorry, if update is not working properly, means if I want to check that update functionality only, I have to first take more time to set where that update method code is written. Where that update method code is written. That means maintenance will be more difficult when you wrote everything inside main. And suppose after deposit, you want to you want to know the balance, or after withdraw, you want to know the balance, or suddenly you want to know your balance. So what you people are doing? You people are trying to you people are trying to access, how you can say, you people are trying to access that particular set of code which will return the balance many times. I don't want to do that. Suppose here everything you wrote one side only, one area only. Deposit you did and withdraw you did. This is withdraw code and this is deposit code, and this is, for example, checkbook related code. Like that, so much of code we are writing, but after doing all this work, you want to know your balance, know your balance, or here know your balance. So same work I am going to do many times. The same work I'm going to do many times. So know your balance related code is, let's imagine 20 lines of code. This 20 lines of code, here I have to write, here I have to write, here I have to write. I don't want to write that same code repeatedly. So in that case, what I'm doing, remove that code, place it in somewhere called method, create a new method, and in that method you implement that code, and wherever you want to know your balance, everywhere you call that method instead of writing that 20 lines, you call that method. So what will happen, that method is going to execute here and it will shows the balance. See how easy it is. Instead of writing 60 lines, one that 20 lines are kept in a separate method, and wherever I want to call, I'm calling that. That means to avoid the repetition of code also, I'm going to use methods. So two main reasons why I have to depend upon methods. First reason, to break larger code blocks into small units, I have to use methods. Second one, to avoid the repetition of code, I'm using methods. To avoid the repetition of code, I'm using methods. So how to write a method? Same like this. See? Same like this. But this method name I want to give some other. Hello. Because already main is there, right? Hello. So this method is called as static method. So whatever methods you are writing, that methods may be a static method or a normal method also. This is a normal method. The down one is a static method. Just here, just I want to give a quick difference between these two, but in detail in static concept I will explain. Console.writeLine. I am in hello method, and sorry, I am in hi method. And here console.writeLine. I am in hello method. Two methods I implemented. And here console.writeLine. I am in main method. Anyone, any guesses what will be the output of my program? Earlier, if main is there, then I mean main method it will shows. I know that. But now, is there any change or same output? Is there any change in output, or it will print the same? I mean main method.
I am in main method because main should be the entry point.
Then before that main, already hi and hello we wrote, right? That means it won't execute that hi and hello, right?
Yes.
Others? Yes, the output will be I'm in main method only. So why it is showing main? Because main before already we wrote these many things. Let me run this first. See, I'm in main method output it is showing. Why it is showing only main method? Before main method, I gave hi method and hello method. So these are called as method body. And this is also another method body. So whether you are writing method body or not is not an important. But from where you are calling that method is an important. From where you are calling that method is an important. Suppose I am calling this hello method here. So this is called as method calling. So where you put your method body is not an important. from where you are calling. That means other than this main method, any number of methods you want, you can create, but there should be some relation in between that method and this main. So here I'm calling. So my output will be I'm in main method first. After that only I'm in hello method. If you want, you can run. I'm in main method first. After that only I'm in hello method. It's going to show. Okay. Now everything is showing properly. Good. Then hi method everything. Now if you observe, this main is what? A static method. This hello is what? This is also a static method. So the point here is a static method can access another or can call another static method directly. Okay, but a static method can call a normal method by creating an object of that class where that normal method is placed. See, if you are in static method, a static method can call another static method directly. But a static method can call normal method by creating an object of that class where that normal method is placed. That means where your method is placed, go to top, your method is placed in this class, right? So come down, create an object for that method demo. Then with the help of that obj, you can call your hi method. That is the difference between these two. If it is a static method, you can call directly. If it is a normal method, then you can call like this. Whether if it is in the same class or outer class, whatever it may be, but you can call like this. Okay. I will discuss more on this type of methods later in OOPS concept. But a method can be normal method, a method can be static method. If it is a static method, you can call directly. If it is a normal method, then you have to create an object for that class where that method is available. Then you have to call. Now run first main, after hello, after hi. Yes. Any questions from anyone?
Ma'am, can you explain the last part again? Like the methods demo one object, how we are calling that?
So this is my normal method. This normal method is available in which class? Which class? This class, right? For that class, you have to create an object, and with the help of that object, we can call. Don't worry about this syntax, because in object-oriented programming, first concept is object creation only. Okay, so keep remember only one point at this stage. Only one point you should remember: if it is a normal method in a class, if you are having a normal method, this is normal method. How you are saying this as a normal method? Before this, we are not having static. That means it's a normal method. So if I want to call a normal method from any static method, then that normal method is available in which class? For that class, you have to create an object. For that class, you have to create an object, and with the help of that object, you can call that normal method. That's it. Okay, but don't worry, this syntax maybe day after tomorrow we are going to explain, we are going to discuss that in detail. Okay, so don't worry about that. Next. So we discussed console.write and all these things we discussed. Now let's move more on that, and I don't want to concentrate on normal methods, so leave that. Let's discuss more on methods. See, whatever methods definitions I'm saying here, all these are common whether it is a static method or a normal method. Method demo. Now, suppose when I run this program, I'm in main method because I'm not calling that, so it won't. So I'm calling this hello method here. So obviously my output will be I'm in hello method. Sorry, I'm in main method. After that, I'm in hello method will display. That is okay. Now I'm writing one more method. Static void hi. And this is taking some name. And console.writeLine. I want to print. Let's now this name is called as parameter. This name here name is called as parameter, and scope of this, see again I'm saying whatever today and tomorrow I'm saying, I'm going to ask these questions continuous throughout the session. Okay, so anyone it's not clear, please ask. Here name is called as parameter. Scope of this parameter or scope of this name is within this method. Within this method. That means, can I print the same message in hello? You can't. Why? It will throw an error that I don't know what is this name. It will throw an error that I don't know what is this name. Okay. So the scope of that particular variable is, or the scope of that particular parameter is within that method only. Outside the method, you can't use that. Now, hello, hi, main, everything is there. Now, I want to call that hello, or I want to call that hi. So when I'm trying to call that hi, I can't give this as an empty because that method is taking some parameter. Obviously, you have to pass that parameter. Then only that output will work. Right? So what type of data you have to pass? How do you know? Here it will show. It is expecting a parameter which is of string type. That means double quote any data you can pass. That's it. In double quotes, any data you can pass. So the output will be hi Vamsi in this place. Now it's wrong. I'm in main method. I'm in hello method. Hi Vamsi. See, all are showing proper. That means if you want, you can pass some data to that method. So one important point about this is a method can take any number of parameters. Yes, here in this high method is taking only one string type of parameter. I am writing one more static void add of int a comma int b. Here how many parameters it is taking? 2. Console.writeLine addition equal to plus a plus b. I'm showing the output of that. Now, if I want to call that add method, add of whatever values you want, you can pass. And there is no rule that every time you only once you have to call. No, any number of times you can. See, any number of times with different values you can. Even not only that, high also you can pass with any other type of data also. With any other type of data also. Now run. See, it is showing that addition and it is also showing high Vamsi and high Sumi. That means if you create a method, that method can be implemented by passing different type of value. And a method can take any number of parameters or any type of parameter. Any number of parameters or any type of parameter. Again, I'm saying anyone are not able to understand, please ask. Next. Suppose I'm creating one more method. This time static void string name int a string course. 3 parameters it is taking. Okay, then console dot write line dollar hello name you are selected course I'm showing some message. Now I want to call that method test. Now what it is showing? It is showing you have to pass the data. You have to pass the data first string after integer after string. It's not asking about parameter names. It is asking you should pass the data in that order only. That means government put some rule. First you have to finish 7th standard, after 10th, after the this like that some order they set. No, first I will finish my graduation, after that I will finish 7th means it won't. Right here also, if you want to call that method, then you have to pass the data in that order. Let's pass the data. Sony is 10, 11, comma, course is Oracle. Course is Oracle. I passed all this data. Now, I can pass all this data. When I'm passing the wrong order, suppose I will pass SQL Server first, comma, RAM next, after that 11 next. It will throw errors. So let's run the program. Actually, it's throwing, but let's run the program. It is throwing error. What is the error it is showing? Argument 2 cannot convert from string to integer. Argument 3 cannot convert from int to string. Because second parameter should be number, you are passing string. Third parameter, but you are passing number. That means when I am calling the method, in which order it is taking, in that order only I have to pass means exactly no. But if you are not following that, then this is not the correct syntax. See, when you are calling that method, the order exactly same how that method is taking. No, ma'am, I want to change that order means yes, you can change. But for that, this is not the syntax. Then that syntax is called as named argument. Then this is what course, right? Give the name of that. This is what name, right? Give the name of that. And this is A. Give the A. That's it. In this case, this is valid. In this case, this is valid. Now run. See, Sony, you are selected Oracle course, and hello Ram, you are selected SQL Server. Both are coming properly. So when you want to change the order, you can change, but using named argument syntax. Anyone not clear, please ask. I'm moving to next. Next. Let's right click on this. Add a class. Now reminding them closely. Now, when I type console dot write line, when I open the bracket, here, if you observe what it is showing, it is saying that 19 overloaded syntaxes are there. Not only that, when I'm giving convert.to int 32, then what it is saying, 19 overloaded syntaxes are there. Not only that, whatever method you take, everything it is saying overloaded syntax. What is this overloading? This is also very, very important. Method overloading. First, let me give one scenario. Calculator is there. So here I want to add two numbers, 89 plus 38. It is showing the output. Now I want to add little bigger values. Plus, earlier we don't know all those things, but we can easily understand this is a long value. This is an integer, or you can call it as it is a short value, but this is a long value, right? That means what is happening, even if I want to add small numbers, I'm using this plus. Even if I want to add more lengthy values also, I'm using the same plus. Not only that, if I want to add some decimals also, I'm using this plus only. If you observe, the same plus symbol is doing or is adding different type of numbers. The same plus symbol is going to add different type of numbers, isn't it? So how this is possible? How this is possible? This is possible with the help of, this is possible with the help of method overloading. That means if this calculator people said, no, if you want to add decimals, then use another plus symbol. Or if you want to add long values, use another plus symbol. Like that, more plus symbols if they gave, for us it's very difficult to understand which I have to click, right? But instead of that, they had given only one plus symbol to add numbers, to add long values, to add decimals also. Because of that, my usage becomes so easy. Then internally, is it calling multiple methods? Yes, that's what here also. when I'm typing, see, when I'm having integer a and string name equal to Ram and integer a equal to 10, something I gave like this. Now, if I want to print this a value, when I open this bracket, what it is showing 19 overloaded syntaxes are there. Let me print that a value. When I'm giving a, which code is highlighted? Integer value taking right line is highlighted. Okay. So in the same way, here also console dot right line. When I open this bracket, 19 overloaded versions are there. Once I started giving that name, then which one is highlighting? String value is highlighting. That means this right line is not a single method. It's 19 methods. But for those 19 methods, what we gave only single name, right line. If you want, go to definition. See, how many right lines are there? Total 19 right lines are there. Each one is having different type of value or different number of values. Here, two are same, but some other it's taking. So, right line is a method which is having 19 syntaxes. Depends upon what value you are passing. Based on that, the corresponding right line method is going to invoke. First, I passed an integer, then this method is invoked. If you won't believe that also, see, when I right click, go to definition, which right line is invoked? 1129, which is taking an integer is highlighted, right? Now again I'm going back. If I right click on this right line, go to definition, see this time which one? 1196 code is highlighted, which is taking a string value. That means right line is not a single method. It's a overloaded method which can handle all types of data to print. In the same way, I want some add method. I want some add method which can add two numbers, which can add three numbers, which can add four numbers, which can add five numbers also, or which can add float values also. How I have to do that? By using method overloading. What is method overloading? In a class, if more than one method is having the same name with different type of parameters or a different type of parameters or different number of parameters or different order of parameters, then that is called as method overload. That means what? Let's see. Public void add. It is taking two integers, int a comma int b. Now console.writeLine addition equal to plus a plus b. A plus b. So if I want to do two numbers addition, then I'm using this. And if I want to do three numbers, a, b, c, int c, and here also I have to give plus c. So here this method, how many parameters it is taking? Two parameters. That too two integer parameters it is taking, right? Here how many parameters it is taking? Three parameters, three integer parameters it is taking. Three integer parameters it is taking. So here the number of parameters is 2, here the number of parameters is 3. So different number of parameters. Then for that you can give same name. In a class, if more than one method is having the same name, yes, same name, but with a different number, Different type means what? I'm going to create one more method. Public void add float a, comma, float b. Float b. Now, this is also valid one. Why? Because here it is taking two parameters, but type is different. Now, which method is going to invoke? When you are calling add of, what type of parameters you are passing, according to that, the corresponding method is going to invoke. Here, which method? This method is going to call. This method is going to call. Add is not addition. Now, if you are passing any decimal values or if you are passing three values, then the third method is going to invoke. Right? This is that. This is that. Yes. Now, when I am selecting this, you are passing three parameters, right? Which method is taking three? Why it is doing that? Okay. Static. Now, when I run this, see, the first one addition and the second one addition, both are shown. First one addition, second one addition, both are shown like that. Okay. So, depends upon what type of parameters you are passing. Based on that, the corresponding method is going to invoke. This is called as method overloading. In a class, if more than one method is having the same name with different number of parameters or different type of parameters or different order of parameters, that concept is called as method overload. Because of this method overloading only one write line method is going to print a different type of data. Not only that, many examples are there. Because of that, right, best example, calculator only. Only one plus is doing all the type of numbers addition. But actually internally, what type of data you are passing, based on that, the corresponding method is going to invoke. Clear or any questions? This is commonly asked interview question. What is method overloading? Method overriding is different. Method overloading is different. We are discussing only method overloading. Method overriding I will discuss in polymorphism concept. Clear? Okay. Try to practice all these things. We will discuss next methods concept in tomorrow's class. Max tomorrow's class we will finish this, and day after tomorrow we will move to OOPS concept. Okay. Okay. That's bye all of you. Thank you. Good morning. So, in our last concept, we discussed about method overloading. What is method overloading? How we are going to implement all these things already we discussed. Now, let's move little more on that. Okay. So, here I created some methods and I'm going to create two more overloaded versions. Overloaded versions. Here, the first one is going to take 4 parameters int d, and I'm going to add that here. And the next one, I want to give int d comma int e. 5 parameters it is going to take, plus d plus e. All that 5 also I'm giving, right? Now, what is our, here how many overloaded versions are there? Here, the add method can take even 4 parameters also, right? Because I had added 2 more overloaded versions. Because of that reason, it can take more than 3 parameters. That means it can take 4 parameters and it can take 5 parameters also, right? Now, everything is okay. But see, is these many methods are required means no. All these methods are not required, because see, if you observe the first three, the last 3 methods, here it is taking 3 parameters, here it is taking 4 parameters, here it is taking 5 parameters. Because this 2, 3, 4 or 3, 4, 5, I am creating 3 methods. I'm creating 3 methods, and not only that, one more method is there which is taking 2 parameters. For that I wrote one more method. I don't want this much of overheadache. Is there any option is there for that? Means yes, there is an option called optional parameters. There is an optional called optional parameters. Let's just a moment. 4 parameters it is taking. Now, if you observe, only integer, leave about float. Float we can't do anything here. Leave about this integer only. So this is taking 2 parameters, this is taking 3 parameters, this is taking 4 parameters. And I don't want to write these many methods. I don't want to write these many methods. Is there any alternative approach? Means yes. What is that? Optional parameters. That means 2 parameters are mandatory. And from 2 parameters onwards, I'm giving some initial value to that. That means int c equal to 0, d equal to 0, and e equal to 0 I'm giving. C equal to 0, d equal to 0, and e equal to 0 I'm giving. That means A and B are the mandatory things. Remaining are, if you are passing that, it will take. Now I'm removing all these things. See, I'm removing all these things. Now, how many methods I wrote? Only one method. But is there any error it is showing? No. If I'm passing 2 parameters, that values will be assigned to A and B. That values will be assigned to A and B. For C, I'm not passing parameter, right? C value will take it as 0, D value will be 0, E value will be 0. Suppose if you are passing the parameters, then that value will be overlapped this 0. Then you might ask, ma'am, we have to assign 0 only as the initial value. Means no. Whatever value you want, you can assign. But if you are not supplying that particular value, that variable value will be replaced with this given value. Okay, so here in this first line, A equal to 45 and B equal to 567, and C will be 0 and D will be 0 and E will be 0. And same thing here, A equal to 56 and B equal to 67 and C equal to 78, and D will be 0 and E will be 0, because you are not supplying those values. Like that, what and all you are passing, that it will take, remaining will be replaced with this. You can give the initial value 1 or whatever value you want. Here why I gave 0 means any number plus 0 means the value won't change, right? That's why I had given 0. Any questions on this? This is called as optional parameters. Is it clear, or any questions? Okay, I'm moving to next. Suppose I'm creating one more methods demo. Class. method demo.
Ma'am, you're muted.
Yes, yes. So I created one method, add method. Here to this add method, how many parameters are passing? 5 parameters I'm passing, A and B. So 5 parameters I'm passing, A and B. And C, D, E values, I'm giving some initial values. So whether I want to pass, I will, otherwise I won't. That means what? Now this add method is ready to take 2 parameters, and this add method is ready to take 3 parameters, or this add method is ready to take 4 parameters, and this add method is ready to take 5 parameters. Maximum how many parameters it will take? Maximum it can take 5 parameters only. So 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now whatever add method I designed, this add method is ready to take these many parameters. Suppose I want one more overloaded. This time I want to pass 6 parameters. Will it take? No, it will throw error. Why? Whatever add method you are seeing here, this add method is not taking 6 parameters. If that add method is not taking 6 parameters, then you tell me how it will take that 6 parameters. It can't take, right? So for that, we are having one more option. For that only, we are having one more option. That is nothing but params keyword. That means, oh, if I want to do this activity, what I can do? I have to add one more variable, int f is equal to 0, and in the formula I have to write this one. But that is not the correct approach. Suppose if suddenly if I want to pass 10 parameters, means you can't go back to program and you can modify that. That means I want a method in such a way that how many numbers I want to pass, that method should take. How many parameters I'm going to pass, all the parameters, it should ready to take that. How that is possible? That is possible with the help of params keyword. That is possible with the help of params keyword. So how params is going to work means, don't give all the parameters list. Simply declare one integer array. Simply declare one integer array. And how to add that integer array values? Int sum equal to 0, and we can write for each, right? For each int number in ARR. From that one by one number I'm going to pick, and even brackets is also not required. Sum is equal to sum plus number, and I'm going to print console.writeLine sum is equal to plus that sum value I'm going to print. This is good. Now my add method is ready to take any number of values. My add method is ready to take any number of values. But what is the problem in that? I have to pass array only. That's why see here all are showing errors. Why? No overloaded method add can take 2 arguments, because there I'm saying that you have to pass array, but here I'm passing normal values. If I pass array, it will take, see, integer array ARR is equal to 11, 22, 33. If I'm taking this and add of ARR, it will take. and it will take it, it will returns the value. But if it is normal, it's not taking. In that case, you have to make your array variable as params. That's it. See, all your errors are gone. So when you declare your array variable as a params type, whether if you are passing a normal value or if you are passing array, both are ready to take. Again, I'm saying, if you are passing an array or if you are passing normal values, both are ready to take. Okay, what are the advantage of this params means what? This params array is going to take any number of values. There is no limit for that. It's ready to take any number of values. Okay, it's not going to stop that process. So that is the use of params keyword. Now let me run this program. How to execute console demos. Method demo 6. Run. See what is the error. See all the values result I'm getting. So if I declare my array as a params type, there is no rule that your params array should be integer only. You can give, suppose for float also you want to give like, you want to give like that only. So what we have to give here, not in this program, this one, method 6. Here, if you want to create one more array of float, you can give that also. But what is the advantage of params means it can take any type of list, whether if it is an array list or a normal list, any values it's going to take. And some rules are there. If you are using params as a parameter, some rules are there. So for your method parameters, only one should be params type. Very, very important. That means here you can't give one more params of string array str list. You can't give like that. It will throw error. Means in that parameters list, only one variable should be declared as a params type. Only one variable should be declared as a params type. This is very, very important thing. And even if you are giving another variable, if you are giving another type of data, always params should be the last parameter. Param should be the last parameter. That means what? That means now my params parameter is going to take string also along with this data. String name also it's going to take. But that string name you have to give before, not last. That's what they are saying. That means if you are giving that string array, it should take, we should give before only, not after. We should give before only, not after. That is also very, very important point. If you are giving params, if you are giving other than params any other type of data, you can give, but that should be the last. So that should be the first and param should be the last. And almost we covered all. Here why it is throwing error means you are expecting, you means this method is expecting a string, but you are not passed that string, right? That's why it is throwing error. How to resolve that? Anyone? How to resolve these errors? How to resolve? Here this add method is expecting a string and an array, but you are not passing that string, that's why it is throwing error. See, you are not passing that string, that's why it is throwing error. So how these errors can be resolved? At least try.
We need to pass those arguments in string type.
String type, yes, very good. That is one solution. So here I am giving some string. Now this line error is gone because you are passing string, right? Because that error is gone. Any other solution for that? Whatever you said, that is correct. But one more solution is there. Just before you learned that concept. What is that concept? I'm doing some other, don't think I'm doing that work. What is that concept? That concept is nothing but, even if you want, you can give some value, but actual concept is here you can make this name as a nullable type, because if people are not passing the name, then store a null value, like that I'm saying. But still, why it is throwing error? Because that name is the first parameter, right? So here you have to pass, you have to give the parameter name everywhere. Here ARR, you have to give the parameter name. What is that parameter and what are those values? You have to pass that parameter name. That is a mandatory part. So keep remember, if you are passing this data, well and good. If you are not passing this data, make this variable as a nullable type. Make this variable as a nullable type. And when you are passing this parameter, before this parameter, if you are confusing this, I will declare the array name as A. When you are passing this, simply you give that parameter name. Yesterday we discussed named arguments. Have you remembered? Where is this? Named arguments. See, when you are not passing, or when you are changing the order, if you are not supplying all the values, then what I said, along with that parameter, along with the value, specify the variable name also. Same thing here also you can do. ARR colon. Maybe you have to give it in flower brackets. Yes, because more number of variables are there, right? If you are passing RAM, then well and good. If you are not passing, some approach is there, square bracket or some bracket is there. So ARR column 56. If I pass a single parameter, it will take 56. Now, if I want to pass a set of values, some syntax will be there. new integer array. Why it is throwing error? Set of values can be specified. Maybe why it is. Some indication will be there. You can specify that. Let me check. This ARR colon. Okay, otherwise simple way, instead of doing all these things. But one way is there, like this also you can pass. I will check that something we have to give that. But instead of doing all these things, one easiest way is there. When you are passing, and if you don't want to, even this null value also not required. So suppose here all are showing errors, right? Really, if you are not supplying the value, simply give an empty thing. That is also valid. Or you can give like this, or string dot empty you can give, because I'm not going to pass any data to that, right? String dot empty, anything, double quotes with empty double quotes you can give, or string dot empty you can give, all are valid. So if you are having the data, well and good. If you are not having the data, then string dot empty you can give like this. But this is not the correct approach. One more approach is there. By passing that square bracket and all, using named arguments you can pass. But all are possible, all ways are possible. So if you are supplying the value, well and good. If you are not supplying the value of that name variable, here in this name variable you can store a null value. You can store a null value, and always when you are calling that particular thing, you can use, when you are calling that particular thing, you can use only params part. Okay, any questions? Okay, then
Ma'am, hello.
yes,
Along with string, we can also take float as a parameter.
obviously you can take.
Okay.
Means params float or normal float?
Normal float, ma'am.
Normal float you can take, float f. And if you want to pass some value, you can pass. And if you want to give initial value, you can. But what I'm trying to say is, whatever parameters you are passing, you can pass, but this param should be the last parameter, not first parameter. Okay, that's very important.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Next. Now, till now, whatever concepts we had discussed, all are related to parameters only. How we are going to pass parameters, that topic only. And we are having one more problem, that is called return type. Till now we didn't discuss about return types. And now I'm creating my main program, static void main, and I'm going to start one method, static void test, and this is taking string type of data, string name. And this method can return something, return hello plus name. See, if I'm writing a method, static void hello, static void hello, if it is printing something, console.writeLine hello world, then my return type I have to give it as void, because that method is not returning anything. Suppose if your method is returning something, then You people have to specify that return type before of this method name. So here my method is returning a string type of data. Because of that, I had given my return type as string. So if your method is not returning anything, then you can call that method directly. If it is taking parameters, you can pass. But if your method is returning something, you have to capture that. How to capture that? Either if you want to use it for printing, then directly you can give return console.writeLine of test of Vamsi. You can give that. No, if you want to store in some variable string, result is equal to test of Sony, and that result I want to print it in somewhere. Now I want to print, you can print it. Console.writeLine result. Either which one is comfortable, you can directly at the time of console.writeLine, when you are writing console.writeLine, at the time you can do that, or you can store the result in another variable called result, and that result value you can print, but both are valid. But if your method is not taking any, if your method is not returning anything, then you no need to put under console.writeLine. Okay, then here some important points. What are they? Leave about hello, because we are discussing this return type. A method can take any number of arguments, but a method can return a single value. Very, very important. I'm not saying in C#. In any language, a method can take any number of arguments, but always a method can return only a single value. Only a method can return only a single value. This sometimes this will be a feature, sometimes this will be a drawback also. So what is the problem? If a method is able to return a single value, what will be what value you are returning? That return type you are going to specify before of this method. That is not a problem, right? Then what will be the issue in this? Now let's see the problem here. Now I am going to create one method, static void swap int a comma int b, and here swapping logic I'm writing int temp is equal to a is equal to b is equal to temp. I'm doing something. So all this logic is done. I'm removing this main program logic. Now int x is equal to 10 comma y is equal to 20. Some values I give. Console.writeLine a equal to a and b equal to b. All the a b values I'm trying to print. All the x y values I'm going to print. Y. Now I'm calling this swap method. I'm passing this x and y, and this is before swapping. Now I use this syntax. So dollar I will use. No need of double quotes here. After swapping x and y values, I'm going to print. So anyone, any guesses what will be the x and y value? Method demo 7. What will be the values of x and y?
20 and 10.
Before means 10 and 20, right? Before is x equal to 10, y equal to 20. That's for sure, because after this line only you called swap. So before this it's 10 and 20. So you are saying here x value will be 20 and y value will be 10, right? See, even if it is wrong also, if you are going for interviews or anything, even you are saying wrong also, no problem. Or if you are saying correct also, no problem. What you are saying, say confidently. True or false? Others. Why all are silent? Logic is very straightforward. Just A value to B value to A, I am changing. No, it's not clear.
It's clear, ma'am.
20 and 10. Others also agree with that answer. Okay. Let's see the value output, what it is showing. See, before swapping 10 and 20, after swapping 10 and 20. Why? Actually, swapping is happening. If you want, you can go to that syntax here. Here, the values will be temp equal to A. Here, A value will be 10 and B value will be 20. And temp equal to A means A value will be 10. In the temp it will stores. Next, A equal to B. B means what? B equal to 20. That 20 will be stored in that A. And here B is equal to temp. What is the temp value? Temp value is 10, right? That means 10 is going to be. Means after ending this program, what will be the A value? 20. What will be the B value? 10. But why it's not printing there? Actually, see here clearly I wrote, this is the internal process, how it is going on. That means the work is happening. Why it is not printing the 10 and 20 there? Because you are not returning those values. You went to hotel and you ordered one dosa and you paid money also, and they prepared that and they packed everything, but you forgot to bring back to home. Now, once you reach home, you want to eat dosa, means will it be there? No. You did everything there, but you are not returning back that values to your main program. How should those values will get back? Right? You are doing something, then ma'am, but here A and B values are changing means when I start methods concept, I said these are called as parameters. See, I think here I told these are called as parameters. The scope of the parameter is within that method only. See, within that method only you can. Outside of the method, you can't use those variables. Outside of the, see, this name is called as a parameter. The scope of this name is within that method only. Nowhere outside you can't use. Nowhere outside you can't use, right? So this parameter scope is also within this method only. Outside you can't use these variable values. Then what you can do means you can return these values. Return A, comma B. But if you want to return a value, A and B are integers, then here we have to give integer. But everything if I gave properly, then why it is throwing error? Because just before I explained, a method can take any number of arguments, but a method can return a single value. A method can return a single value. But here, how many values you are trying to return? 2 values. This is not possible, right? This is the main problem when it is coming to methods. Not only this, let's preparing one more static void calcs. It is taking int a comma int b, 2 parameters it is taking, and it is doing calculation c equal to a plus b and int d equal to a minus b. It is doing that calculation int e equal to a into b. It is doing that calculation. Now I want to send it back, the result I want to send it back to my main program. But how? You can't return. Why? C, D, E, 3 values are there. You can't return back those values to your main program, right? So what is the solution for all these problems is ref and out keyword. Ref and out keyword. Okay. So for example, if I give swap of x comma y, and here how the method is going to call means this is called as call by value. That means we are calling a method by passing the value of a variable, right? We are passing, we are calling a method by passing the value of a variable. So we can call these type of methods as call by value or pass by value. Now what I'm doing is I'm commenting this. Instead of this, I'm writing swap of ref x comma ref y. This is called as call by reference or pass by reference. That means we are calling a method by passing the reference of a variable. Reference of a variable. What is the advantage of this reference of variable? You can't return anyway, leave that. Void you have to give. So ref int a, ref int b. That's it. Now run the program. What are the values you are getting? After swapping the values, 20 and 10 values you are getting. So how this is happening? When you are calling this method, you are passing a reference and b reference. You are passing a reference and b reference. And a reference is going to handle this x address, and b reference is going to handle this y address. So here temp equal to a means what is happening means this x address inside whatever value is there, that value will goes here, and ref y means a equal to b means in this a reference store b reference value. In a reference what is there? X reference. In x reference what is there? 10. That 10 place replace with y reference value. That means this y value will comes to this. Again in this y place, in that temp whatever value is there, that temp value will be stored. That means here what we are doing, here we are not dealing about the data. We are dealing about the reference of that variables. So this mechanism we have to use when you want to pass, or when you want to change the reference, whatever values you are passing to that method, these values, if I'm having, or if any changes are happening, if I want to get back those values as it is, then I have to use ref keyword. Again, I'm saying whatever values I'm passing to that method, in that method, for those values, if any changes are happening, if I want to get back those values, then ref is going to be used. Then one more, this is one scenario. And if you come back to this calculator, whatever values I'm passing, do I want those values? No. I want some other values. Now, when I'm calling this calculator, calci, I'm passing a
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. I'm little confused here because even if you call calc and if you put the parenthesis in the main, it is doing the same job. No, why are we using that ref?
come again.
Because initially you used
Leave
swap
this,
xy.
leave this method. Yes, you tell me here.
Like here, you used swap x and y in the parenthesis initially. It still printed 20 and 10.
Why
Now,
when it printed? No, I will. If you want, I will do one thing. I will create one more method because I don't want to disturb this. So I'm creating one more swap one. This ref I'm removing.
okay.
This ref I'm removing, and then swap one, right? Here I'm calling this swap one method by passing x and y values. So after doing this swap one, I'm printing the values. Now let's run the program. See what are the values it is printing? 10 and 20. When I use ref, then it printed 20 and 10. Now clear? So keep remember, it's not a bigger concept. The problem with this is a method can't return more than one value. Because of that reason, if I pass the values, what is happening here? This x and y values will go there and they will store in this separate variables 10 and 20. So here swapping is happening to these separate variables which is not having any connectivity with your main program variables. So when I'm passing this ref keyword, when I'm passing with this ref keyword, what is happening here is I am passing the reference of x and reference of y to that swap method. I'm passing the reference of x and reference of y to that particular method. So because of that, any changes are happening to these areas that will be reflected to your original program. Clear?
Okay, okay, ma'am. But one question, like instead of doing the swapping over there, in that swap method, if you had just written console.writeLine and something, in that case, will that print the same thing? In
Here,
case of swap
yes,
one.
obviously it will print. See, if you want, I will print the values here. In method I'm writing, so we can understand that. In swap one method. Okay, in swap one method, a equal to a variable and b equal to b variable. Now run. It will print that swapped values only.
Okay.
But I want a method in such a way,
Hmm.
whatever data I'm passing, I want to get back that. In that case, you can't write like that. See?
Okay.
Where in swap method a equal to 20, b equal to 10. But when I come back to my main program, after swapping 10, 20, means in that method work is happening, but it can't able to return it back that to my main program. Then I use ref keyword.
Okay, got it, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Others clear, right? So whatever values I'm passing, I don't want that. So here I'm doing some calculation. That calculation response, I want that. In that case, what I have to use means I have to use one more keyword called out keyword. So many people will get confused here only. In which situation we have to use a ref, in which situation we have to use out. Both are used for this purpose only. When you are writing a method and our method have to return more than one variable value, in that case only ref and out are going to be useful. But when ref, whatever values you are passing, if you want to get back those values only, then ref. And whatever values you are passing, I don't want to get back those values. I don't want that values. I want some other values, then out. Out int c, out int d, out int c. I'm going to give here, sorry, out c d e. I'm giving here. Here also out int c, comma out int d, comma out int e. Then you don't declare the variables here separately. And I want to print the values here. See, console.writeLine addition equal to plus c. Addition, subtraction, multiplication. Subtraction d, multiplication e. All those things I had given. Addition, subtraction, multiplication. All those things I had given there. Now, what will be the output of that? C, D, E values it's going to print. Right? C, D, E values one after another it's going to print. But if you observe, here these variables are decorated as out. The meaning of that is always these variables will act as a return back variables. That means these are invariables. Invariables are always bring data to that method. Out variables are always take data from that method. Out variables are always take data back to that called area. From where you are calling to that area, it will go. Okay, this is, I will declare x, y. Okay, so these two are invariables which can pass the data to that method. These three are the out variables which will bring back data to this area. Okay, so whatever values you are passing, if you don't want that values, if you want some new values, then out. Whatever values you are passing, that you want, then ref. These are very important understanding. If you both are very easy, but exactly you should know in which situation which we have to use. Clear? Okay. Then actually yesterday also class is not happened, and tomorrow also we are not having session because in your batch some other people are going to join. Maybe from Monday or Wednesday we are going to join. So actually tomorrow session is not there and yesterday session is also not there. That I will cover in next week. Okay, so next week I will take extra time and I will cover that pending thing, because yesterday and tomorrow 2 days session is not happening, is that I will cover with next week. Okay, but again our next session is on Monday only. Class videos, Naresh team is sharing, right? I think every day they are sharing. Padma or anyone?
Yes, ma'am. There is something called classroom in that they are uploading.
Yes. Once you ask Naresh team, because every day after session only, maybe by afternoon they will upload. Okay. Once you ask, notes and all I will take care, but videos Naresh team have to give. Once you ask, they will provide. Maybe your email ID are missing or somehow. Once you check your email, if it is not, then you ask. Okay. Then
Ma'am, can I ask one last question?
yes.
Uh, it's about the return keyword you used initially in any of the methods, like just in case in the swap method, if you have used return A and B,
Hmm.
and if you're calling that in the main method, will that return, like you said something, a method can return a single value. Does that mean the same thing?
Single value in the sense, here I can give either return A or I can give return B. Only one only I can return. One variable means this one.
Okay.
But here my requirement is I have to return both values, right?
Yeah.
That is not possible with the return keyword. That's why ref and out keywords are came into picture.
Okay. In one line, can we write return A and in the second line return B?
No. You can
Okay.
return A and return B. When you are giving like this, in the first line only it will end. It won't throw any error, but it won't come to this next line in this because see, you ordered some dosa, and after that you ordered or suppose you ordered some dosa, and that hotel person gave that dosa thing, you, because what you asked, that you are returning back, you are getting back, then you won't stay there, right? But actually that hotel people are giving some extra, some tea or some other extra add-on pack to that dosa, but you won't wait there, right? Immediately you will return back. Same thing here also. Means here I have to give int, so immediately you will return back. You won't wait till you are returning the next. That's why multiple returns are not allowed.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So again, our next session is on Monday. Okay. Okay then. Bye all of you. Happy weekend. So in our previous class, we discussed the concept like what are the different type of written types are there. All these things we discussed, right? So in today's class, we are going to discuss one more concept called collections. So collections are also very important concept, and using collections, see, arrays are there. Using arrays we can do anything. I mean, if I want to read same type of data, how arrays are going to be used, in the same way we are having collections concept. So what are the use of these collections concept? Again, collections are used to store more number of elements, but in arrays there are some drawbacks. What are the drawbacks of arrays? Suppose if I declare an array, first of all, array is fixed length, right? What is meant by array is fixed length? If you declare your array as 5 or 4 or 6 like that, means whatever array size you are giving at runtime, based on that memory is going to create. That memory you can't change. Right? That's why I called arrays are fixed size of data. Okay. And one more drawback in arrays is, if I want to insert an element in middle position, any middle position, or if I want to remove an element in, or if I want to remove an element in any middle position, then it's very, very difficult. So in arrays, there is fixed length. Whereas one more drawback with arrays is, if you insert an element in any middle position, or if I want to remove any element in any middle position, then that will be very, very difficult process. And like that, some drawbacks are there. Now, to overcome all these things, collections are there. To overcome all these problems, collections are came into picture. So, collections are variable length. What is meant by variable length? How many elements you want to insert? That's completely your wish. How many elements you want to insert? That's completely your wish. Okay, and that means if you keep on inserting the elements, the memory size is going to be increased, and if you keep on removing the elements, the memory size is going to decrease. So based on how much data you are having in that collection, based on that the memory is going to consume. And inserting or deleting any position is very easy, very easy. Okay, and for arrays, one more thing, you no need to give any namespace. But for collections, if I want to use any collection, you have to import a namespace called system.collections. System.collections. And one more important thing about collections means collections can read any type of data. Any type of data. So there are so many collections are there. Any one of you are aware of C language data structures. All those data structures are comes here as a collections only. Comes here as a collections only. Okay, so let's see first what and all main collections are available means array list, hash table, stack, queue, linked list, like many other things are there. Mainly I'm going to concentrate these four things. In among all these lists, first one is very important. Okay, and again based on okay, let me first give some example. After that I will come back to this. Now I'm not doing anything in this project. Right click on your solution, observe carefully, add a new project. Means under my solution, one more project I'm going to add. So this is also console app using .NET framework only. This is also pure console app like .NET framework. Click on next and then advanced. Create. Now in my solution, how many projects are there? 2 projects. So in this, when you execute, by default, the old project file only will execute. Why? Because this is also a console application, this is also console application. Obviously, the old project will execute. Then what I'm doing is right click on this advanced programming and set this project as a startup project. Set this particular project as a startup project. Then whatever you wrote in this project, those is going to be executed. Whatever you wrote in this project, those are going to be executed. Okay, next. Now I want to write some collection. If I want to write some collection, what I said, we have to import a namespace called system.collection. But ma'am, already at top the collection system.collection is there means no. This is system.collection dot generic. I don't want this. So I want system.collection. Collections.generic is different, collections is different. Okay, now array list. AL is equal to new array list. Like array list kind of predefined class is there. You no need to write but your own means whatever you want to use. For that you have to create an object and you have to use that. Okay, for array list I created an object called AL, and if I want to add an element into this array, earlier we are going to write for loop and console.readline, all these things we are writing, right? Here also you can write all those things, but al dot add. Add is a standard method which is used to add an element into that array. And one more important, array list is index based. That means like for arrays, how the index is going to define from 0, 1, 2, 3 like that. For array list also, the index is going to be defined from 0, 1, 2, 3. And array.al.add of. See what is the type it is taking? The type it is taking as object. Object means object is the base type for all the other data types, right? Because of that reason, you can store a number, or al.add, you can store some decimal value, or you can store a character, or you can store a string also. Whatever data you want, you can store. Now, if I want to fetch the data stored in the array list, how to fetch the data? This is character, we have to give it in single quote. If I want to fetch the data for each, here from this array list I want to fetch, that is okay. But whatever whatever data I'm going to fetch, that is not a fixed type. One is integer, one is float, one is character, one is string. So whatever item I'm going to fetch from that array list, what type I have to define? Whether I have to define int, float, char, or string. Anyone? See, from that array list, I'm going to fetch one after another item. Then item I have to declare, right? Should I declare that item as an integer, float, char, or string? What type? Yes.
We can provide it as var.
Yes, very good. We can declare that variable as var type. So what I said about var, whatever data is coming into that, particular variable, based on that, the type is going to be defined. Based on that, the type is going to be defined. So var item is. Now, in this item, I'm having all the items. Then console.writeLine item. Now I wrote the program. Let's run this. See, all the items are coming. In which order you had stored, in that order the data is coming. Okay. So, what I will write console.write and some gap and console.write. Console.write. Now, al dot after add range entry. Add range of al dot add range of. Now I want to add range of elements. See, add means to add a single element. In the same way, add range is there. Some set of range of elements if I want to add. Suppose array list al1 is equal to otherwise I will declare this very clearly. Array list and al1 dot add some strings I'm going to add. So al dot al1 dot add string. Some two strings I created. This is two strings kind of array. Now add range of, I can give al1. Where this al1 is going to add? This al1 is going to add at last. Now let me run this. See, till Ram the data is stored. After that, at last Sony and Sri is stored. That means if I want to add bunch of values also, I can add to this array list. If I want to add a bunch of values also, I can use this array list. And al1 dot add range is there. Add is used to add a single element, which is of object type, Add range is used to add range of elements, which is a selection type. Okay, and next insert. I want to insert an element. Two things it is asking. Where you want to insert and what element you want to insert. I want to insert in first position 999 number. Then after that I have to print this element. Now run. In first position, what is it? AL dot input. Now run. See, in first position, 999 element is inserted. In first position, 999 element is inserted. That means this is also working fine, right? Now, next step. All these steps are over. Now, AL dot insert range. In 0th position, AL1 list I want to add. In 0th position, AL1 list I want to add. Insert means adding a single element. Insert range means adding a range of elements. Now run. See, starting Sony and Sri range is added. After that, remaining elements are added. Okay, like that, you can add a single element. You can add a range of elements. You can add. You can insert any position, any area in middle, any position you can give, and you can insert the element. And you can in the middle position, not only 0. If you want, you can give 5 or any position you can give. In that position, a range of elements you can insert. In the same way, if you want, you can remove also. Let's come down.
Okay. Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. I'm a little confused as in how it is printing. I don't understand.
Right? First, for example, if you take this is 0th position, right? This is first position. This is second position. This is third position. The order is 67, 676 star and RAM. When I run this first line, it is showing like that, right? Clear the first line?
Yes.
After that, I created one more array list. Till this step, the process is done. After that, I created one more array list with Sony and Sri. And Sony Sri is going to add in this array list 1. Okay. Now what I'm doing, AL dot add range of AL1. That means to this array list. What is the array list last position? 3, right? So after this third position, it's going to add this Sony and Sri. That means Sony position will be 4 and Sri position will be 5. Now if I run after RAM, Sony and Sri will be there. That is second line, this one.
Okay.
Okay. And after finishing this, what is the third step? After printing this list, insert first position. What is first position? In first position, present this 67, some value, some decimal value is there, right? In that first position, I'm going to insert 999. Now you only tell me, you and your friend between some other person is standing, means what your friend will do, your friend will move to one step next. Then only another person can pick her. Same thing here it's happening. So in the first position, 999 element is inserted. In this position, whatever number is there, that will move to next.
Okay.
And insert range of elements. Insert range of elements means in 0th position, I want to insert AL1. That means already in AL1, what is there? Sony and Sri is there. That Sony and Sri is inserted at 0th position. 0th position means, see, Sony and Sri is inserted. All the other elements will be moved to next. When you want to check this one, compare with this line. Don't compare with this line. You won't understand.
Okay.
Others also clear? Collections are little important concept. Okay, like that the elements are going to store. So that means if I want to insert a single element or range of elements also very easy for me. And next the removing part. Now this I'm keeping this also beside. Now I want to remove this 999 from this list. Where is this 999? 0, 1, 2, 3. In third position it is there. Then al dot remove it of what is that third position, right? After that third position element removing, I'm printing the array list. Now obviously what will be removed? 0, 1, 2, 3, third position, 999 is going to remove. In the same way, al dot remove, if I give al dot remove, I can give whatever element I want to remove. Whatever element I want to remove, that I can give. Suppose what I'm doing is al dot remove of Sony I'm giving. So if you observe, Sony, how many times are there? 2 times. Let me show the output also. So this is going to remove third position element. That means 999 is going to remove. After that, Sony will be in 2 positions. So this is first position, this is last position. Sony. But the first where that Sony is available from starting, that element it will remove, not all Sony. It won't remove all Sony elements. Only the first element is going to remove. Now, see, first position, whatever Sony is there, only that it removes, not the next position. Okay, after that. al dot remove Sony and for each all these things are done. Then al dot remove range. Remove range means what it is expecting index. 0th position. Before giving this, I will run the application. I will keep this beside. So I want to remove range of elements. That range will start from 0 to 0, 1, 2. 0 to 3 elements I want to remove. That means the first position will be star. So what it is expecting? al dot index 0 to how many elements? 3 elements I want to do. That's it. And I want to print the list. Now run. See, from star start. From star it started. Right? That means all these things are working. So once go through with this code, anywhere any one of you is not clear, please ask. I'm moving little top.
Is it for the cursor to move to next line, ma'am?
Sorry.
The you're moving that for the cursor to move to next line, console dot write line.
No, just so that you can see the whole program, right?
Yeah, but that line you have mentioned because already it's printing all the items, but again console dot write line
Right
without any
line.
message.
I'm making this to next line. What console dot write will do? Console dot write will do all the printing work, and cursor will stay in the same line, right?
Yes.
Because of that, to move to next line only, I had given this.
Okay. Okay. Can we use escape sequence as well here
Ah,
instead of
yes, correct.
writing?
We can do.
Okay.
These are the list and these are the elements. From here onwards, you check. Next, add range of elements. To this add range, I'm adding here. Yes, these are the main process. If everyone is clear, then I will move to next. Shall I move to next?
Yes.
Next. So, if anyone asks you which one you will select, either array list or collections means, you have to ask the scenario requirement. That means right click. You have to ask the requirement. Static void main. Like what is the exact scenario? Like whether you want a scenario where you can insert an element in middle position or removing an element in middle position, or any number of elements should store. If your requirement is matches to this, then obviously you have to use collection. Otherwise, your preference should be arrays. Why? See, for example, array list al is equal to new array list. If I want to use array list, I have to import system.collection. Then al dot. Now what I'm doing is I'm for int I is equal to 0, I less than or equivalent to 100. Int I is equal to 0, I less than or equal to 100, I plus plus. I plus plus. Then here al dot add some al dot add of datetime dot now dot seconds part I want to add. Okay, now this is I created one array. Now in the same way, int empty braces arr is equal to new int of some 1000 I gave. Okay, now for int I is equal to 0, I less than or equivalent to 100. 100 is enough because it itself it will take more. I plus plus, I plus plus, and ARR of I dot I is equal to datetime dot now dot second. It's going to add seconds. So in both I added the seconds. Now AL dot console dot write line AL of 100. In that 100 position, what is there that I want to fetch? In the same way, in this array also, I'm going to fetch the last element, ARR. Now make this as an entry point. Properties, run. What I will do is, here, the first one will convert automatically, but this one, string array will take. Seconds wise, right? I'm not going to take this. Why it is throwing error? Let me check. Seconds means it should take numbers only. Index out of box. Why index out of box? Less than or equal to 0 I'm starting. Okay. Because array index will start from 0, right? Which will be 99 only. So I'm going to store 9. I'm going to print 99 elements. No, it's not like that. Both are one after another. It's executing, right? Okay. How to represent this thing then? Okay. Then there is stopwatch class is there. Means just I want to show the difference between these two things. System.diagnostic. Stopwatch. Watch is equal to new stopwatch. And watch dot start. I'm going to start this activity. And once all these things are done, means after doing all these things, watch dot stop. And after stopping this, I'm not going to print the 1000 element. Watch dot collapsed. Then same process I'm going to do here also. And here also I started this process. Watch one I will give. Watch one I will give. Otherwise, anyway, you are going to stop this again. You can start this also. But no problem. Watch 1 dot, and here watch 1 dot elapsed time. Total minutes I will, minutes it won't take. Let me check minutes or seconds I will take. Elapsed dot total minutes. If total minutes not worked, I will return in total seconds. Total seconds is good. Run this program. Now, if you observe the difference between these two, array list and array, there is huge difference. So, if you compare that array list had taken more time than array. So, keep remember, if you want to use array list, this syntax is very straightforward, but it will take more time if your data is more. Why? Because all the data here it is going to take in the form of object, right? So for each and every element, boxing and unboxing is required. Then only it will store the element, right? But arrays, it's not like that. By starting itself, we are defining the array is of integer, float, or char, something you are specifying. So that boxing and unboxing is not required. Because of that reason, performance-wise, arrays are always good compared to array. But in array list, we are having more number of options like add range, insert range, delete, remove range, remove it, like that. So many options are there. Because of that, our work becomes so easy. But performance-wise, if whose data is there, then always go with array. So is this clear or any question?
This array date, time, and now seconds, is it the return value for the time format? I was thinking it's for the time format, but is it the seconds it took for the program to execute?
What I will do is, that is predefined class, console.writeLine, date, time, dot now. What it is going to return means it is going to return the, the, the date and time both. So in this, if you want only date or only month or only year or only hours, minutes, seconds, milliseconds, or whatever you want, that you can specify after that dot. So no ma'am, I'm getting confusion with this means simply you give I. See, don't concentrate what I'm trying to store in that list. How much time it is going to store that data in that list. That is important. So what I'm storing in that list means I'm storing seconds. I'm storing seconds so that it is going to store seconds part there. So
is it like how many seconds it took for that program?
How many seconds it took for that program can be identified using start watch and stop watch. Suppose see,
Okay.
the concentration means how much time it had taken will be counted by the stopwatch, not this like. If you are confusing,
what exactly is that date, time, date now, and
okay,
second?
then take RAM. I'm going to store RAM, and here also I'm going to store RAM. Then it will be easy, right? Just RAM I'm going to store in multiple positions. Here this is a string array, an integer array, some 11 or something I'm going to store. Clear now? If I run this again, see, both how much time it had taken. See, lot of difference is there. If you compare the difference between these two, it had taken 1, but it had taken 5.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, all these are very small topics, but introduce all these small points only they will concentrate more. And one more is there in array list only, like how the memory is going to consume. I'm not going to discuss these topics for hash tables, stacks, queues, all these things. I'm not going to discuss all these topics. For only one array list, I'm going to discuss all. For next and all, these points are common. So performance wise, always arrays are good. But in your application, there is some scenarios that you have to remove middle element or you have to add a middle element, and all these cases, compared to others, always array list is good. But it's more number of elements if you want to handle. Instead of array list, arrays you have to use. That means it depends upon your requirement. You have to use which one is more preferable. And tomorrow in array list, one more is their capacity. After explaining that capacity, I will move to hash table. Okay. Okay then. Bye, all of you. See you tomorrow. I love you. Good morning. So in yesterday's class, we discussed what is collections. In that first collection already we discussed array list. And in that array list also we discussed what is the difference between arrays and array list. Priority wise, performance wise, always arrays are good compared to array list. Why? Because in array list, whatever data it is going to take, everything is going to convert in the form of everything will take in the form of object and converts into that related type. So boxing and unboxing is happening in that array list. Because of that reason, it will be little delay when we compare with arrays. Okay. And one more important thing is also there. Add collections. Static void main, and then suppose if I'm creating some array list al is equal to new array list, and this array list is available in system dot collections. Al dot add. So okay, let me know the capacity, means how much capacity memory or how much capacity is for this array list. So if I want to know console dot write line al dot capacity, al dot capacity, it is going to return the capacity, and I'm going to add one more element. Now I want to know how much memory is going to consume for this. Now go to properties. I'm going to select collections 3. Now run. Initial capacity, it will shows it as 0. So when you are creating an array list, if you are not giving anything, initial capacity, it will start with 0. It will start with 0, and if you keep on adding the elements, or if you keep on adding the elements, then the memory is going to be updated. But keep remember, the initial capacity, it will start with 0. And once you started inserting the element, then the capacity is going to be increased. Now the capacity is 4. So till how much time that 4 will be there? Now I'm going to add one more element. Al dot add one more element. I added like this. Now 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 elements is over. Now if I want to know the capacity, it will be 4 only. Now I'm going to insert some more elements, 11. Now if I know the capacity, this will become as 8. See, 0448. That means the capacity will increase 4 more and the total capacity will be 8. Then how many elements it's going to be? Now the initial capacity, it is returning as 0. And once you insert the element, the initial capacity will be increased to 4. And this after this is 0th position element, this is first position element, this is second position element, this is third position element. Now if I'm going, because only that 4 locations are filled, so the capacity whatever memory is allocated for this, that is okay. Then al dot capacity of means it will return 4 only, but once you insert one more element, then the capacity will be 8. That means 4 will be added and the total capacity will be 8. Now how many? Al dot and or al dot add or al dot add. Now here this value will be 5, right? This value will be 6. This value will be 7. Now if I want to know the capacity, obviously it will shows 8 only. Okay, if you want you can try it and run. See, 8 only. Now I'm going to insert one more element, because whatever 8 is there, that is also over. Now al dot add of some value I'm giving. And now if I want to know the capacity, see what will be the value. One more 8 is going to add, that value will become as 60. So is this clear? So dynamically, if you are adding the element, then the memory is going to consume. So here the value will be 16, right? Now what I'm doing is al dot remove 56 element. 56 element I'm going to remove. So when I'm trying to know the capacity, it will show it as 16 only, because one element is going to reduce and that adjustment it will take, but the capacity will be like that. Suppose if I'm removing range of elements, so al dot.
Mom, is it like up to 4 elements it's taking 4, or how is it like?
Up to
Even
4
if you're
elements, 4
giving
locations,
one,
4 empty locations are going to create.
even if we are giving one addition, it's taking 4 by default. Is it
That's
possible?
what I'm saying. See, suppose I want to take one classroom session. So what Naresh team is going to do means, initially they won't put any chair. But if one person is coming, then what they will do means, they won't take only one chair and they will put 4 chairs continuously. If the 4 is filled and one more person is coming, then 4 more is going to add. Do you understand?
Okay, got it.
Now remove range 0, 3 elements. From 0th position to 3 elements I want to remove, and I want to know the capacity. See what is the capacity, because 16 highest memory is allocated, that won't remove. So that will be keeps as it is. Okay. So like that the memory is going to consume. Suppose if you are not giving anything, then initial capacity it will start from 0. That means when I am starting demo, then Naresh team don't put at least a single chair in that room. But once the person entered, then immediately first 4 means the initial value will be 4. First 4 chairs they will put. If the 4 chairs are filled, then only again 4 more chairs they will put. That means total chairs are 8. If that 8 seats are filled, then again 8 more seats they will get. Like that the value will be increased. So is this concept is clear? Because if you are writing any Microsoft examination and all, they will give this type of program and they will ask the output of this. If it is clear, then I will move to next.
It's clear. Just one thing, like you said, remove range 0, 3. Is it like, what is the element? What is the 0 and 3? Could you just say that?
I won't tell you. See, when I open this bracket, now you tell me what is that 0 and 3 now?
0 is the index.
3 is for how many elements you want to remove. That means from 0th position to 3 elements I want to remove. Okay.
Okay.
So why I showed this syntax means, see, some only I'm telling, but many things I'm not telling, right? When you are opening that, you should try to understand. See, remove a range of elements from the array list. The zero based starting index, that means zero means the initial index, it will start from 0. Based on that, you give the index value, and how many range of elements you are going to remove, that second element count. Okay.
So it's from 0, 1, 2, 3 got removed now when you're doing that?
Sorry.
From so 0th element, first element, and second element are going to get removed.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Others also. Clear, right? Now, if I'm starting my array list, if I'm not giving anything, then my capacity will start from 0. Then I am saying to Naresh, if I'm not saying anything about that seating capacity, then they will behave like that. If I ask, no, put some seating capacity as 10 initially. If I want to ask, I can ask. How? Then here in this array list, there is one more overloaded thing that is called capacity. That means if you are not asking anything, they will start from 0. If you want, you can ask, no, put 2 seats initially, or put 4 seats initially, or put 10 seats initially, like that. Suppose I want 2. What is the meaning of this? When the creating the object itself, two locations, 2 memory locations, they are going to be. So what is the capacity of this? 2. Right? When I insert the first element, no problem, because already 2 locations are created. In that, only 0th position you stored. And what is the capacity? Now also it will return 2. Now in the first place, this element you inserted. Now whatever memory is allocated, this and this filled the data. When you are trying to insert one more element, the value will become 4. The value will become 4. And this and this 2 elements will be stored in that 4. Total 4 elements are there. If you ask the capacity, it will written as 4 only. Now when you are adding one more element, then the value will be increased. Now if I run this, see, remaining all values are same, but first value, see, 2, 2, 4, 8, 8. So the first 2 values, 2, 2, 4, 8, 8. Remaining all are same, but initial capacity, it will behave like this. Clear, or any question? So if you are not giving any initial capacity, it will start from 0. But if you want, you can give some initial capacity also. Clear, right? I'm moving to next. Next one. Hash table. Hash table. Static void main, and again I have to use using system dot collections. Using system dot collections and hash table. What is hash table? Hash table, ht equal to new hash table. Hash table ht equal to new hash table. So when I open this, so many overloaded versions. It can take dictionaries, it can take capacity also. See, whatever I explained in array list, all those things here also. Capacity and all those things, same concept. I'm not going to explain again here. So I don't want to give anything. I don't want to give any initial capacity. And what is the difference? This is again one more commonly asked interview question. What is the difference between array list and hash table? See, array list is going to hold the data Array list is going to hold the data in the form of array list is going to hold the data in the form of object, but hash table will also hold the data in the form of object, but in array list index is predefined. That means you are not going to define the index. So index will start from 0, 1, 2, 3 like that. It's automatically, it's a predefined index. You are not going to touch that index directly, right? But in hash table index is user defined. That means index you can define by your own. That means he.add, when you are giving this, see, key and value, two things it is going to take. So what is the purpose? Because 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 is good. It is going to store properly. Now, why I want to define the index also myself? Suppose, see, using array list, 30 elements are stored. Suddenly, where I stored RAM, that value I want. Suppose if you take this example only, whatever yesterday I explained. Yes, this example only. So somewhere I stored this RAM. Somewhere I stored this RAM. Now, or somewhere I stored Sony. Now, suddenly I want where that Sony is stored. Then what you have to do? I want to print only the Sony value. Then what I have to do? I have to go top and I have to check the output first, and where I stored Sony, I have to count that index. Then I have to print at last console.writeLine AL of which position I'm going to give that. Right? See how difficult it is. Again, I'm saying, suddenly if I want to print the Sony value, now I have to run the program first and I have to check where that Sony is stored, in which position, second position or fourth position or sixth, where it stored that value. Then based on that, I have to give that particular value here. If this is 4 or 5 elements, then good. If it is 100 elements, then it's very, very difficult. For you people counting itself, it will take time. Or else you have to find where that Sony is there. For that you have to write some logic. After that you have to print that element. This is really very difficult process, right? Then what hash table is doing? Hash table index also you can give by yourself. That means I want to store employee. For example, I want to store employee. Array list AL equal to new array list, and I'm going to store AL dot add of employee number. AL dot add of 1001 and AL dot add of RAM and AL dot add of salary and AL dot add of developer. AL dot add of, he's a developer and he is getting mail like this. This is my data. Now suddenly I want to print a message. Ram, your role is developer. Now if I want to print this message, see how difficult it is. Console.writeLine. Where is that RAM available? Again I have to count. This is 0, this is 1. So AL of 0 plus your role is, again plus AL of developer 0, 1, 2, 3, third position. I have to give like this. That means here my array list is very small, hardly 5 elements. That's why quickly you are saying. Even quickly I'm checking and I'm writing. But imagine that is 50 elements. Okay. Same thing if I want to work with hash table. then e number comma 1001 and ht dot add of e name comma ram and ht dot add of e name salary comma 45 and ht dot add of developer, right, role comma developer and ht dot add of gender comma male. I wrote everything. Now if I want to print the data, I no need to check that. Simply I can print console.writeLine ht of e name plus your role is plus ht of, see how easy it is. Even if I'm having 50 or 100 also, no problem. I am defining my key, right? When I am defining my key, obviously I can print it very easily. Then you might ask, ma'am, instead of array list, we can use hash table. But there is some problem. What is that? The problem with this hash table is we are not having those many methods available in that. That means, so first one, array list index is predefined. So we are, index is user defined. Index is user defined. This is one advantage. And this is going to store the data. It will store the data based on hashing algorithm. Whereas here, if you take here, based on index, it is going to store. Based on index means obviously this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, like that only it will hold. Whereas here it won't like that. Let me print that. If I want to print, if I want this list for each where item in array list and console.writeLine al of al item, it's going to print that item. Same thing if I want to print this list, console.writeLine the given list, is, and for each where item in ht and console.writeLine item ht dot keys item of ht of item. I'm going to print that list. Now let me run this program first. After that I will explain this performance. Hash table run. See here I did some mistake. 1001, your role is developer. Here Ram, your role is developer is working properly. Why I got mistake here? It is this. This is one position. It's not a 0th position. In one Ram is there. See, that's what. If counting or anything is wrong, then here your output will also be wrong. But here it's not like that, because directly you are printing the result based on index, so no problem. And if you run this, both are going to show the same thing. And if you observe this output, 1001 RAM 45,000 developer mail. That means in which order I am giving, in that order it is printing. But if you observe this data, it's not like that. It's taking the data in a different way. Okay, so keep remember, hash table will holds the data based on hashing algorithm. There will be some, means for every variable or every value, there will be a hash code. So the hashing algorithm will be applicable to that hash code, and based on that, it is going to hold the data. Now, I want to know whether the performance wise this will be good or bad. So already we had implemented one program in yesterday's session. Let's go back to that. Array list I implemented, right? In the same way. Yes. Copy. And this. 2. Actually, 3 objects are not required. 1 is enough. This is hash table. Hash table al equal to or ht equal to new hash table. No. Hash table. Now ht dot add I comma ram and watch to dot elapsed time. Done. So date time dot now dot second. I want to store. Same thing I want to store it here, and I want to store it in this also. Now all are good. Now make this as an entry point. Collections. I'm executing. See, the time wise, if you observe, the first one hash table had taken more compared to array list, and arrays are very less, 3166 only. After that array list 4244, but hash table if you take, it will be 4388, because based on hashing algorithm it is going to store the data. Based on hashing algorithm, it's going to take the time. So because of that reason, this will be little slow. But then, ma'am, why we are using hash table? Only one thing, index you can define by your own. So in your project, if there is any scenario where you have to define your index by your own, then obviously there is no other option. You have to use hash table only. Any questions? Chandu and Ansi, I'm not at all getting your voices. Are you people are understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Ansi? No. Are you there, Ansi? Padma, is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then in array list, one more problem is there won't we are not having much commands also. Much commands in the sense, if you take this hash table, ht dot only add is there. There is no add range option. Only add is there where you can add the elements. Add range option is not there. Not only that, if you go to insert, there is not at all insert command is available. There is not at all insert command is available. That is one more drawback. And if you take remove, only remove is there. There is no remove at remove range. All those things are not there. Remove at remove range, all these things are not there. Okay, so keep remember, only those things only you can, means other than that you can't use any other things. Okay, so add and remove, only two things are there: add range of values or insert element, or remove range of values. All those things are not there. Keep remember. And this program is very, very important, which where you can find out the difference between performance wise, the difference between all these three. Next, let's move to next. That is nothing but stacks and queues. Add one more class. Don't give standard keyword. Only don't give the program name as stacks or queues, because stack is one predefined class. So don't give the class names as a program name. Stacks demo, and one more queue demo class. Now, anyone knows data structures concept, they know this. Stack is nothing but last in, first out. So stack concept is nothing but last in, first out. Whatever last you are inserting the element, first it is going to remove that. Okay, whereas queues means first in, first out. First in, first out. So in your project, if you are having a scenario like this, then this stack or queues is going to be used. Suppose one example I'm going to tell. Suppose if you are going to bank, if it is a little bigger branch, then how they are going to maintain that means token system. Means once you enter into bank, then you have to take the token. Depends upon your requirement. You have to take token, deposit, withdraw, based on whatever transaction you want to know. So there are so many counters, and each counter is going to handle different kind of work. And how they are going to handle? They are going to handle first come, first out. Who got the first token, that work they will finish first, that person work they will finish first, and they will leave. Okay, like that. First, not only that, if you take movie tickets, if you are waiting in a queue, then for whom they will give first who came, for that person they will move out. Okay, that is nothing but first in, first out. In the same way, last in, first out. Who came last, the person will go out. Suppose some people are waiting for interviews, so 50 candidates are required. Next candidates I don't want. Then what I'm saying, today I want to take only 50 candidates interviews only, and I'm going to invite all. Now one by one I'm going to take. Now who is the last person, that I will remove out, right? In order I will take all the applications. Once the 50 is over, who came the last, that person I will keep on moving. Okay, that will comes the last in, first out. So in your project, if your project is having this kind of nature, then you have to work with last in, first out, or first in, first out. For this also you no need to struggle anything. Predefined classes are there. Using system dot collections, and it is stack, right? Stack st equal to new stack, and there are some predefined predefined functionality. If you want to insert an element, that is called push, and the data will be object type. The data will be object type. That means any type of data you can. And st dot push of any data you can insert, or st dot push of any element you can. Now 3 elements are there. Now if I want to know how many elements are there in this, for each where item in st, and console.writeLine item, it's going to print that list. And st dot pop, which element it is going to remove? The element is going to remove last inserted one is what? Star. That element it is going to remove, and you can see the list here. Console.writeLine after pop, the list is. And if you want to print the popped element also, st.pop, right? See, pop is going to return the object. So you can print this element, console.writeLine, the popped element is plus st.pop. You can get that star there. Same program, if I want to work with queues, then here static void main and using system dot collections queue equal to new queue, and queue dot enq is used to add one element. Enq is used to add one element. Queue dot enq. So I want to print this list for each where item in queue and console.writeLine item. It's going to print that list. And I want to remove one element. Then console.writeLine, the deleted element is plus q dot dq. That's it. Q dot dq, which is going to remove the element. Means what element? What is this dq is going to return? Object it's going to return. Okay, it's going to print that list. Done. Now after dq, if I want to print the list, again we can print the list. Now let me run this both programs. First I want to run stack demo. Run. Star is going to remove. After that it's see, the popped element is star. So after that these two are going to show. In the same way, if I want to run my queues program, queues demo, run this. See, 45, all these elements. First inserted element is this. First inserted element is 45. That 45 is going to remove. Remaining list it is going to show here. Okay. So in your project, if you are having these kind of scenarios, then you use stacks and queues. Otherwise, array list. Or else performance wise, you want to take care, then arrays. Okay. So I finished collections concept, but one more is a generic collections. I will discuss generic collections in our once I start OOPS concept. But as of now, collections are important for us And generic collections, once I start OOPS, then I will explain. Okay. And tomorrow we are going to start object-oriented programming. That is very, very important. All the basics with some sample program we will discuss in tomorrow's class. And one more important, this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 2 days we are having session from 7 to 8, 7 to 9. Please don't miss the session. Okay, this Saturday and Sunday 2 day session is there, 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Anyone is having any issue? Okay then. See you tomorrow. Okay, bye. I love you. Thank you.
Madam,
Yes.
one doubt. If in stack and queue, if you want to delete a second object or
No, it's not possible. That means now you only tell I want in movies for movie tickets. So many people are in queue. Then I want, suppose in the third position, one of your friend is there. So you can't call that friend and you can't move out, right? What you have to do before that say, third person, whoever people are there, first you have to give it and you have to move out. Then only you can leave that third person. Okay.
So you didn't tell which object, but by default only the first element it will remove, ma'am.
Yes, correct. In middle position element, removing all those things are not possible in stacks and queues.
Okay. Here, push and pop, I'm a little confused. Push as in it's giving an element to stack. When you're doing pop, what is it doing, ma'am?
Pop means the last inserted, means first you push 26. Suppose see, suppose one glass is there. In that glass you are putting all the balls. Imagine. So now means now I have to remove the ball size is exactly the glass size. So one ball above, all the balls are inserted. Now if I want to remove one ball, then how I have to remove? Whatever last you put the ball, that you have to remove, right?
Oh, yeah.
That concept is nothing but stack.
Okay.
Okay, so first you put 56 inside that stack. After that you put on top of that you put 23.34f. After that on top of that you put st dot push of star. Now which element you can remove first? You can remove only star.
Yeah.
After that again you want to remove, then this. After that again you want to remove, then this. The order will be like that.
Okay. So pop is basically removing that.
Removing
right?
last inserted element.
Okay, got it. And one last question, like I have been seeing this, but I'm not able to completely process the for each thing. Like where item is there, no, ma'am. That item is it a keyword?
No, if you want, I will give your name, anything, any variable name. See, I can give any name. No, just commonly that one item it is fetching, right? That's why I'm giving that name as item. You can give any name, X, Y, Z, A, B, C. This is just a variable.
Okay. But whatever is there in the queue or hash table or anything, everything is going into that variable.
Just I'm picking one by one element from that. If you don't like this for each, you can do the same thing like for int I equal to 0, I less than q dot count and I plus plus. Like this you have to give. Instead of writing all these things, this for each is more easy, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Got it, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Try to practice all these things, but tomorrow starting OOPS concept, please don't miss. Okay.
When you said collections, array list, stacks, queues, and hash tables, all these four things come in.
Four main things, but some other things are also there. Suppose say linked list is also there, but it's a generic collection, but sorted list is also there. Yes. If I go to this, sorted list is also there. Sorted list is also a collection. Okay. Like that, some more collections are there, but very important and very commonly used things are these four.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay then. Bye.
Thank you.
See
Bye.
you tomorrow. 8. So tomorrow I will start OOPS concept. Okay. And is there any questions on our previous topics? Like whatever we discussed in all these things, any questions?
Ma'am, actually, I was thinking to ask you, like whatever you taught in the class, like I was just watching your video and inputting it.
Mm.
But then, is it possible for you to suggest something like to practice on those topics? If it's a small program or something related to, if you have taught us arrays, something related to arrays, if it's a program or something, if I try doing it, I will know if I'm able to do.
Okay. Then
So,
I will do one thing.
yeah.
If the people who are having time and all, you people try. I'm not forcing all of you to do
Okay.
practice, but any one of you are okay. If you are having enough time to practice, means you try to practice. Means I'm not insisting everyone should finish. And I think last time I gave one program, right?
Yeah.
Anyone finished that?
Yes, ma'am, I have emailed you.
Ah, yes, yes. You emailed. I had fixed that one. Okay. Let me write some program like using ternary operator. I want using if statement anyone can do, but the same thing. I want to read 5 numbers and I want to show the biggest number using ternary operator and read, write a program, print the current month name, current month name. Okay. How you will identify means one concept I explained, but not specifically to that. Means how to get today's date already I showed. From that, I want the current month name I want. So if the current month name related anything is not there, then how to fetch you try. So use date time. Date time dot now is going to fetch the current date and the time both. Now in that I want month name. Suppose this is January, so I want January month name I want. So how to fetch? You please try it out. If that datetime dot now is not having month name, month number I will get. If month name is not there, use switch statement, use switch statement and finish that work. So first you try in this now. Is there any month name related any property is there? You try to search. I'm not going to tell whether if it is there or not. I know, but I'm not going to tell. You people search each and every thing available in that datetime dot now dot, then list of properties and methods you will get. Is there anything I will get or not? You try to search. If not, at least month number you will get definitely. Based on that month number, how to get the month name, you try to identify and read n numbers and print the given number is how many times in that array using single dimensional array. I want to read n numbers and print the given number is how many times in the array. And again, I'm saying don't Google it also. Means if you type the same thing in Google, you will get lot of solutions. If it is the case, then don't practice also. Try by yourself only. Till now, whatever concepts you learned, all those concepts, how much you can, that you can easily understand. And write a program, read two numbers and print the sum if both are positive numbers. I want to read two numbers. If both are positive numbers, then only I want to display sum. How you are going to do that work? This is very simple. That's why I'm not saying which one you have to use. Okay, and write a program, read I want to display the output like this. Enter any two numbers. It should ask like that. And I'm going to enter any two numbers. I'm going to enter two numbers. Then immediately one menu should display like this. One menu should display like this. One menu should display like this. One for addition, two for subtraction, three for multiplication, four for division. And it should ask the question, enter your choice. Enter your choice. If I give my choice value as 1, it should show addition equal to the two numbers addition. Okay. So I'm not going to give the program, but my output should be like this. It should ask enter any two numbers. When I gave these two numbers, any two numbers, immediately all this menu should display. All this menu should display. And it should ask enter your choice. If your choice is 1, then it should display addition. Or if your choice is 5, it should show invalid choice. If your choice is 1, very good. If you enter your choice, if your choice is 5, then it should show invalid choice. So which one you want to use, you think. Whether you want to use if, switch, or whatever you want, you think. I said in some areas we have to use switch, in some areas we have to use if, right? You people try to think by yourself and you do. And I will mail these. I will send all these things to your mail ID along with methods notes also. And once try all these things, if any one of you are finished, then copy that program in MS Word or Notepad or somewhere, send that Notepad. Okay. So otherwise, directly send that CS file. I mean, in your project, CS files are there, right? These CS files, you try to send it to me. Anything is okay. Okay. In this, any questions from anyone?
While sending the file, do we have to access it from documents folder, ma'am?
Either if you want, open any program, this program, copy the whole thing and paste it in Notepad and send. Or else you can you can send this file directly, but don't send the whole solution.
Yeah, I mean, can you show us how to, in case if it's required in the future, how do we send the file?
The whole project.
The .cs or the project file.
.cs directly you can do. Suppose I think it's opened in my. If I'm going to add this, so here
uh, in attachments, you people have to select. Suppose my projects are in desktop. Suppose I am selecting some other project, all projects, our project only. I will control right click, open in File Explorer. In this, suppose now I want to send this file. Select that file and click on open. That's it. So whatever CS files you want to send it to me, then select that CS file and open. That file is going to be attached. You have to send like this. This will be very easy for us. Otherwise, if you want to send the whole solution, sometimes your Gmail won't allow you. Some XML or anything is there, then Gmail won't allow you. In that case, otherwise you have to zip all those things, or you have to rar all those things. I mean, you have to group all those things you have to send. Instead of that, this is the easiest way to send any assignment. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So try to do all these programs, and tomorrow our session will be 7 to 8. Okay. And OOPS concept I will start tomorrow session. Okay. So, okay then. Bye. I love you. Thank you. This assignment part and notes both I will send now. Okay. So, okay then. Bye. I love you. No other means none of you know that concept. That's why no problem. And for your batch, I am going to create one more new solution, as well as till now whatever programs I had done, all the programs I will send in through repository, Git repository I will send. So if you want to download that, either you can clone your project, otherwise create a Git account and you can download that. Okay. Now I'm going to create a new project. Last time also we discussed how to create a new project, C Sharp, Windows. I want to create a console application. When I want to create a console, here I'm selecting console. See, two things it is showing. Now also I'm selecting .NET framework only. Next. Here, program, and my solution name. Yes. So let's move to next. Then it will create the solution. Now, before moving to next, till now, whatever programs we had written, where we had implemented class, and a class inside we put static void main. Inside the static void main, we are implementing all our programs. Till now, whatever concept you take, all programs we are implementing like this only. So this is good. Whatever approach you are doing, that is good. But going forward, you can't implement all these things inside one class. That means if you take banking project, if you take banking project, so banking project contains so many sectors like deposits or withdrawals
or leave about deposit withdraw functionality and different type saving account or current account and joint account or children account. Like this, we are having so many types of accounts, and each account transactions are different, and each functionalities are different. Now, when you are going to open an account in that bank, you may open an account of savings, or you may open account of current, or you may open the account of joint or child. But all these things you can't implement inside your main. That is not correct. Then object-oriented programming comes into picture. Suppose if you are writing something in your main, for all those things memory is going to consume, right? But I don't want to write that. So for which I'm going to create means whether if I want to create an account in savings, for saving account only the memory should create. For remaining I shouldn't. Like that, in software development, some scenarios are there where we want to handle. In such cases, object-oriented programming came into picture. Adhere to object-oriented programming, whatever concept is there, that is structured programming language. That is nothing but C language. So in C language, if I want to write a program, I have to write in an order. Always header section, after that any global variable, after that main section, inside whatever we want to write we can write, after that what are the user defined functions body is there, that we have to write. Always the program structure should be like this only. And after structure oriented programming, in structure oriented programming, they faced a lot of issues. What are the issues? In structure oriented programming, concept is very good, but there is no security for our data. There is no proper security for our data. Because of that reason, because of that reason, object oriented programming came into picture. Because see, if you are doing a project by struggling 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, or like that, no problem. But using that project, whatever data you are storing, that is very very important. Because for any organization, data is very important, and whatever security precautions you are taking, everything is based on the data. In object oriented programming, mainly they concentrated on the data. That means, one simple example I will tell. Suppose any one of you are having SBI account or ICICI account, there is one online portal is there, one website is there. You can open that website, and whatever except deposit, whatever other functionalities, everything you can do from that portal. Right? Except deposit, remaining all functionalities you can do from that portal. Now, if you observe, now tomorrow you went to bank and you want to deposit some amount or something you want to do. Then if you observe, the bank people will also open the same website. Whatever website you opened, the same website they will also open. But for them, the screen will be displayed in a different way. And you can see only your information, but they can see all customers' information. But they can see all customers' information till some extent only. And now go to ICICI manager or CEO manager category, any person if you meet, and if you ask any question, the same portal that person will also open, but for them the customer information in detailed they will get. But how it is happening? Because of object oriented programming. Based on what and all role your sees, based on that, how much data should represent, that is going to be changed. If you are a manager, then I will show complete info of that candidate. Or if you are a clerk or accountant, then I will show limited information of that person. See, sometimes if you ask some banking transaction, the cashier or someone will tell that, so, sorry sir, I don't have that facility. Please meet the manager. Why? Because even manager also will open the same portal. Because he is a manager cadre, he can see more or he can have more facilities of your data. Or he's having more command on your data. Right? All those things are possible because of object oriented. See, the name itself, it's saying object oriented. Object means one real time entity. Based on that real time entity, whatever principles they designed, all those things are comes under object oriented programming. In this object oriented programming, two terminologies very important, and if you understand these two, maximum part you can remaining things easily you can understand. First one is class, second one is object. What is class? A class is a blueprint, or in this class, suppose if I want to suppose, see, you want to construct one house in your plot. Then suddenly today night I got this thought, then tomorrow morning I will go and I will start constructing. No, first I will prepare a proper plan. Based on that plan, then I will go and start the work. Now in the paper or engineer, if he draws a plan, that means is your house is ready? No, the house is not ready. So it's just a skeleton part, right? It's just the skeleton, how master bedroom or how kitchen, how balconies, and how puja or how entrance, all these things the engineer is preparing a proper plan. That is nothing but class. That means, suppose tomorrow I want to start a bank, or tomorrow I want to start an organization, then before that I have to do lot of background work. That means if I want to start a bank, then I have to register that bank, or I have to print deposit forms, withdraw forms, open account forms, like that. So many background work I have to do, right? After doing all that work, then I will establish the bank. Establish the bank is this. Whatever background work you are doing, that is this. That means you should not, when suppose when you want to do the bank, when you want to open the bank, then when the customer came, sir please wait, I will print, I will prepare, I'm preparing deposit form, or I'm preparing create account form, then I will give you. No, that is not correct. Before that only all the functionalities should available. Then what the customer will do, what and all function, whatever functionalities you designed, in that what and all he or she want, they will use that functionalities. They will use that functionality, right? That is nothing but class. In that class we are going to design the complete A to Z uh, data and functionalities, all the things together. But don't think that if you are creating a class means everything is available. We can say that a class is like a template, or a class is like a skeleton, or a class is like a template from which we can create an object. Let me give an example. Class bird and two wing, wings and two eyes, and it can fly. Like this I wrote something. Now you people tell me, without having any name, will bird will be there? Each bird is having separate name. So in this I am writing what the bird contains. All the skeleton part I designed, what and all functionalities that bird can do. That functionality is everything I designed. Now what is meant by object? Bird, parrot, sparrow, crow, etc., etc. These are called as real-time entities. Parrot is a real-time entity, sparrow is a real-time entity, crow is a real-time entity. Means when they are defined as a bird, they are defined as a bird type. Parrot is having two wings, parrot is having two eyes, and it can fly. Means what and all functionalities you are applied, all these things are going to be applicable to these objects. Suppose if I open saving account in SBI, or you are also opened a saving account in SBI, all of you are having equal funds. See, I can deposit 50,000. That means you can also deposit 50,000. That facility they had provided for all saving account holders. But how saving account is, before we join, they have to prepare. That is nothing but class. Okay, so uh, if a class is going to define the characteristics of an object, obviously just before you had seen that, and a class is a user defined type. A class is a user defined type, and we never consume a class directly. So class directly we can't use. Class inside, whatever members are there, that we are going to use with the help of object, or directly we are going to use with the help of object, or directly we are going to use. Just a moment. A class is a user defined type, and we never consume a class directly. If we need, then we have to create an object of that class. Until and unless if we create a copy of that class, the memory will not be allocated. Keep remember. See, if the building, when you want to construct a building, then the engineer designed a proper plan, or you designed a proper plan in a paper, then will it cost anything? No. Why? The physical appearance is not there. The virtual thing only you designed. Once you create an object for that class, that means you prepared the building plan very well. That building plan, if you are applying for your plot, then some amount is required. And the same building plan, if you are applying for another your friend's plot, then for that separate cost is required, right? Like that, if you create an object for that class, then only memory is going to consume which you are defining in that class. Until and undo, class inside whatever you are defining, for that it won't occupy any memory. Okay, so how we are going to define a class like this? Means the original class above or below, or in another program, anywhere we are going to define the class. I'm going to define the class here, and this class inside, or for example class employee, and this employee class inside, what employee contains? E number, string, e name, and long salary. All these things I'm going to give, and public void get data, which is used to read the data. Okay, means the customer related what and all data I'm going to take, and what and all functionalities I want to provide. All these things I'm going to give here. Public void display. So these, whatever you are defining here, class inside anything you can define. Fine. You can define variables, you can define methods, like how static void main is there. In the same way, you can define methods, all these things you can define. Here, these are called as, means in our main inside, if I'm declaring any variable like this, int a, then I'm saying this a is a variable. A is a variable, right? But this a variable where I defined a method inside, I defined. A method inside I defined. So here these variables I defined inside a class, not inside a method. These are called methods. These are called methods. Okay, but these variables I defined inside a class. That's why these are called as class variables or data members or fields. See, again I'm saying these vocabulary you should know, because when you joined in some organization, maximum team leads, they will say that define that data member or define that field, like that they will say. You should know, if they are saying field or data member, that means they are asking you to create a variable inside a class. Okay, so at least that naming should you know. And next, these are called as methods. We know that these are methods. How static void main is there? In the same way, leave about public. I will discuss later. Void, because this method is not returning anything, and my method name is get data. How your method name is main? In the same way, my method name is get data. But ma'am, here main before static we gave, here we are not giving this. Yes, static also I will discuss. Static methods are also there. So a class is a combination of normal methods and static methods. So I will discuss static methods, very important concept that I will discuss. So these are called as methods or member functions. These are data members, these are member functions. Generally, commonly used thing is data members and member functions. Okay, so as of now, class inside, I am defining these two things. Going forward slowly, class inside, I am going to put constructors, class inside, I am going to put properties, indexes, all those things I am going to add. Means a class inside, many things you can give. Suppose, see, when you are preparing a plan, see, in that plan so many things you will put main entrance and each room entrance and windows where you want to put, and each total house height how much you want, and balconies which side you want, and washrooms where you want to put, like that. So many things you are preparing in that plan, right? It's the same way class inside also, so many things we can put. But as of now, we know variable and method, these two concepts only. That's why class inside, I'm going to define variables, but these are called as class variables or data members, and we are going to define methods. But for these variables, will it occupy any memory? No, it won't occupy any single memory. When it is going to occupy the memory, when you create an object for that class. When you create an object for that class, that means employee E1 I'm giving. E1 is equal to new employee. Employee E1 is equal to new employee. Now, for that employee, I created an object called E1. Now, the memory, how it is going to consume is E1 dot E number and E1 dot E name and E1 dot E number, E1 dot E name, and E1 dot salary. Like this, the memory is going to consume. Okay, so like this, the memory is going to consume. Now that E1 is called as an object. An object is an instance of the class. An object is an instance of the class. An object is an entity that has properties for identifying that state, methods for behaviors, and events were description. I will tell events later, but generally an object, when you are creating an object, then only for that class variables the memory is going to consume. That means if you are creating another object, suppose employee E2 is equal to new employee, another object I am going to create. When you are creating another object, then E2 dot e number separate memory and E2 dot ename separate memory, E2 dot salary separate memory. That means for obviously see, when I am withdrawing some amount from my account, will that reflect to you people account? No, because I am having my own memory, you are having your own memory. That means I am called as an object and you are also called as an object. What and all transactions you are doing, that will be applicable to you only. What and all objects I am creating, that will be applicable to me only. Okay, so the memory is allocated for one instance, will not share with other instance. Obviously, this is a security mechanism of hope. That's the main important rule in object-oriented programming. And the new operator is used to create an instance. So generally everyone will confuse that what is instance and what is object. This is called instance creation. Always instance creation will be done with the help of new. Whenever you are getting new keyword, that means you are allocating the memory for this at runtime. That means this step will be done at compile time. Just I want to divide this into two parts, but both are same. So E1 is equal to, just in two lines I'm writing to understand this part. Now suppose see, int a you are writing, right? What is this a? A is a variable. What is this int? Int is a data type, right? Now somehow it is looking like this, right? So E1 is a variable and employee is what? Employee is a type. But int is a predefined type, but employee is a user defined type. Anyone, if you remember, when I'm explaining data types, two types I explained: built-in data types and user-defined data types. Built-in data types means the data types which are already available in the language. User-defined data types means if you are creating your own type, that is called user-defined type. That means when you are creating a class, means what you are doing here, we are creating a new type called employee. How int is there? In the same way, I'm creating a new type, employee. And this E1 is what? Variable. How A is called as a variable. In the same way, E1 is called as variable. Then ma'am, what is object? See, here I'm writing also. This will done at compile time. Compile time, and E1 is a variable like A. But here this will done at runtime, and here E1 will start behaving like a object, like a object. Why? Because in that E1 you are creating an instance and you are assigning that instance to that E1. Now from here onwards that E1 will start behaving like an object. Please try to understand. Anyone not clear, please ask. So what is class? What is object? Basic understanding is clear. Shall I move to next? What is class and what is object and how to create? Is it clear? Okay, I'm moving to next. Now, there are some object-oriented principles are there. What are they? Encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, and data hiding, and abstraction. Like so many things are there. See how good you have to remember these concepts means now onwards, what and all activities you are doing. Best example banking only. That's why I will take example of bank only. So what and all tasks you are doing, every time this task is nothing but okay encapsulation, or this task is nothing but inheritance. Like by seeing all that examples, you have to recollect these definitions. Okay, encapsulation means this one. Here we are doing, see, whatever present in the market, whatever softwares are there, all are having OOPS concept. All are having OOPS concept. So you can easily understand. Not only that, going forward, if you are working with Windows Web, anywhere, whatever you are seeing, always try to recollect. Okay, this is static. Because of that, it's working like that. Or this is a normal method. Because of that, it's working like that. You have to understand. You have to recollect the concepts like that. Because in OOPS, so many concepts are there. So, like object-oriented principles, like so many operator overloading, like so many principles are there. So, the language which supports all these principles are called as object-oriented programming language. So, in that, the first principle is encapsulation. So, encapsulation means putting data and code together is called as an encapsulation. Putting data and code together is called as an encapsulation. Let's take the bank example. Everyone knows this. And in bank, you people are having account number, name, balance, and account type. These are the things. And what are the transactions you are doing generally? General transaction, deposit transaction you will do, withdraw transaction you will do, and get balance you will do. Let's take these three things. Now I am going to create some objects. This is object 1, this is object 2, and this is object 3. Three objects we are creating. Okay, each object is having their own values, right? This is obj1, and this is obj2, and this is obj3. Three objects we are having, right? Now you people only tell. Suppose if you want to deposit some amount in the bank, if you want to deposit some amount in the bank, so will you fill deposit form, and along with the deposit form you will give your cash, or directly in that cash counter you will put, without taking help of cashier, directly in the cashier cash counter will you put the amount, or will you fill the deposit form, and that deposit form will add the data to your account? Which one you are doing?
Along with deposit form, we will
Yes.
give cash.
Along with the deposit form, we are going to fill the data. That means if I want to do any transaction, I know this data is mine only. Let's imagine in that bank only I am having the account. Even in that case also, the bank people, they won't allow you to touch the cash counter. They will ask to fill the deposit form. To fill the deposit form, that deposit form will access or will add some amount to your balance, whatever you are asking. Not only that, whatever transaction you do, all the transactions you are interacting with those methods, those methods are accessing the data. Even this data is your data. Means, can you change your account number? No. Can you change your name? No. If you raise a request, please change my name with some proper proof, then you are able to change. Not only that, if you take Aadhaar card or anything, are you able to change your details? No. Ma'am, but online portals are there. In that online portals, I can change means in that case also, they are saying change your name, upload your proof, and submit. When you are clicking on submit, in background, some method is going to take that request, and that method is going to validate whether that proof is correct or not. If it is correct, then it will goes to that, and you can change the transaction. That means if you observe some whatever transact means, even though all this data is your data also, as an object, you people can't access this data directly. With the help of these methods only, you people are able to access anything. If you are transferring some amount to your friend account, you are thinking that you are opening your portal and you are typing the amount, you are typing IMPS or RTGS, whatever you want, and you are clicking on send button. No, when you click on that send button, internally one method is going to call, that method is going to do that functionality. You can't touch your data directly. You can't touch your data directly. This mechanism is called as encapsulation. That too, this type of classes are called as fully encapsulation. Fully encapsulation. That means, and what is the definition of encapsulation? Putting data and functionalities together inside some block, and the objects can access only the functionalities. Through that functionality they can access the data. This mechanism is called as fully encapsulation. That fully encapsulation can be achieved with the help of classes. With the help of classes. See, classes. That means you might ask, ma'am, this class inside only these variables are there, this class inside only these methods are there, how others can access only methods, how others can't access? This means this can be achieved with the help of access specifiers. This can be achieved with the help of access specifiers. I will tell what is meant by access specifiers. First, encapsulation concept is clear. Is encapsulation concept is clear. Right. All are very silent. Arun, Chandu, Padma, Venkat. Clear?
Not
Yes, ma'am.
very clear. And Sindhu, while speaking, there's a lot of disturbances is coming.
That is also same.
Yes, ma'am.
But before that only you have to say, right? Okay. Is my voice is clear now or same?
I feel
It's
your mic is a little bit very near to you. That's why I feel the lot of disturbances after speaking.
Okay. Same disturbance.
Yeah, now it is okay.
Okay. See, if anything, any problem is there, please let me know, or else I will continue. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So these are the objects and these things. I'm not saying immediately you will, but
Yeah. Sindhu, once again we are getting disturbance.
just a moment.
Yeah.
Now is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So just please go through with all these concepts once again by watching the video. But if you want to move to next, you should know these principles. Means what is each one is doing, you should know. Otherwise, tomorrow's class, not tomorrow, the continuation classes will be, means at least what class nature, what object nature, you should know. That's why I'm not saying all the principles now only. When I'm saying each and every principle, I will explain each and every principle at that time only, because inheritance, polymorphism, like so many things are there. I'm not going to discuss any principle now. Only encapsulation I'm going to start. Because of that reason, I explain that. But concentrate on that principle, because based on this only, tomorrow, if you want to learn design principles, all those things will depends. Okay. Next. So if you observe, this object is going to interact with this data and with the help of these methods. But both are under same class only. If you observe, whatever you are saying here, this e-number, e-name, salary are in this class, and get data, display methods are also in this class. Then how the outer class can access these members? How an outer class can access these members? They can access these members uh, only with the help of access specifiers. What are the access specifiers are available? Access specifiers are private, public, internal. Private, public, internal. Okay. And some other also are there. Protected internals, private, protected, and some other also there. I will discuss that later. But as of now, three I'm saying: private, public, internal. That means if anything I declared as private, means how to tell, okay, I'm having a big jewelry. That is completely my private property. I don't want to give it to anyone. I mean, in my family only, if anyone wants, I will give. But to outer people, I don't want to give. That is called private. In my family only, or leave about in my family. Otherwise, I'm having one government job. That is my private property. Even my mother, my father, or no one can access that private property. Right? So that completely belongs to me. Even my child or my husband, no one can access that private property. Right? So that is called private. If anything is defined as private, within the class only. Within the class only. If anything is public, openly available for everyone. Openly available for everyone. That means your house outside, you are putting one water can. Are you restricting? No, no, you people only have to access. No, anyone can use that service. Anyone can use that service. That is called as public property. Next, internal. Internal means within the project only. Within the project only means present you are in which project, in that project only it will be useful, not outside people. That means like jewelry, I can use at the same time, I can give it to my sister or I can give it to my mother or whoever they want, but they should be in my family only. They should be in my family only. That is called internal. But some other also there, I will discuss later, but these three are main. By default, class before nothing we are giving, right? The class scope is internal. The class scope is internal by default. The class scope is internal, and we can change this to public only. That means class scope should be public or internal. By default it is internal, but you can change either public or internal. And class inside whatever you are writing, class inside members scope is by default private. That means class inside whatever is there, you can't access anything at outside. But ma'am, if I want to access anything at outside means how? You have to make that as public or internal. Suppose, see, now I gave only public to get, sorry, I gave public to only get data, right? Then with the help of this even, I can access this get data only. But display you can't access. Why? Display default scope is private. You can't access that. Display default scope is private. You can't access that. But get data you can. Right? Suppose if you want to access, suppose in the bank deposit form, withdraw form, open account form, like that, so many forms are there. Will they put all the forms outside? No, they won't put all the forms. Right? They will put only limited forms at outside. Other forms, if you ask, then they will give you. So what and all publicly available, what and all functionality publicly if you want to give, those you have to give it as public. Some you have to make it as internal. Some you have to make it as protected. Depends upon customer requirement or what he is asking or what customer is asking. Based on that, we have to give either public or internal or protected or some other. But I'm not saying all the access specifiers now. I'm saying only public and internal. So here I'm making this as public. That means now even dot display also you can. See, you can. That's it. Okay, as of now, I'm concentrating on public, internal, and protected. And class scope, what is that? Class scope default is internal. If you want, you can make this as public. But here only one project is there. See, in our solution, only one project is there. Whether you are giving public or not, no problem. Because within the project, anywhere you can use. That's why you no need to give public. But in another project, if you want to access this class, you have to make this as public. Keep remember these points. These points are very, very useful. Okay, I'm not continuing. Please go through with all these things. Tomorrow, if you people are having any questions, I will repeat this again. But after this, once you got this recording, please go through this once again. And tomorrow's class, I'm going to explain one real-time banking example only. How it is going to happen, I will explain. Yes?
If suppose we have any data in the get data, so how do we access that?
That in tomorrow's class, I will explain.
Tomorrow's class, okay.
Real-time functionality only I will explain. Okay? Just yes.
And one more thing, I have a small doubts. Yesterday, I'm just trying out the old class examples. So is time to discuss
tomorrow
or
starting? Shall I?
Okay.
Okay. Tomorrow starting, I will check your questions. Then I will make it concept. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please practice all these things, and if any questions, hi all of you. So yesterday's class we discussed what is object-oriented programming, and in that what is encapsulation, both we discussed. So the same encapsulation principle in today's class, let's see with some sample program. So I'm going to take one more, right click. So I want to implement one bank application. In that, in general, what and all banking transactions you are going to do, all the transactions I want to implement in that. So generally, what and all transactions will be there: account number, name, balance. Okay, opening balance or whatever balance it is. So and I'm going to add one more class. And functionalities, deposit, withdraw, get balance, all these functionalities I want to implement. Deposit, withdraw, get balance, all the functionalities I want to implement. And some functionalities I will implement, and some functionalities I will give to you people to do that process. So as of now, we are not having any DB connection or anything. So plainly, means for one employee or one customer, we are going to do. Later, once we finish this, then the same thing, once we discuss, once we start this database connectivities and all, the same program I'm going to discuss with database connectivity. Means all the data, how to fetch the data from database, and all these things we will discuss. So as of now, two classes I'm creating. One contains the main program, which is use bank, and second contains the bank class, which contains all the CURD operations. That means in that another bank class, we are not having any static void main or anything. What and all bank is going to provide for that customer, all that operations I'm going to write in that bank. When that memory is going to consume, once you create an object for that class, then the memory is going to consume. Okay, let's see one by one. Static void main. Now, either if you are comfortable, you can write it in this class only. Or, no ma'am, I don't want to implement anything in this class. I want to create a separate class, means that is also no problem. So just for our reference, everything, if it is in one program, then it's easy for us to search. That's why I'm writing here. But there is no rule like that. You can create one more class, and inside that class, you can write all these content. Inside this class, all these things you can write. So for that, what I'm doing is I'm going to add one more class, bank. See, separately also you can write, but in this you won't have static void main. So what and all bank class contains account number and string name or long balance. Three variables are there, or three data members are there, right? What is the default scope of these data members? Anyone? What is the default scope of these data members?
Bank class?
No, default scope means is they are public, private, or internal?
Internal.
No, private. Yesterday only I explained class inside members default scope is private. Because of that reason, the class inside, whatever we are going to define, those members you can't access it outside. So again, I'm saying these points are very, very important. So the class, before, you are not giving anything. So by default, the scope of the class is internal. Internal means within the project only you can access. Whereas class inside means whether it is a variables or whether these are methods or whatever it is, class inside, whatever you are writing, those members' default scope is private. If you want private, then leave as it is. If you don't want private, then you have to make that as any other public, internal, or whatever you want, you can. Okay, now come back to this. So by default, these members' scope is private. Now, what and all functionalities you want to provide? Deposit and withdraw. Withdraw the amount and get balance. It is going to return the balance. And get balance is going to return the amount. So balance, what is the type? It is defined long. So always it's going to return long. And withdraw is not going to return anything. So void. But it will take two things. One is, suppose, see, when you want to know your leave about withdrawal, so when you want to know the balance, if you go to bank, then if you ask, please tell me my balance, means immediately the bank person, what he will ask? If you go to bank cashier or clerk, and if you ask that person, please tell me my account balance how much, then what he will ask?
Account number.
Account number, yes, correct. Account number he will ask, right? So that I have to pass it as an input. Means I have to pass account number as an input. Then that bank person will send me or will gives me my balance. What is my balance? He will return. Okay, that is first step. Now, when you want to withdraw the amount, then in that withdraw form, so many things you are going to write: date, name, account number, all these things you are going to write. I'm not going to take all these things. I'm going to take account number as a priority. So int a number, account number, comma, and how much amount you want to withdraw, that amount also, amount. These two parameters I'm taking. So when anyone wants to withdraw the amount, they have to tell their account number and they have to tell how much they want. Then internally, I'm going to check whether that account holder is having that much of amount. Then I will withdraw the amount. First, before that also, whether that account number is valid or not. If it is valid, whether that account number is having how much you are asking, that amount is there or not, then only they will withdraw the amount. That code I have to write it here. See, whatever I'm saying in a normal English, that I will convert into programming language. Same thing, if I want to deposit the amount also, I'm going to give the account number and how much amount I want to deposit, that amount also I'm giving here. How much amount I want to deposit, that amount also I'm giving here. So someone shared the video. Can you please off? Answering. Can you stop video? Okay. No. So account number, name, balance, all these things are there. So all these things are there. So all these details are there, and here all these values are coming, means all these methods I'm going to give. Now before that, before all these transactions, whether you want to do deposit or withdraw or get balance, first of all, what you should contain, you should have some account in that bank, right? So for that, what I'm doing, open account. If I want to open an account, then I want some customer information. What? String name, comma, long amount. These two I'm going to send. So two things I have to provide for open account. So if I provide these, normally, suppose if you take, if you want to open an account, then what bank will do? Bank will give you one application form. In that you have to fill all the details. I'm not concentrating on all details, because reading 2 details, if you understand, reading 10 details is obviously easy, right? So I'm not concentrating on all data, phone number, father name, mother name, date of birth, gender, all these things you have to read when you open an account. For me, I'm not going to take all, but if you are interested, you can take all the details. Okay. So if anyone wants to open an account, they have to provide their name and what is the opening balance, that both they have to provide. Then this method, what it is going to do, this method is going to create an account. After creating the account, that method will return the account number. That method have to return the account number. That means it have to return the account number. So here I'm giving it as int. And here this method is not returning anything, void. Now, if anyone is having any question, please let me know. If not, I will move to next.
I have a question with regards to variables. In those brackets, you have defined some variables like string and long amount. And there's something string account number which you have already defined outside. You're taking it inside. How does it work? I'm not really getting it.
See, once you defined anything inside a class, then the scope of these class variables, these are called as class variables. So these class variables scope is within the class. Within the class, any method can use. And these are called as parameters. That means whoever calling this method, those people have to pass this data. So these parameters scope is within this method. These parameter scope is within this method only. Outside of, I mean, this n value, I can't print it here, or this amount, I can't print it here. So see, many people will think that here also I had given amount, here also I had given amount. Don't think both are same. So this is a parameter, and the scope of this parameter is within this method only. Outside of the method, you can't use that. Okay.
Okay. And for deposit method, inside the parenthesis, it's int account number. Is it the same variable that you have defined outside the class? Okay. Okay.
Next.
Yeah.
Others. Because this program is little important. If you understand the flow, how it is going on, then okay. Display also, it should ask a number, and okay. Now all these things are ready. Now I'm coming, means this method body I will implement. I'm coming back to my main program. What is my class name? Bank. Bank object is equal to new bank. Done. Now, when I give obj dot, am I able to access any method, or am I able to access any variable? No. Why? Because this class inside whatever we defined, everything default scope is private. Everything, all variables and methods default scope is private. So you can't access these from outside. So if you want to access any member outside, then all those members you have to make it as public. Now only one method I changed this as a public. Because of that reason, when I type obj dot, see, open account is working fine. That means we are able to open an account by creating this object. So in the same way, I'm going to public yes, all these things are there. Means and I don't want to get balance. Okay, leave it. Get balance also I want. So all these things are ready. Now when I type obj dot, I'm able to access all the methods. Deposit, withdraw, get balance, all the methods I am able to access. Okay. So what and all method scope you want to give outside, all the method scope you have to change there to public. Okay. Now, first and main thing is what? See, this object is the real-time entity. So in that bank, this person opened the account. Means this person wants to open the account. Then for this object, the memory is going to allocate. If another person, another object, another person, another object. Like that, objects are going to be created. Depends upon if you are there, then for you, I will allocate the memory. If you are close the account, for you, whatever memory is there, that memory is going to remove. Who is going to remove also, I will tell. But if the person is there, for that memory is there. If the person is coming to class, then I will allocate a chair. If the person is going out, then whatever allocated chair is there, then that chair I will remove. Like that, this is going to work. So I created an object and it's working. Now let's finish all the methods one by one. First, open account. Now we are getting name and amount. What is the scope of this name and amount? The scope of this name and amount is within this method. Means outside of the methods you can't use. But this name, maybe I want to use it for display. This name, maybe I want to use it for display. If I want to use it for display, then that name value should go to class parameter, right? Otherwise, how should I get the data in another method? Because just before I said, this method scope is within this method only. These variables, I mean, these parameter scope is within this method only. Outside of the method you can't use. In that case, what you have to do, the name what the customer is sending, that name I have to store in this variable. Then only, because the class variables, what I said, the scope of the class variable is the entire class. Any method can access. Within the class, any method can access, right? So name is equal to n and balance is equal to amount. I gave. And now what I want to do, I have to generate one account number. Actually, real-time banking people, they will generate in a different way. Like so many, means each bank is having separate strategy to create their account number. Then what I am doing means, because I don't want to do all those complex things, we are having random class. Random RAD is equal to new random and RAD dot next of, here there is some overloaded version, minimum and maximum value. Okay, so minimum 1000 comma maximum 5000. In between this, I'm asking to generate one number. In between this, I'm asking to generate one number. So that number I'm going to assign to account number. So actually there is no rule that you have to do like this, but some logic should be there to generate that number. I am using random class to generate that particular number. Yes, anyone wants to ask?
Yeah, Sindhu, this new random, if we are not defined as a method, right? And you are creating the instance name for that.
This random?
Yes.
See, just a moment. Before going to that, go to definition. See, what is that random? Random is a predefined class which is available in system namespace.
Okay.
That, so see, earlier when I explained starting session, I used Oracle connection or string builder I used, right? All those things are what they are predefined classes. If I want to use string builder, what I did for that string builder, I created an object and I called all the methods. In the same way, I created an object for this random inside this method, and I called this next method to generate a random number in between these two.
Okay.
Clear?
Yes, and one more thing, like the class bank is there, right? It's a internal class, right?
Internal class, yes.
Yeah, yes. So how we can able to call them in the main program? Or like,
Because this class bank, what is meant by internal? Yes, whatever you are saying, this is correct. So class default scope is internal. Internal means what I said, within the project, anywhere you can call.
okay,
You can call. So within the project, anywhere you can call means you only tell this bank class and use bank, both are in the same project or not?
yes,
We can call, right?
yes,
So no problem. Suppose if you are calling that in any other project, at that time, this bank class is in which namespace, you have to import that namespace first. After that, you have to use. I will tell that also.
okay. Like using OOPS program like that,
Yes,
right?
correct. Yes, using OOPS programming. After that only you can use this bank.
Okay. So
Because
at that condition, we have to use the public, right? In the class?
Yes, correct.
Okay, okay,
In that case, you have to give public. Not now. In inheritance, I will start that concept. Okay.
okay, okay. Nice.
Now, open account. Account number is created. Return account number. It is going to return that account number. Now, if everything is clear, then I mean about this method, if everything is clear, then I will move to next. See, I'm not in hurry. If all are okay, then only please tell. If any one of you are having any small question, please ask. Because going forward, the programs will be little lengthy. Yes.
And one more thing, how we can able to know that the default classes are available inside the system? Like, if
Yeah,
you want
we are
to,
having, I will explain. We are having so many ways are there to find it out.
okay,
So one way I will show maybe here, system dot, see, system dot random. See, you are having these symbols, right?
yes,
These symbols are nothing but classes. One easiest way to find, many other ways are there, but one easiest way immediately to find it out means, see, random is a class, rank exception is a class, and if you go down slowly, sorry, system dot console. See, this console is a class.
yes,
And like that, you will get all these things. These are different. These are different things. But whatever you are getting in these symbols, all these things are under this system namespace. Okay.
okay, okay. I have one more doubt. Sorry. Like, so we are defining the random, all the classes, default classes. So what will be the under the random, like, is it possible to see it?
Just before I showed you, right? Click on that, press F12. Or right click on that, go to definition. Under random, what and all constructors are there, what and all methods are there, all these things you can see here.
Okay, okay, okay.
Otherwise, you can press dot, but instead of dot, directly go there so that you can see all the things there.
Okay.
Why do we have next over there, ma'am?
Generally, what this next is going to do means, see, if I place anywhere, if you are getting confusion, put the cursor on that next. What it is going to do, returns a random integer that within the specified range, I mean, in these two ranges, it is going to generate one random number. That random number it is going to return. That return type also it will gives you here. I want some random number to be as an account number. So that I'm going to generate using next. Okay.
Okay, the syntax itself is like that.
Yes. If you want to know that syntax also, see, next next of. See, down it is showing 3 syntaxes are there for next. Next,
Okay.
don't give nothing, returns a non-negative random integer. That means there is no limit. It may
Okay.
return 1 also, it may return 1 lakh also. There is no limit in that. Whereas maximum number means, suppose max 1000 if you gave, it may return 1 or it may return 10 also. I don't want like that. I want to give minimum and maximum value. In between that range I want.
Okay.
Hmm?
Yeah.
That we can set like that. 5000, all these things. Now, I opened an account and I got an account number. Now, small thing here, small, I mean, very small concept. Sometimes, see, these parameter names we are giving different, and class members name we are giving different. But in real time scenarios, in projects and all, you won't have separate names. It's very difficult to identify the project name and this separately. Why? Because suppose imagine if that method is taking 30 parameters, and those 30 parameters you have to assign to your class members. Imagine 30 parameters names you have to remember and 30 class variable names you have to remember, means very, very difficult. In that case, what they will do means they will give the parameter name and class member name as same. They will give parameter name and class member name is same. So if it is the case, then there is a small problem. What is that? Suppose if I'm giving this name as name, if I'm giving that particular parameter name as name, and if I give name is equal to name, your compiler will get a confused what you are trying to do there. Your compiler is getting confused what you are trying to do, whether you are trying to store this name variable into this. Actually, our intention is this parameter name I want to assign to class member, right? But here it's not clear. Suppose, see, when I click on here, this parameter is selecting. When I click on here, this parameter is selecting. Nowhere this is selecting. Why? Always first priority it will gives to this only. That's why it is thinking that the name parameter you are assigning to the name parameter only, but your intention is not that. So when a parameter name, and class member name both are same, when a parameter name and class variable name both are same, to differentiate that we have to use this keyword. We have to use this keyword. Now, if I select this, the top one will be highlighted. If I select this is going to be highlighted. Means it's taking some time to update. See, if I select this is highlighted, right? When I click on this is highlighted. So always keep remember, inside a class, anywhere if you are seeing this keyword, inside a class, anywhere you are seeing this keyword, whether if it is for method or if it is for class, keep remember, this always going to represent the current class member. See, some pen is there, that is your pen only. Then what you will say to others? If I ask whose pen is this, means you people will tell this is my pen. So I'm going to means I'm going to represent my properties that I can represent using this keyword. Keep remember, always this is going to represent the current class member. Okay. Next, keep remember, means just the topic came slowly I'm explaining, but later so many examples are there. But keep remember, make that note. Always wherever you are giving this for a method or a variable, whatever it is, this is going to represent the current class member. Okay, now go down. Deposit. Yes.
If we give class name different and parameter name different, do
No
we get?
problem. Suppose, see, here the name is balance and here the name is amount. Am I giving any this? No. That in that situation is not required. But going forward in your project, some situations will be there where you only tell 60 variable names remembering is easy or 30 variables names remembering is easy. Obviously 30, right? Because of that reason, in projects and all, maximum they will give class variable names and parameter names same only. In that case, how to differentiate that means this. But if you are giving different, no need of this. Even if you are giving this also, it will not highlight that. See, when I give this, observe, slowly it will shade it out, because here this is mandatory, but here this is not a mandatory part. Slowly I will come back, this will be shaded out slowly, because there this is not required. Clear? See, if you observe, here this is very highlighted, but this is shaded out because here this is not required. But if you are giving also, it won't throw any error. Next. Now, deposit. If I want to do deposit, first of all, what I have to do? Suppose the cashier had taken your deposit form and amount. First step, what he will do? He will type your account number there. If your account number is not matching, then immediately he will return back, right? So if account number is equivalent to a number. Now, anyone tell me here, can I give this also account number? With the same name, can I call or not? Yes, you can call. So, but this account number is different and this account number is different. How to identify that? You can identify that by using this keyword. Means my current class inside whatever account number is there, that plus whatever parameter is there, that if both are same, then balance is equal to balance plus amount. If not, I'm going to return console.writeLine invalid account number. Account number. That's it. Anyone, any question, please ask. Okay. Now,
Sindhu,
hmm.
in the deposit method, account number, we don't have any value, right? Yeah.
No, you have to pass that value from this method, from this class. Okay. Let me do this also. Bank account number and console.writeLine. See what we are doing. We are preparing the skeleton part. Tomorrow, if any customer wants to deposit, how it should react. See, the bank cashier don't know all those things. The bank cashier will know only this front-end functionality. So here I am doing a console application. That's why in a black screen you will get. But actually, if it is a Windows or web application, a beautiful UI screen we will get. In that UI screen, they will ask all these details. But the cashier, clerk, manager, all the people, they know this program only. They don't know background what is happening. This developers are going to create based on customer, based on client requirement. Okay. Now let me do this also. Console.writeLine. Enter name. I'm going to ask the name and string name is equal to console.readline and console.writeline. Enter balance and int balance is equal to int 32 of console.readline. Now account number and balance both I had taken. Now that obj dot open account, I want to call this method and I want to pass this name comma balance. Both I'm going to pass. Someone is unmuted, please mute. So open account, I'm passing these values. So these values, this method is going to return what? If you place the cursor on that, it will tell you. See, open account is going to return an integer, right? That means int account number is equal to, or I will declare all the variables at top. Account number equal to initial 0 I'm giving. So int account number equal to, I'm assigning. So if account number is greater than 0 means some value is generated, then console.writeLine your account is created successfully and your account number is plus account number. I'm going to print that account number. Done. I'm going to print that account number. So this process is done. So I'm going to take name and I'm going to take balance. After taking all these things, I'm going to generate account number. Once account number is generated, I'm going to check whether the account number is greater than 0. If the account number is greater than 0, then I'm going to print the account number. That's it. Okay. Now, after doing all these things, account number is going to generate. After doing all these things, then the next step is I'm writing in a loop. See, here I'm taking all the details. I'm sending all my details to open account method, and that open account method is going to generate one account number. That account number is going to return this. If account number is generated successfully, then I'm going to show that account number. Then if account number is greater than 0, then only I want to do all this work. Otherwise, I don't want. Simply, I want to throw a message else console.writeLine account is not created. Account is not created. Done. This step is done. Then all these steps are done. Then close this main program. This is not required. Close the main program. See, I'm writing all the functionality. First, I'm taking the data, I'm generating the account number. If account number greater than 0, I'm printing that. Then I'm going to ask all the other details. Console.writeLine, 1 for deposit, 2 for withdraw, 3 for get balance, 4 for display details. 4 for display details. Slash and enter your choice. Display details. Get balance. Enter your choice. And int choice equal to convert dot to int 32 of console dot read line. I'm going to ask the choice. So here, anyone, any questions in this?
Yes, Sindhu, where the enter name is there, I think the spelling mistake is a string name, console.readline. Above, I think line number 17.
Line number 17. Console.readline. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
name.
Okay. Oh, yes. String. Thank you. So all these things are done. Then once all these things, once I know the thing, then I'm writing a switch case. Switch ch. Some of you don't know the switch case, but don't worry. In this weekend, I will cover that pending part. So what is this switch case means? When more number of choices are there, whether choice equal to 1, I have to do this, or whether choice equal to 2, I have to do this, or choice equal to 3, I have to do this. In all such cases, I'm going to write that using a switch statement. Okay. So that whatever I'm selecting choice 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm selecting that value sorry, I'm selecting that selected value I'm going to store in this CH. That CH I'm going to give in switch. So how many cases will come? Case 1 or case 2. That means in that CH, you may enter either 1 or you may enter either 2 or you may enter either 3 or you may enter either 4. But other than these 4 cases, some people may enter 5, 6, 7, 8 also. In that case, all the other things will comes to default and it should show error message console.writeLine invalid choice. Invalid choice, and I don't want to continue. Break. That's it. I'm not going to discuss more on this. Tomorrow I will continue. But any questions on this topic?
I have a question.
Yes.
That's in line 21, account number equals to object dot open account. You have passed those arguments over there. How is it acting over there? Where
So
is it going?
these values will, OBJ is what? OBJ is bank account class, right?
Yeah.
Bank means this. So it
Yeah.
will goes to this class and it will check, is there any open account is there? Yes, open account is there. So it will hit to this method. So I'm putting breakpoints and I will run this program. Then you can understand. Here I'm putting breakpoint, not here, in the next line. Now I want to execute. Make this use a bank as an entry point. So go to properties. If you observe in this properties, you can select only use bank. You can't select bank. Why? In that bank class, you are not having static void main, right? So here I'm selecting use bank. Now don't press Control F5, directly execute F5 or start button. Because if breakpoints are, if you place any breakpoint, then Control F5 won't work. I'm executing this. So it should basically ask all these details. Okay, any error? Okay, for some time what I'm doing is I'm commenting these things because they have to return the data, otherwise they will throw error. So run the program, because here the method is going to return value. Here you have to use return keyword, otherwise it will throw error. So I commented that. Why still what happened? Save all these things. Sometimes clean the solution. Yes, start. Sometimes Visual Studio 2019 is behaving in a different way. So leave that, no problem. After executing, I will do undo. Even if I commented also, it's throwing error in that commented lines also. Now it will comes to your main program first, because use bank, right? It will goes to this use bank and it will ask your name and what is the opening balance. After taking all these details, it will come back to this program. See, it will comes to here. And after asking these two details, it will comes to this breakpoint. Where is your output? Yes, enter your name, RAM, balance 9,900 I'm giving, enter. So see, this breakpoint is executed. See, this breakpoint it came. Now here also I had given breakpoint, right? Observe now what it will happen means it will comes to this method. I'm continuing to continue that next step. F10 I have to press. When I click on F10, from here onwards, it's going to call that particular method. What is happening? Some issue with this controls, some zoom controls, and these are clumsy. Control F11. So in yesterday's class, we started implementing some methods, and already we implemented some methods, but yesterday in middle of execution, it stops the process. Let's rebuild the solution once again and execute. Okay. Now let's run the application. It's coming to this breakpoint. And when I click on continue, from here onwards, it will comes to here. And whatever name you are passing, that name here it will take. Let's move to next. Name equal to RAM and amount 9,000. And it's going to generate this value, account number. So if I place the cursor on account number, some account number is, that account number is going to return to this method. And if you observe, if I place the mouse there, whatever account number it is returning, that account number here it's going to catch. And if that account number is above this, then it is going to show that account number and it will show the message. And if I continue this, see, your account is successfully, and your account number is whatever account number is generated, that, and remaining all functionalities are same. So any questions on this? I'm moving to next.
1 second.
Hmm.
Yeah, in the same 21 line number, account number you have defined as a int, right? But the name you're saying is it's a string, right?
Hmm.
But how can you assign both the things into the int data type?
Where I assigned int data type?
It's the you see the 14 line.
Int account number I declared.
Yes.
That value is 0. String, obviously, because I want to read a string, that's why I had declared a name.
Yeah, but here obj.open account name comma balance. Name means what? Is it a string or like what it is going to
See,
have?
when I am calling open account, then I am passing string and one long value, or one integer value, and returning one integer. Is this clear now?
Okay.
Okay, see, don't think that whatever parameters I'm passing, the same type I have to get back. Suppose if you are going to hotel with some money, and you will give that money, in return you will get some tiffin or meal or something. So what you are taking money, but what you are getting some food. So both are not same, right? So whatever means, maybe some coordination will be there. Maybe whatever parameters you are passing, sometimes the return type may be the same, but keep remember, parameters type you are passing, there is no rule that the return type also should be same. Clear?
Okay. Yeah.
Now, so account than 0, then it's going to down, and 1 is for deposit. Deposit means console.writeLine, how much amount you want to deposit. That amount also I'm declaring outside only. Console.readline. Done. Now, console.writeLine, how much amount you want to deposit, amount equal to this thing. Now, I want to call obj.deposit of this amount I want to pass. But when you are depositing the amount, what you are going to pass? You are to pass account number also. So you have to ask customer, enter account number. Enter your account number. So one more number, and that account number I'm giving here. See here, it is showing what is the generated account number. That generated account number it is showing here. So after that, whenever you want to do any transaction, you should keep remember, and you should tell to cashier that this is your account number. So account number and how much amount you want to deposit. And to this deposit method, what you have to pass here, it will gives you. Open the bracket here down, what it is showing, you have to pass account number and you have to pass amount. Account number is stored in A number and amount amount. These two things I passed. And these two things, what I did in this bank, where is this deposit method? I'm taking these values. I'm comparing this account number with with this customer account number. If it is same, then I am adding the amount. I'm adding the amount. So once go through with this break. Is there any questions or is it clear? I'm taking what is your account number. Then you might ask, ma'am, above only we are getting the account number means, see, when any customer open the account, at that time I will tell, yes, your account is opened successfully. This is your account number. That part is over. Now, suppose after that, if I want to do any transaction, then system will ask, suppose if you want to deposit, immediately what system will ask, please enter your account number. If you enter your account number and how much you are going to deposit both, then it will validate whether your account number is correct or not. If it is correct, then only it will deposit the amount. And here also I'm doing the same. If your account number is a valid account number, then it is going to add your amount. If it is not, invalid account number message it will shows. In the same way, if I want to withdraw the amount also, same thing. These two things I want. And obj dot withdraw of what is the account number, sorry, a number comma amount. These two I'm passing and break. So here what I have to do, I'm going back, withdraw, both I'm taking, same condition I have to check. If this dot account number equal to account number, then do something else. I want to show error message that invalid account number. So here what I want to do, here I want to check, suppose see, in customer account 10,000 is there, customer is asking 1 lakh. Should I take the amount? No. So I want to check minimum. Okay, leave that. I'm checking if balance minus amount is greater than or equal to 0. Balance minus amount, if it is greater than 0, then balance is equal to balance minus amount. That's it. Balance equal to balance minus amount. Okay, if balance equal to balance minus amount is greater than 0, then only I want to withdraw them. Suppose in my account 10,000, I want to withdraw 11,000, then it should not allow. Where that extra 1,000 they will get, right? So it should not allow. In that case, else console.writeLine insufficient balance. Imbalance. That's it. Any questions? Okay. See, all these things, you people regularly do these activities. But what I'm doing is not outer structure, internal structure, how it is going to work also, I'm saying that's it. And case 3 is balance. For that, I should know my account number. If you ask bank people, please tell me my balance means what they will ask. Please tell me your account number, then I will. So it is going to return some data. Console.writeLine, your current balance is plus what is your current balance? Obj dot get balance. What is that command? Okay, yesterday I removed, right? Public long get balance of int account number. And if not, invalid account number. Same one more method, public void display details of account number. Even if you want to know your complete details also, basic thing you should have your account number. If it is then I want to return this and return 0. If it is correct, then return balance. That's it. Come back, get balance. It's going to return some value. That return I'm going to capture, and that value I'm storing here. That value I'm printing here. So case 3 is also done. Break. And case 4. Case 4 means what? Case 4 means console.writeLine, or else no need to print obj dot display details. But if I want to print these details also, what I want account number details. So I am getting a number details. Done. And I don't want to continue. After that, break. That's it. After that, I don't want to continue and break. All the steps are done. In display also, I have to finish this display part. If account number equal to account number, then console.writeLine account number equal to plus ACNO, and console.writeLine name is equal to plus console.writeLine balance is equal to plus balance. Done. All these things. Now run your program. Enter your name, Vamsi. Enter balance 9,000. Account is created successfully. Your account number is 4254. Okay. Now I want to know my balance, or I want to withdraw the amount. So enter your choice 2. Enter your account number. You have to tell exactly the same account number, otherwise it will show invalid account number 4254. And how much amount you want to withdraw? 10,000 I want to withdraw. Then insufficient balance. Obviously, I gave only 9,000. How come you can withdraw 10,000? It is showing insufficient balance. Okay, press any key to continue. And same thing. See, 8,000. And I want to deposit some amount. 1325, my account number. 1325 is my account number. And 5,000 I want to add. Yes, transaction is done. Ma'am, after doing withdraw deposit, I want to know the balance also. That also you can do. What you have to do in this bank, after doing all these activities, invalid account number or whatever it is, not here. After doing withdraw, whether transaction happened or not happened, both console.writeLine OB, no need of OBJ, because within the class you are calling, right? If you are calling within the class, you no need to pass anything. Account number, that's it. The same thing to here also. So that at least if deposit is happening, we can know deposit is happened. See, Surya. Balance is 9,000. I want to deposit. 2895 is my account number. And how much amount you want to deposit? 5,000. See, your current balance is 14,000. Means it's working, right? So slowly I will move one by one. Anywhere anyone is having any question, please ask. See, based on this only, I'm going to give assignments. If anyone not clear also, please ask. If you keep calm means I can't understand whether you are understanding or not.
Ma'am, can you tell me about the debugger, how to put and how to delete the debugger?
Debug means, see, this gray color line is there, right? There, which method you want to put breakpoint, that method before you click on that dot. So automatically breakpoint will be done. So here also you have to put, and where that method is in this case too. Even here it's not required, but always make it as a habit, put the calling area also. So here I'm putting. So what will happen when if I put some breakpoints, don't press Control F5. So that if I click on the start button, but it will start little late, because whatever breakpoints are there, all those things it should collect, and in debug mode it should run. That's why it will take some time. So breakpoint executed, enter name, some name I'm giving, enter balance, some balance I'm giving, enter. It come to this step, account number, continue. So account opening form is created. Step by step, if I want to execute, F10. Yesterday, some Zoom settings and my video settings both are clumped. That's why we got some different thing. But here, F10. To continue next step, it is going to return your account number. Everywhere, wherever it's moving, there what value you got to see, you can place the mouse there. You can see what value it's generated, but you can check only if you move from that line. If you are in the same line, you won't get that. So from this line to this line, by F10 I moved. Then if I place the cursor, then you will get again F10. Deposit, withdraw, all these things. Enter your choice. I want to deposit. Enter. So switch case means it goes to that case. It is asking account number. Account number is 4516. 4516. Enter. How much amount you want to deposit? 8,000. Enter. Now see, where the next breakpoint is there, that next breakpoint area, it stops the process. Then if you want to see the values, same process. And continue means it will move to that next breakpoint. Check whether are you getting the values or not. And if you want to execute all these, continue. So if you want to know the balance here, yes, earlier 999 my opening account, now I had given 1,000. So it's done. And your current balance, because if condition dissatisfied, that's why it won't comes to this else part. It will comes out and it will print that message. That's it. Continue. It will shows the output. But when you are giving breakpoint, if you want to give a breakpoint, then at the end of the program, you have to give console.read key. That is very important. End of the program. Console.read key. Okay. Why? In debug point, it won't wait for you till you finish your work. Again, I'm saying in this breakpoint part, it won't wait for you till you finish your work. Immediately it will comes out. That's why if you are running in breakpoints, then at end of the program, press give console.read key, so that it is going to wait there till you press any key. So once your breakpoint work is done, either one breakpoint, if you want to remove, you can remove. Otherwise, debug, in this debug, disable all breakpoints. It will disable it for some time. or delete all breakpoints to delete all the breakpoints. Which one is comfortable, you can. I'm deleting all the breakpoints. Yes, that's it. Means in this if you observe, see, deposit inside, it's not there, or opening account, nothing is there, because all project inside, whatever breakpoints are there, all those things are removed. Or disable means temporarily it will disable. Again, if you want to enable, then there only in place of disable, you will get enable breakpoints. Clear?
Yes, clear, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going down. I'm showing two methods, deposit and open account. I'm going down. Withdraw and deposit methods. On this program only, around next 10 days, I'm going to give assignments. Down, display details. No, I think everyone is clear on that. So whatever assignments I'm going to give, I'm not going to tell in the program. Suppose, see how a business analyst will collect the requirement from client, how he will give to developers. In the same way, I'm going to explain, so that in your real time, some business analyst is saying some requirement, you can understand how to implement to code. Okay, so So because for you people to type all this program, it will take some time. That's why I'm giving today very less task. So and very less people are sending that assignments, whatever I'm giving. Remaining people, I'm not getting that output. See, at least try. If you are comfortable, then please try that assignments, whatever I'm giving. Okay. So my minimum balance is 5,500. Okay. So first two requirements. Requirement part 1. This I will give very less. So when you are opening account, then minimum opening balance should be 1,000 above, where you want to give your wish. When you are opening an account, then your minimum opening balance should be 1,000. But now the program is not like that. Even 10 rupees if you give also, it will create an account. But I don't want. Minimum balance should be 1,000. Then only it should. And next requirement. When you are withdrawing the amount, when you are withdrawing the amount, then when you withdraw the amount, then you should maintain minimum balance as 500. You should maintain minimum balance as 500. Again, I'm saying when you are opening the account, then the minimum balance should be 1,000 rupees or above. 1,000 or above. That is first requirement. Where you want to give, that's you people think. And when you are withdraw the amount, then you should maintain the minimum balance as 1,000. But now, no. If my account is having 10,000, till 10,000, I can withdraw the amount. Right? Till 10,000, I can withdraw the amount. But I don't want that. Okay. And how, where you have to do, that's your wish. First, what you people will do means type the whole program and check whether it's executing properly or not. If everything is going well, then implement these two requirements. Before coming to Monday session, please finish this requirement. Okay. Any other questions you want to ask, or any doubts or anything?
Can we send the programs to your mail ID?
And one actually for others also, I didn't send notes because this week I'm little busy with my office work also. That's why I didn't send. But today I will send all the notes to other people. And one more important thing, Monday, the people who came from 8 to 9 batch, for them there is no session. The people who are coming from 6 to 7 batch, they are having same timings is not changing, but others also, if they want to attend, they can attend. I'm not saying anything if they want, because for 6 to 7 batch people, two classes separations are there. They don't know these methods properly. I want to cover that methods concept completely, so for them Monday session is there. Okay. And 8 to 9 people to attend one more time, then they can. Otherwise, no problem. For them, there is no session. I mean, Chandu and Padma, for all these people, Einstein, all these people are coming from 8 to 9, right? So for them, there is no session. But still, if you want to listen one more time, then you can join, no problem. Okay. And these two, I mean, bank.cs and usebank.cs, also, whatever previously in your sessions, whatever I finished, all those programs I will send. Okay. and try to maintain in Git. Means I will upload in Git, and from that Git, how to download the solution, try to understand, Google it and try to find it out. If not, I will explain, but always try to use Git. Means in Git, you create one account, log in with that account. After that, whatever link I'm sending to you people, click on that account. Those people who knows, I no need to explain, but those are new to Git, go to your go to browser and type Git, and you will you have to create one account in that Git. So always try to maintain. See, in mail also I can send, but that is very traditional way. Okay, almost all people knows that, but see, open the GitHub account, and in that, see, sign up is there. You create a free account. So when you create a free account, then whatever link I'm sending, try to open that link after signing. Then you will get what and all projects I send, that projects list you will get. In that, either if you want to download the whole solution also, you can download. Next time, means not now, after few days, the repository, how to bind directly in without this also I will tell, but it will take some time to discuss that, but later I will discuss that. You people should know little Git commands also, that I will discuss later. Okay. Questions?
Just want to ask you, ma'am, like last week you said you would be taking class on Sunday as well. So we don't have it as of now,
No,
right?
no. This Sunday, no. Next
Oh,
Sunday I will plan.
okay. And one more question, like, could you show us how to switch between the projects? In your Visual Studio, like you must have had more than 2 or 3 projects, no, ma'am? How do you switch without closing it?
Suppose, see, right click, add one more new project I am adding.
Existing projects.
That's no problem. I will add 2 projects. Next, in this project, advanced programming, some name I gave, create. So 2 things are there. So in this program, already something is there. In this program.cs, I wrote some hello world program. So console.writeline, hello world. Now, when I run this application, what I will get bank application only, even though new project is there also. See, enter name. That means bank application only running. Now, I want to run this program. If I want to run this program, then first step is what? Right click on this project, not solution. Right click on this project and set as startup project. After that, go to properties. Anyway, in this only one program is there, so no problem. But here you have to select that program. Means which one here? Advanced program properties. And here I have to select this program. Now if I run, I will get that hello world. Clear?
I got this, ma'am. My question is like, I have multiple projects. Like, I have created around 4 projects. Whenever I open Visual Studio, I will be able to see, it will prompt which project I want to open. Then I'll click on it. Otherwise, once I open the Visual Studio, there I cannot see. If I want to go to another project, I will close it and again I'll open it. Is there any way?
Why? No. Suppose, see, I'm closing this. Where it is? First, let me know the path. Open in File Explorer. No, I'm closing this Visual Studio completely.
Okay.
And Visual Studio 2019. So you can select open project or solution, right?
I'll directly click on some of the recent ones. Okay.
Open project or solution. Then here, where your solution is, that solution you select. Suppose I will remove also repos only I will select. In this repos, ours is C# 7 to 8 AM solution. I think you are selecting this project. Don't select the project. So come back here, select the solution. When you select the solution, you have to open this SLN, not this project. SLN you have to select. Select the solution and click on open. When you open the solution, what will happen means under the solution, what and all projects are there, all the projects you will get. Now see, if I open, see, two projects are here. So always when you are open, what is the advantage is under that solution, whatever projects are there, all projects you will get. If you open project, what will happen means every time if I want to go to another project, again I have to open Visual Studio. That is not correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Others? Okay. Okay then. Bye all of you. All the solution and all I will send. In the meanwhile, you people try to create a Git account. Okay. By 11 or 12, I will send all the programs and all. Okay. Okay. And don't neglect this thing also. Because around the coming next 10 days, I'm going to give small requirements like this. Okay. At least that program part, please send. Okay. Okay then. Bye all of you. Thank you. Happy weekend. Last class we discussed constructors, what is constructors and all we discussed, and parameterized constructor, default constructor, these two we discussed. Also we discussed one more that is called constructor overloading and method overloading, right? Constructor overloading and method overloading, and what is the use of out parameter, out keyword also we discussed. Okay, now let's move to next. And class. Now, one more concept is there in constructor. Constructor overloading. Constructor overloading. Let's see what is meant by constructor overloading and all. Static void main. Now, in this, static void main, and now in this, I am going to write one more class const test 5. Now, one parameterized constructor is there, public const test 5, and int course name, cname, comma, sorry, string course name, and course duration, comma, course fee. This is the data. Now all this data it is taking. String cname, comma, int c duration, comma, int course fee. And if I want to assign this, already both are same, so you have to use this dot cname equal to cname, and this dot c duration equal to c duration, and this dot c fee equal to c fee. All these things I had assigned. Now I want to display this data. Public void display. I'm going to display the data. Console.writeLine. C duration. Right line. Course fee plus C fee. All these things I'm taking. Now, for this I'm creating an object, const test 5 obj equal to new const test 5. And now to whom I'm asking, only those people give reply. So if you observe in that I wrote something and somewhere it is showing error. Anselin, why it is showing error? Anselin, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Why it is showing error? You try, whether if it is right or wrong, it's not an issue, but try. Okay, I will show little above also. Display is not important for us. Yes. Why it is showing error? Because
Because we pass the value for the constructor.
where, in which line? You are saying correct. In which
13.
line? Line number?
13.
30.
13.
13. Line number 13.
Yeah.
Yes. This
We
constructor.
pass these parameters constructor. So we have to pass the parameters in there.
Yes, correct. So because whatever constructor is there, this constructor is a parameterized constructor. So when we are creating an instance of that class, then you have to pass these parameters. Otherwise it won't allow, right? So let me pass the parameters. Course name is C#.net and course duration is 30 days, comma, course fee is, for example, 5,000. I gave some amount. Okay. Now everything is working fine. And if you run this program also, it will work fine. Now, these are the objects. 5 only. This is object 1, object 1. This is object 2, object 2. This is 3, 3. 4. This is 4. Now total how many? 4 objects are there. Now somehow, means very rarely we will get this type of scenario. Somehow we are creating 4 objects. So actually if you observe for these 4 objects, I'm passing same type of data. Now suddenly I have to change the course fees from 5,000 to 6,000. Or I have to change that C# duration from 30 to 40 days. So what I have to do, everywhere I have to go and I have to change, right? Here 40 and here also 40 and here also 40, like that everywhere I have to change. Now suddenly it's 35 means everywhere I have to go and change. So because of that, this is not a proper approach. This is not a proper approach to pass this data. To pass this data, this is not a proper approach. Then how we can pass? Means the situation where multiple objects, that means these obj1, obj2, obj3, obj4, multiple objects are taking same type of data at constructor level, then this is not the recommended way to pass the data. Then how to pass? Instead of passing this data, I am passing object 1. Means earlier here I am passing a string, a number, a number. So here constructor level what you gave? String parameter, number parameter and number parameter you gave. Now to this constructor what I am passing? obj1. obj1 is of which type? This type. Now here I'm going to create one more constructor, public const test 5. And what data it is taking? It is taking const test 5 of data. Const test 5 C. And here what I'm doing means, this is object 2 dot you called, right? For object 2 C name, it is going to assign C dot C name. And object 2 course duration, it is going to assign C dot duration. C dot C duration. And course fee is equal to C dot course fee. That's it. So again, I'm saying earlier we passed string integer. That's why parameters I gave like this. If your parameters are taking little different, means instead of passing this data, what I'm doing, I'm passing this object 1. So this object 1 is going to here in this C. So this object 1 is holding all these values, right? So that values, that C values, I am assigning to object 2 members. So this is called as copy constructor. This is called copy constructor. So when we want to copy one object value to values to another object at a constructor level, then that is called as copy constructor. Again, I'm saying when you want to copy one object values to another object at constructor level, then we are going to use this copy constructor. But keep remember, very rarely you are going to use this syntax. Very rarely you are going to use this syntax. Now for other things also, I'm not giving this. Instead of that, I'm giving this obj1 only. So what is the advantage? Here it is going to call your parameterized constructor. Here it is going to call your copy constructor. So advantage of this is, suppose suddenly your client told, no, it's 35 days. So go to this main thing, and if I change here to 35, sorry. Where it is? Here, if I change this value to 35, automatically for all the objects, it's going to change. So keep remember, if I want to copy one object value to another object at constructor level, then copy constructor is going to be used. But this, very rarely you will get this type of scenario, very rarely. But keep remember, this is also possible. Yes. Any questions, please ask. Once go through with that. If no questions.
Ma'am, I was thinking all the parameters are same, then why to call the objects again and again?
Sorry?
When all the parameters are same and we are using the same object for the same function, then why would we call
no,
the same object again and again?
If this type of scenario came, suppose see, you are joining for Naresh C Sharp course for and same thing, Chandu and Parthiban and Shrija, like multiple peoples are joined in this. So whatever videos Naresh is sending, is that same or different? Or whatever notes I'm sending, is that same or different? Or whatever course duration of yours, is that same or different? All are same. except your name and phone number, email, remaining all details are same, right? So this is Padma object, and this is some X object, this is some Y object, but for all these people, courses are same, course duration is same, fees is same, but only your name and phone number, these things are different. In that case, you can create like this. You can create like this, but very rarely you can do like this. If all data is same, then you can use this approach to copy one object to another object. But in our scenario, whatever example I said, name and phone number are different, but whatever courses you selected, that course fee, duration, remaining, etc., all these things are same, right? That you can create like this. If it is same, then only we can use this scenario.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions? I'm moving to next. So just,
Ma'am, why we have written these many objects? Like you have written 4 objects, right?
yes,
Why you have given 4 objects?
if you don't want, you can write 2 only. Just I'm saying, if this scenario came, whether if it is 2 objects, 3 objects, 4 objects, or anything. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Then one more common interview question here is, and okay, I will tell here only. One more common interview question is, can I define my constructor as private? Means yes, you can define your constructor as private also. Means like for methods, how you are defining a scope, public, private, protected and all. In the same way, for constructor also, public, private, protected, everything you can give. Some design patterns required constructor should declare as private. So keep remember, if a constructor is defined as private, then means if anyone asks, can I define constructor as private, means yes, you can define, but instance creation is not possible. Instance creation is not possible. So you should not say constructors making private is not possible. You can do that, but instance creation is not possible. Clear? Next. So whatever you are going to create, for all these things, whatever constructors you are going to create, whatever constructors you are going to create, some areas we required private. Then you might ask a question, ma'am, if instance creation is not possible, then what is the purpose of that constructors? Not now. If you want, you can go through with that. We are having one design pattern called singleton design pattern. In that singleton design pattern, we have to restrict users to create an object for this class. In that case, what we have to do means, we have to make this constructor as private. If you make any class constructor as a private, then instance creation is not possible. Very, very important. But some areas it's required, some areas it's not. That's why if anyone asks you, can I define constructor as a private, means yes, you can define. Actually, we won't discuss singleton design pattern, but in interviews, if they ask why we need constructor as a private, means one best example, in singleton design pattern, we are going to use that. If anyone are interested, please refer that singleton pattern also. In Google, you can find it out, because design patterns are very, very important. Shall I move to next? Okay. Next. Add. one more class. Okay. Static constructors also I will discuss. Variable, static variable demo. Now, static void main class static demo 1. Now, till now, whatever variables you declared, those are called as instance variable. Those are called as instance variable. So I'm writing here instance variable. Why I'm calling this as an instance variable? Static demo 1 obj is equal to new static demo 1. Static demo 1 obj equal to new static demo 1. I'm creating an object for this, and I'm creating an object for this. So static demo 1 obj equal to new static demo 1, then obj dot, you when you type this, when you create an instance of that class, then the memory is going to allocate for obj dot first number. That means when you are creating an instance, at that time the memory is going to allocate for that first number, right? That's why I can call that variable as an instance variable. I can call that variable as instance variable. So instance variable, for every instance the memory is going to create. That means obj1 and obj2, two objects are there. For obj1 dot first number separate memory, for obj2 dot first number separate memory is going to allocate. That means how many instances you are creating, those many memories it's going to create. Already I discussed this earlier also. Now, what is meant by static variable? If I declare a variable with a keyword called static, then that is called as static variable. This is static variable. And before creating instance only, for static variable, the memory is going to allocate. And for static variable, it won't create memory for every instance. It won't create memory for every instance. Only once the memory is going to allocate, and that memory will be shared by all objects. Only once the memory is going to create, and that memory is shared by all objects. Again, I'm saying, see, instance variable means for every instance the memory is going to create. Whereas static variable means only once it's going to create, only once it's going to create, and that memory will be shared by all people. That memory will be shared by all people. Okay, now, so instance variable and static variable. Let me write down one program, public void display. In this display, I'm going to print console dot. What is this method? This method is instance method, because once we are discussing the concept of static, always you have to differ static method, instance method, or static variable, instance variable. You have to, when we are saying that, then you have to tell that it is an instance method or it is a static method, like that. Now this is a purely instance method only. So an instance method can access both instance and static variables. Keep remember, console dot write line first number equal to plus f number. Second number second number. Now I'm going to print this public void. Okay, I printed, but let me first print these values. obj1 dot display, and here obj2 dot display. Let me check what values it's going to print. Run. Okay, some other program is there. So go to properties, static variables. Yes, run. 0 0, it's going to display first number equal to 0, second number equal to 0 for all objects. Okay, so who is going to do all these things means you people know. I don't want to explain that again. Public void increment, and again this is what? Instance method. Now first number plus plus, second number plus plus, first number plus plus, second number plus plus. I'm incrementing those two variable values. Now obj1 dot increment and obj2 dot, sorry, 1 dot increment. So here what will be the values? Initial value, this value will be 0, and second number value will be 0, because second number is not belongs to object 1, right? That's why I didn't wrote object 1 dot like that. I didn't wrote. Now anyone tell me what is the value of what is the value after finishing this method? What is first number and second number values?
0.
0 after increment. After this increment step, what will be the values of first number and second number?
1.
No, 1 1. Why you are thinking so much? This value will be 1 and the second number value will be 1. Then you might think, Shriza, I think you might think plus plus is next, that's why maybe 0 0. No, if the plus plus before or after, when you gave console.writeLine inside only, that will be differ. Okay, so here you are giving plus plus s number or s number plus plus, both are same. Now anyone, what will be the output of this? Again I called increment. What will happen?
2.
2. Yes, second number equal to 2. All these things. Obviously display means it's going to display these values only. Now if I come to this down, again one more object is creating. For first number, what I said about instance variable, for every instance it is going to create a separate memory. So this value will start with 0. But second number, it won't start with 0. It will start with 2. Why? What I said about static variable, it won't create separate memory for every object. Only one memory, and that memory will be shared by all. Now if you want, you can see the output. See, first one 2 2, that is correct. And second, obj2 dot display f number equal to 0. What is s number? It is showing 2. S number, it is showing 2, right? So keep remember, always this will work like this only. Any questions? Please try to understand. Anywhere if you are not clear, please ask. I will hide this.
Ma'am, for first number and second number, you did not give any value, right?
I didn't give any value.
So how can we get like 1 and...
Anyone tell me how can I get that value?
The default.
Yes, it will take default 0.
Who is going to assign that 0? That's what Shravani is asking.
If you are
Shivani
not
is
assigning a value, it will take 0. Is a default.
someone will assign. Who?
Default constructor.
Yes, default constructor, implicit default constructor. Remember here in the constructor demo, I said In a class, if there is no constructor is defined, then implicit default constructor will be added, and that implicit default constructor will assign 0 to integer, value type of data, null to reference type of data, right? So keep remember, these points are very important. So Shivani, whatever you are asked for that, here for first number and second number, who is going to assign? Means obviously for static variable, your constructor won't do. By default, the initial value of static variable is 0 only. So this is that. And for this first number, who is going to assign? Your implicit default constructor will assign that 0. Clear?
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, in one example, you said that if it comes before and after post increment and pre increment in the memory location, it will increase, but it will not print, you said. No, ma'am?
No. See, here, whether if you are giving like this or like this, both are same. Both are same. But when you can find out the difference between these two means, if you gave this inside console.writeLine, then this both are different. Okay. But I'm not printing, right? If you are not printing, both are same. Either you can give, or I didn't understand this one means you can give f number equal to f number plus 1. It's going to increase. Anything is same. All these three are same. Okay.
Okay. If you're not printing, it's increasing in the memory location. Is it that? Like now in this case, you did not give console.writeLine, but then you've given f number plus plus. So is it like increased in the memory location, and when it came to obj.increment, did it print 1?
No. Either you are giving this or you are giving this. After finishing this line, the value will be increment.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why there won't be any difference.
Okay.
Okay. Next, almost static variable is done. Now keep remember, for static variables, only once the memory is going to create. Now I will ask a question. Let's go to bank class. This is my program. Now, Parthiban, you tell me, in this any variable, can I make it as static? This is saving account. Now, my question is, in this, whatever variables are there, can I make any variable as static?
No, ma'am. No.
No. Okay. Shrija?
Yes, ma'am.
Which variable? Okay, for your confirmation, yes is correct. You have to make one variable as static. Which variable? Okay, anyone?
Name variable.
Which variable?
String name.
Name. Okay.
Why?
Any
Because
other?
it's not changing.
Why? For your account number, whatever name is there, in my account number also same name will be there. No, right?
Once assigned. Okay. Once. Okay.
No, what I'm saying is, try to understand first. Static means what? That data should be common to everyone. That data should
minimum
be
balance.
Yes, very good. It's minimum balance, right? Because if you observe, account number is different for yours and mine, and name will be different for yours and mine. Maybe balance, sometimes it may be same, but this is also separate memory I want. But minimum balance, this is common for everyone. Common for everyone. So I can make this variable as static. Keep remember, if I define this variable as static, then memory will be allocated, memory will be created only once, and that memory will be shared by all people. Memory will be created by only once, and that memory will be shared by all people. Now this is good. So because of this static nature, the memory is going to create only once. But means I think you people understood, right? Where you have to use static, where you should not use static, right? So when generally in banks, so many people will create an account. How many objects are there? It's not a problem. For all those people, for these variables, separate memory is going to create, and for minimum balance, only one memory is going to create. Because of that, it's going to save the memory. Now, but static concept is very good. But the problem is, whatever static memory is there, or whatever static variable is there, everyone are able to change the static variable. I don't want that nature. Let's see how. Go to add and class. Please understand, this is very commonly asked interview question. What is the difference between static and read? Sorry. What is the difference between constant, static, read only? Static void main. So static void main, then class static demo 1. Now here I think static demo 1 is there, static demo 2. Here I'm declaring one variable, int a. What is this a? This a is called as instance variable. That means for every object the memory is going to create. Now static int b. So this is good. It is a static variable. So only once the memory will be allocated. Only once the memory will be allocated. But okay, let me write one constructor. How to write a constructor? Okay, public static demo 2 public static demo 2 and public static demo 2, and inside I'm going to write something, then public void display. So this is constructor, instance constructor, instance constructor, and this is instance method. Now if you observe, a equal to 10, b equal to 20, I can change, or a is equal to 100, b is equal to 200. I'm able to change. I'm able to change these things also. A equal to 10, b equal to 20. Yes, I'm able to change. In the same way, a equal to 100, b equal to 200, I'm able to change. That means if you take the static variable value can be changed anywhere. The static variable value, you can change it anywhere. I don't want this nature. If you take this minimum balance bank program, in this bank program, whatever value is there, that value no one can change. Only I can take this data, but no constructor, no method, nothing, no people should change. I want the memory should be only once, and I don't want to allow anyone should change. So then I can make one more is there, read only. Read only int c. If I declare a variable as a read only, then either you can give the value immediately, or you can give the value c equal to 50 here. Constructor level also you can change, but if you observe here c equal to 50, you can't change. Why? A read only variable value, a read only variable value can change at constructor level only, but at method level you can't change. That's why it's throwing error. So this is okay, but this is what, again, this is also an instance variable only. This is also an instance variable only, but I want static nature plus read only nature both. I want static nature, that means one memory I want to create, and read only nature also there. Then I can define that variable as static read only. I can define that variable as static read only int d. That means what? Memory will create only once, and no method can change this. So let me change this d equal to 10. If I'm trying to give 1 not 10, if I'm trying to give, it will throw error. Why? That is a static variable, static read only variable. You can't access static read only variable. You can't access at normal constructor. So this is not possible. At least can I give here d equal to 100? No, because this is static read only variable. So you can't access at method. This is a read only variable. Read only variable. So you can't access that. So keep remember, if I make this as a static read only, then ma'am, how to give this value? Either you can give this immediately here, or if you are having a static constructor, I will tell static constructor tomorrow. Static constructor, see, I want to give the value here, d equal to 50. Is it taking or not? So if it is your static read only variable, the static read only variable value you can give either immediately or at static constructor level only. In these two places only you can give static read only variable value. Like this, like read only. What is meant by yes?
Ma'am, can I change the value? For example, static read only, when you're defining this one, for example, you assign a 500 or 100 value. Can I change that value in static constructor?
In actually, this is wrong. Whatever I had given immediately giving, right? This is wrong. Okay. You should not give in this variable declaration part. Why constructors? Constructors are going to give and initialize the values, right? Constructor level only we have to do. But earlier, when I'm saying this program, I didn't discuss about constructors. That's why I gave the value directly. But this is not the correct approach. This is the correct place where you can define the variables values. Okay.
Okay.
But yes, for your question, answer is if you are giving some value here, then I can change the value here. Now, what will be the value when I'm trying to print this means 50 only. Okay. At constructor level, what value you assigned, that only it will take.
Okay.
So next. So how you are having read only? Read only means what I said, a read only variable value can change at constructor level only, right? In the same way, we are having one more, const int cc. This is also somehow like read only, but const means immediately you have to give the value. If you are not giving immediately, it will throw error. Const value immediately you have to give. Even constructor level, know where you can touch that value. C equal to 901. See, it will throw an error. Why? It is a constructor. It is a const value, constant variable. So you can't change the value. So not only this, when you are changing at normal constructor level also, it's not going to allow. That means in a constant, if you assign some value at the time of declaration, you never change. You should not change any value. Then ma'am, you might ask, ma'am, instead of read only, can I define static constant? No. Why? See, static constant int dd. When I'm trying to give this, equal to 600. Static constant int dd. If I place the cursor there, the constant dd cannot be marked as static. So always constant will be for instance variable only. Constant will be for instance variable only. Static variables, you can't change it as constant. Always constant should give for instance variable only. Constant variables you can give for instance variable only. Again, I'm saying these questions are very important. Once you, after finishing this course, once you attend the first interview, then these questions are very commonly they are going to ask. Whether when I'm saying, if you want to note it down in a separate notes and all, your wish. Because see, even I am also taking so many interviews. At that time also, these questions are common questions. When I am facing any interview also, even after having these many years of experience, still the people is going to ask these questions. Okay, so keep remember, always constant can be used as constant can be applied for instance variables, and read only you can apply for static variables, static and instance both. And one more important difference, constant you can apply for in any variable. That means here, what is this CC? Here CC is a class variable, right? Class inside whatever variables you are defining, those are called as class variables. Now if you want, let me comment this, if you want a method inside also, you can define constant int dd equal to 500, some value I had given. Yes, this is allowed. That means this is what method inside, that means these are called local variables, right? See, these local variables also can be constant, but read only int ee is equal to 900, it will throw error. Why? If I place mouse there, what is the error it is showing? The modifier read only is not valid for this item. That means read only variables, read only you can't apply for local variables. Read only you can apply for class variables only. But constant, both for class variable you can apply, as well as for method, local variables also you can apply. These are the main differences between static, constant, read only, and static read only. And in this area, what we have to discuss, you have to declare this variable as static read only this, so that memory will be allocated only once, and you shouldn't give this value here. I will tell tomorrow, I will discuss static constructor, then I will change, but this is not a proper way of giving the data. Always in constructor we have to define that. But static read only short minimum balance. Like this, you have to declare your variable. Now go through with this. Clear? And today morning, I sent constructors, static properties, all these notes I sent. Please go through with all.
Sure.
Okay. And in our requirement, I'm going to add one more. I don't know whether you people are doing or not. I am not getting requirement part 3. So one is for deposit, like that. So many things are there, right? I want to add one more, checkbook. Deposit. 2 is for withdraw. 3 is for get balance. And 4 is for display details. These 4 I had given. So 5 checkbook I want. So when I select choice 5, what it should ask means enter account number. I have to give my account number and how many leaves checkbook you want. How many leaves checkbook? So I have to give either 10 or 30. In that bank only 10 or 30 leaves checkbooks are there. Suppose here if I gave 2, it should not call that method. Immediately in my main program only it should say this type of checkbook is not available. So whatever value I'm giving here, I have to give either 30 or 10. I have to give here either 30 or 10. Suppose if I'm giving 2 invalid leaves, invalid leaf checkbook, it should display. Suppose if I'm giving 10, it should call that method. Or if I'm giving 10 or 30, then call that method. In that method, what you have to do? Verify account number. Verify account number first. If account number is valid, then if 10 leaves of checkbook, then you should check your balance, because your minimum balance, I think I gave 1000 rupees. Yes, opening balance should be 1000 rupees. So if it is 10 leaves checkbook, then 100 rupees it should deduct. Okay, rupees 100 it should deduct. If it is 30 leaves checkbook, if 30 leaves checkbook, then rupees 250 it should deduct, something like that, some amount, whatever amount it is. Now if your balance is, if balance is 1000 only, if your balance really 1000 rupees, then simply it should say sorry, insufficient balance, insufficient balance for checkbook issue. And whereas if you give same thing here, if you are having 1000, then it should show. If your balance is 1100, then only 10 leaves checkbook should be available. Or if your balance is below 1250, then this checkbook is not possible. This checkbook is not possible. See, whatever I'm saying, whatever assignments I'm giving, all these things are real-time concepts only. But I'm not giving more in detail. Like here, it's asking only account number, right? But generally, you have to enter your name, date, and your account number, all these things. But I'm validating everything based on account number only. But keep remember, all these things should you have to give. Again, I'm saying, along with all the things, one more choice you have to, one more case you have to add, checkbook. And when I select the checkbook, it should ask enter account number. After that, how many leaves of checkbooks? If I gave 2, some wrong number other than 10 and 30, it should show immediately error here only. If I gave 10 or 30, then only the method should call. Then in that method, first verify account number is matching or not. If it is matching, then some 10 or 30 you are entering, right? You have to check balance also. If your balance is exactly 1000, even 10 leaves checkbook also not possible, 30 also not possible. That means if I want 10 leaves, then my balance should be above 1100. And if my balance is 1250 above, then only 30 leaves are possible. But don't give any constant value like that, because today I'm saying my opening balance is 1000. Tomorrow I may say my opening balance is 3000 also. I don't know what value I'm going to change here. Okay, so make this like today if I gave my balance as 1000, tomorrow if I gave my minimum balance as 3000 or whatever it is, this should work. This method should work. You have to write in such way. How you are going to write, let's see. Okay. Okay, then bye all of you. Thank you. Hi all of you. So in yesterday's class, we discussed about static variables, how they are going to behave. At the same time, static variable, static read-only, constant, these concepts also we discussed, right? Now, one more is static constructor. Yesterday already we used this static constructor, but let's see more on this. Add a new class. Now, if I want to create a normal constructor, we know public static test2, right? What is this? This is a normal constructor. This is a normal constructor. So if it is a normal constructor, a normal constructor may be a default constructor or parameterized constructor or copy constructor, right? A normal constructor may be a default constructor, parameterized constructor, or a copy constructor. But always static constructor should be a default constructor only. But static constructor should always be a default constructor. It won't take any parameters. It won't take any parameters. Okay. And for normal constructors, we have to give access specifier. Okay. Either public or private or protected, something we have to give. But whereas if you take for a normal constructor, you no need to give access specifiers. You no need to give access specifiers. Directly it's going to take. So, I mean, even if you are giving that access specifier also, it will throw error. See, public, if I'm trying to give, it will throw error, because for static constructors, it won't take any access specifier. By default, the nature, it will treat it as public only. So you no need to give anything. Now I'm writing some more thing. Console.writeLine. I am in constructor. Done. Same thing here. I am in static constructor. So I gave like this. And one more thing, no need to give access specifier. Next, here normal constructor can be overloaded. Overloaded means either type of parameters or number of parameters should be different, then overloading is possible, right? But static constructor can't overload. Why? First of all, if I want to overload static constructor, then I have to change parameters. But just before only I said static constructors will never take parameters. It's always default constructor. So can't overload. So in a class, we can give only one static constructor. Okay. And now inside these two, I wrote something. Now static test 2 obj1 is equal to new static test 2. And one more object I created. Now when I run this program, will it show anything or not? When I run this program, will it show anything? Quickly.
No.
No.
There is no main method.
Main method here, it's there.
Oh yeah, sorry.
When I run this program, will it show anything? Why you people are thinking so much? That means constructors concept no one understood. Two objects I created. That means what it will show?
It will print 2 times in static method, static constructor.
What about normal constructor? Because when I create an instance, which one will activate?
By default, static.
By default static, you leave about static because now I'm saying static. So that when it will shows, I will tell. So leave about static. Go to constructors concept. So in a class, if you are having a default constructor, when it is going to call? In a class, if we are having a default, this is a default, leave about static. Don't think about this. So I will tell when it is going to be. This is a default constructor. Whatever you are saying, correct, but think a little more. This is default constructor, right? So when this default constructor will call? When that particular default constructor will call. You should try whether if it is right or wrong, first try.
And constructor is not taking any parameter. The default constructor.
Venkat, what will be the output?
Don't know. I was last 3 days. I was just not that much into it. I have a.
Okay, no problem. Shrija? No, see, why you people are thinking so much? See, when I place this mouse here, what is selecting? Default constructor is selecting. So what I said about a default constructor in a class, if you are having a default constructor in a class, if you are having a default constructor, then Is this default constructor is taking any parameters? No. So always this constructor will invoke whenever you are creating an instance. So keep remember, constructors will always invoke at the time of creating an instance. Constructor concept root is that. Okay, leave about static constructor, but normal constructor basic concept is when you in a class, if you are having a constructor, then the constructor will invoke automatically when you create an instance, right? So now anyone tell me what will be the output?
It will be I'm in constructor.
How many times it will print?
Twice.
Yes, correct. So it is going to print I'm in constructor 2 times, because when I'm selecting this, automatically this is selecting. When I'm selecting this, automatically this is selecting. That means this is going to do 2 times. But before that only, this static constructor will execute. Before that only, this static constructor will execute. So I'm going back. Where is my properties? Static demo, right? Static demo, run. See, I'm in static constructor, I'm in constructor, I'm in constructor. So keep remember, always static constructor will invoke only once. How many objects you are having, it's not an issue. So we can give only one static constructor, and static constructor will invoke only once. Whether how many objects you are having. Sorry, whether how many objects you are having, it will invoke only once, but it's not like that. Whenever you are creating an instance, then normal constructor will invoke. For every instance, normal constructor will invoke, but static constructor, it's not like that. It's going to invoke only once. That too, before this only static constructor will invoke. Clear? So these points are little important. Just if anyone asks you the difference between static constructor and normal constructor, these are the main differences. Okay, next. So then you might ask, ma'am, what is the purpose of static constructors? So as I said yesterday, in our variables, you may have some normal variables and some static variables, right? So if you want to initialize some normal variables value, you can do it here. And if you want to initialize static variables, you can initialize here. If you want to initialize normal variables, that you can initialize there. Sorry, static int. If you want to initialize static variables, that you can do it here. So any questions, please ask.
Sindhu, if just I wanted to only print the static variable, even though it is default constructor is there, so is that possible?
You want to print only static variable, right?
Yes, yes.
Then some display method you have to write. So because that is private, right? Because the variables before nothing you are giving means by default their nature is private. You can't access outside. So what you can do is public void display, and you can print here console.writeLine and s number.
No, I just wanted to print only the method, static method.
Static method in next concept I will tell. I mean,
Okay.
the next concept is static only, static methods only.
Okay.
Okay. Then, okay, others clear.
Yeah, clear. You can go on.
Okay, next. Let's move to next concept, static methods. I will tell you practically where we are going to use. You don't know, but every day you are using these concepts. Class, static methods. Static void main. Static void main. Then in this static void main, I'm going to add one more method, class static test3, and here I want to create one static method, one normal method, public void display. This is instance method, public static void show. Two methods are there. Now public static void. So yes, if I want to access the display method, then what I have to do? I have to create an object, static test3, static test3 obj equal to new static test3. Static test3 obj equal to new static test3 obj dot display. So what I will do is I will create two constructors also. Public static test3 here console dot write line, console dot write line. I am in constructor. And I'm creating one static constructor also. Static test3 console dot write line. I am in static constructor. I mean static constructor. And for display also, I am doing here console dot write line. I am in display method. Display method. So that everything you can see, that's why I'm writing in one line. Otherwise, there is no point writing like this. Console dot write line. I am in static show method. Static show method. Everything is done. Double quotes close. Now everything I wrote it here. Now understand carefully. Now I gave this. Anyone tell me what will be the output of this? I'm not asking anything about show method. So leave it. When I run this, what will be the output of this?
I'm in display method.
I'm in display method, correct. But before that, one more thing it should display. Because first
Yes.
you are...
I'm in static constructor.
I'm in static.
I am in static constructor and I'm in display. Sorry. I'm in static constructor, that is correct. I'm in display method, that is also correct, but one more.
And I'm in constructor.
Yes. But tell me the order.
First it
I
will
am in
be
constructor.
First,
no,
I'm in...
first it will be I'm in static constructor.
Yes. After
And
that?
next will be I'm in constructor. And next it will be I'm in display method.
Yes. Shrija, what will happen means, see, just before program I said, right? Always in a class, if you are having a static constructor, the first priority is that only. After that only normal constructor. That's why I asked the order. So I'm in static constructor, I'm in constructor, I'm in display method. Now, others, anyone having any question, please ask. Don't think others told the output, so I will understand later like that. No. So static methods and run the application. See, whatever you people said, I'm in static constructor, I'm in constructor, and I'm in display method. Okay. So always if in a class, if you are having a static constructor, the first priority is that only. Okay. Now, how to call a show method? Then obj dot is show method is coming? No, it's not coming. Now let's comment this. Now, if I want to call that show method, you no need to create an object. Static test3 dot show. You can call the method like this. You can call the method like this. That means if I want to call a static member, then I no need of object creation. Because what I said, static is going to invoke before instance creation. For that reason, I don't want that static. I don't want that object creation. Directly class name dot method name I can give. Now when I run the output, obviously I know I am in static, show method will display. But before that, one more it is going to display. That is nothing but I am in static constructor. Okay. So when I run this program, I'm in static constructor first. After that only I'm in static show method, it is going to display. Okay. Now, any questions?
Hello.
Yes.
If we reorder the sorry, if we reorder the static void show and static that constructor, still it will display the static method.
Like this, huh?
No. The first is void show. That last one.
Whatever it is, obviously where you are writing. So run this program. Now static void show first I'm giving. See, in which order you are giving that methods is not an important.
Okay.
Okay. Always static constructor if it is there. If it is there, there is no need of thinking. Always static constructor, whether you are creating an instance or whether you are calling directly, whatever it is, first a static constructor as a priority wise. Next only anything. Okay. Now I'm asking question because this topic I said in another example also. Now, have you seen any method calling like this till now? Have you seen? Means not whatever we are creating, but whatever existing classes and methods we are learning, in that anywhere have you seen class name dot method name?
Yes, ma'am.
What? What is that? Any? Sorry, I didn't understand. What class name dot method name kind of any example?
This is first time we are discussing about this class dot
Yes,
the method, right?
this is first time we are discussing of user defined type, but so many predefined things also we use, right?
Yeah, just same like console dot write line.
Yes, correct. See, in this only it's there. Console is a class, write line is a method. Okay, not only that, convert dot to int, convert dot to char, console dot read line, all those things in that write line, read line, to int 32, to int 64, all those things are static methods. If you want, you can place the mouse there. What it is showing, console dot write line. This is a static member. If you want to go to F12, click on that F12, you can go to root. See, that write line method is what? That write line is a static member. Because of that reason, class name dot method name you are using. Class name dot method name you are using. Okay, so now actually one more I have to tell in this static variables concept. That is nothing but what I said, an instance variable. Oh, here. An instance method can access both instance and static members. An instance method or in an instance constructor, an instance member, you can say. An instance member can access both instance members and non-instance members also. Because of that reason, it is going to access first number and second number also, because our second number is a static type of data. Even though my second number is a static type of data, I'm able to access that. Right? But whereas if you take a static, for example, public static void decrement. One more static method I wrote. This is what? This is a static method. Okay, when second number plus plus, it's going to take. When I'm giving first number plus plus, it won't take. It will throw error. Why? First number is an instance variable. First number is an instance variable, so you can't access. So a static method can access only static members. A static member can access only static members. A static member can access only static members. Then why this is? I understand the rule, but why it's going to behave like that? Now you people only tell me. Here I'm having one first number and static int second number. Anyone tell me for first number when the memory is going to create?
When an object is created?
Yes. So not when an object, when an instance is created.
Yeah.
Yes. So when you did this one, at that time, for this the memory is going to, create. That means when an instance is created, then for first number memory is going to create. Now you people only tell me, actually I don't want to create that display, and I don't want to call that display here. I want to call only this show. Now in this show inside, Where is this show? In this show inside, if I'm able to access this first number, first of all, in your class, in your main program, you didn't create any instance. If you are not creating an instance, then how come for this variable the memory will create? It won't create, right? If it won't create, how come you access that variable here? See, if some memory is there, then you can write something. But if memory itself it's not created, then how come you can access that variable? Because of that reason, they restricted that static members, they can't use any normal members. Any static member, they can't use any normal member. Why? For normal members, either a normal variable or a normal method or anything, for that, the memory is going to create when you create an instance. But our static members are going to call without having an instance. Because of this small reason, they are not allowing. But no, ma'am, is there any possibility that can I access this F number from this static method? Yes. What is that? What is this class name? Static demo 1. So static demo 1 obj is equal to new static demo 1 and obj dot f number plus plus, like this you have to give. Means you have to create an instance for that class, then you can access that. But directly, even though if f number is in the same class, you can't access that. Clear or not? Why also I explained, because that why question will comes in interviews. Now, let's go to one real-time example where the static is going to be used. Okay, one example already I told in bank. One example already I told in bank where we are going to use that minimum balance kind of variables and all. Always you have to make that as static only, static read only, or like this you have to change. And what I said, you should not give the value here. What is the correct place to give? Static bank, and in this you have to access minimum balance is equal to 500. You can give like that. You can give like that. But okay, you can give like that. Now, where exactly this concept is going to be used? Now, you only saying static members are going to be accessed for every, sorry. Okay, let's take example first. This is like you people flight, bus, some booking system you are going to do, right? Otherwise, if you want to go to movies, in movies, Book My Show website is there. In that Book My Show website, you people are booking your tickets, right? This is very, very common. Almost who knows online or who knows internet, almost everyone knows this mechanism. So if you observe the seating capacity, they will show. If it is bus or like that, it will show. If it is a sleeper class, they will show that beds images like this. Or if it is seating capacity, they will show the seating capacity like this. Now, 4 people log in to this website. So this is object 1. 4 people means 4 objects. We have to think in an object oriented programming wise. 4 people log in means 4 objects. So this is object 1 and this is object 2 and this is object 3 and this is object 4. Object 4. Object 1, object 2, object 3, object 4. 4 people at a time they log in. At a time or different places, from different places they log in. Now, understand carefully. This is the class. This whole thing is a class. In this class, these are the members. So this is one member, this is one member, this is one member. Now, you people tell if these members are instance variables, if all these members are instance variable, then what will happen? For every object, there will be a separate copy, right or wrong? In the bank example, account number, name, balance, 3 members are there. Account number, name, balance, 3 members are there. Now, these 3 members are instance members. Because of that, where is our program? Oh. These 3 members are instance members. Because of that, for every object, that means for every customer, separate memory is going to create. But minimum balance is a static member. Because of that, only one the memory is going to create, and that memory will be shared by all. Now, you people only tell me here, whatever these seating capacity members are there, is this members are static members or instance members? Which one is correct?
Static.
Static. Why?
Because it can be shared with all 4 objects.
Yes, correct. Suppose you people only think when object 1 is joining, for this object 1, this seat will looks different. And object 3, this seat will looks different. In that case, what will do? Object 1 and object 3 both will book this seat. Is that the correct approach? No. So, how many people are logging into this portal? For everyone, this should be display unique only. One memory should show. And if anyone changing, suppose object 1 is going to book this seat. Okay, he is doing some money transactions. When he is doing some money transactions, this will be grayed. That means some money transactions is happening. So this will be grayed to this object 3, object 4, object 2. But they can pick any other. Now, suddenly if object 2 is doing the transaction with this, then for this object 2, for this object 3 and 4, these 2 seating will be grayed. Now suddenly he don't wants to do this transaction. He cancelled that. After some time it will change to gray shade. After some time it will change it to white shade. Right? That means if one object is changing something on this, the other people can easily see that. Other people can easily see that what transactions they are doing. Suppose you people tell me, I will tell one more example. Amazon is there. In that Amazon, I am looking one laptop. I log into that portal and I'm looking one laptop. The same laptop, Shriza is also seeing in personal PC or somewhere. Now, if Shriza is doing some transaction or she wants to buy that, so for me, it will show, will it available or will it closed? Suppose same laptop I selected and Shriza is also selected, but she is doing money transaction also. Then for me, will it show, sorry, this product is sold like that, or it will shows?
It will show.
It will show. That means in that case, is it a static member or a normal member?
Normal member.
Normal member only, because they are having multiple products of that. They are having multiple, means even though if that product is taken by Shriza also, they are having similar kind of more products. That's why they won't maintain that as a static. So you have to decide. See, why I'm saying with real-time examples means now onwards, means before learning and after learning, some variation should be there. Whenever that concept is coming, any concept, when you are doing some online transactions and all, always you have to think in an object-oriented programming manner. Make it as a habit. See, even not for you, because I know all of in your minds how you are struggling to remember all these concepts. Even before this, I also struggled, but how I practiced in such a way, I'm saying to you people. So when I'm seeing some concept in when I'm browsing something, when I'm seeing some concept, okay, here maybe they use this concept, that's why one copy we are getting. So here they are not using because they are having multiple copies. Like that means for static, I'm saying like this. Like that everywhere, not only browsing, if you are seeing calculator screen also, you should, okay, this button is doing multiple transactions. For two simple numbers, two decimals, everything doing that plus symbol. That means maybe method overloading they used. Like that you have to remember. Then only this will become more interesting. See, again and again, I'm saying, if you understand this programming language, when you people are playing a game, how much interest you will get, in the same way when you are writing code also you will get. But you should understand, you should have some patience when you are learning this. But really, I'm saying, if you understand that, sometimes you feel, see, sometimes if that game is not ended, you can't sleep also. Like that, if your code solution you didn't get, you can't concentrate on other topics also. But for that, in all your real-time scenarios, all your real-time works, you have to compare with your object oriented. Everywhere that concept is there. Without object oriented programming, nowhere, no area they are implementing. All are these concepts only, but you have to compare with that. Okay. And last and final, static class is there. Static class means, suppose if a class is declared as static, then those are called as static classes. So static classes, inside everything you can give only static class demo. So static void main means, I will discuss static classes later. This is not the correct place. Static class static test 7. See, inside this, you can't declare a normal variable. It will throw error. You can't declare a normal constructor. Public static test 7. It will throw error. Means whatever you are giving, everything should be static only. Everything should be static only. Static only. Everything should be static only. Method, everything should be static only. So whatever your console you are seeing, right? That console is one of the static class only. Console, if I go to F12, this is static class only. Why this is static, I will discuss later. But keep remember, static class inside, everything should be static only. See, whatever you are seeing, all these things are static only. Okay, keep remember. I will discuss this static later. So till this, almost all notes also with you and videos also with you. Tomorrow is Sunday, so put some time on this and concentrate all these concepts. Okay. Okay then. Bye all of you. Thank you.
Bye.
Hi all of you. So in our last class, we discussed about static members. What is static members and what are the different static means what are the different areas you can apply static, all these things we discussed, right? Now we are having one more concept, that is nothing but properties. This is also very important. So before explaining these properties, there is one concept called encapsulation. So can anyone tell me the definition of encapsulation? At least you can try, even if it is wrong also. Encapsulation means?
Using class members and methods separately and calling the class members from the methods.
Calling the class members from the methods, okay. Means why we can't call class members directly? Again, quickly I'm repeating. Encapsulation means putting data members, not class members. Class members in the sense a class member may be a method, a constructor, or anything. So putting data members and member functions together inside a block and calling those data members with the help of those member functions is called as encapsulation. So let me once again. See, these are putting data members and member functions, putting data members and member functions together inside some block, and these data members only can access, or these member functions or these methods can only access these variables is called as encapsulation. Means when we are writing a class, you should maintain the basic encapsulation rule as mandatory. When you are creating a class, this is a mandatory part that you have to create, you have to follow these encapsulation rule. Okay, now let's see the issues on this. Now static void main, and inside this class property test1. Now inside this I'm having some variables, int number. Now anyone tell me, I'm creating an object property test1 obj equal to new property test1. Now if I want to access that variable in my static void main, is it possible to access or not? Yes or no? If I want to access this particular variable in our method, I mean in our main, is it possible to access or not?
Yes.
Yes. How?
We can write object dot number. No.
Okay. Just answer is no. It's not possible. But why it's not possible? Why it's not possible?
Because of static.
No. See, okay. This main is in another class, and this is in another class. So class inside whatever variables or whatever members you are defining, what is the default scope?
Private.
Private. You can't access. See, many times I said. So what is the default scope of this particular variable is private. Class inside, many times I said. Again, I'm saying class inside whatever you are defining, all the variables. See, the default scope, class scope is internal. Class inside members, the default scope is private, whether it is a variable or a method or whatever it is. The variable scope or a method scope or a constructor scope, by default their nature is private only, except static constructor. Remaining anything you are writing inside a class, by default their nature is private only. Okay, because of that reason this variable you can't access. Even forcibly if you had given also, what is the error it is throwing? If you place the cursor, see, number is inaccessible due to its protection level. That means protection level means what? That variable is defined as private. That variable you can't access here. That's what they are saying. Now, how can I access that variable? How can I access that variable? Some way should be there, right? What is that solution? Let's see. One way is, if you want to make it as public, then whatever you said, that is possible. obj dot number. But if you are making that variable as public, what you are doing, you are breaking the encapsulation rule. You are breaking the encapsulation rule, right? Because of this reason, it's not possible. Means even if you forcefully, if you want to break also, we can't say anything. But if you want to, if you make your variable as public, you are breaking the basic OOPS principle called encapsulation. But yes, you are able to access that. Now, I want a concept where I don't want to break encapsulation rule. I don't want to break encapsulation rule, but in that class, whatever variables are there, I want that variables access. Again, I'm saying encapsulation rule means putting data and members together, and only those members can access the data, not outside members. That is called as fully encapsulated class. Now, inside that property test inside, I had declared one variable called number. Because it's protection level, that variable you can't access in your main program. So what I did, I made that variable as public. So if you make this variable as public, yes, you are able to access that. Two problems are there. First problem, you are breaking encapsulation rule. This is very basic rule of OOPS. Second one, you are giving complete scope to outers. Complete scope means what? Read and write. That means what? Anyone can change this number value. Anyone can get this number value. You are giving complete your property access to outer. So really, if you are interested, if you want to give it to outers, means you can give. See, complete read and write access you are giving. This is write access. This is read access. Both you are giving to outers. This is not at all a good practice. First of all, breaking of encapsulation rule means there is no point. Then what is the solution for this? The best solution for this is properties. Means without breaking the encapsulation rule, what and all scope you want to give to your variables, that if you want to give, then that mechanism is called as encapsulation. Let's see how to do. So for this, what I'm doing, I'm declaring some variables: account number, string name, long, balance. Three variables I declared. Now I want to make this as a read access. I want to make this as a write access. I want to give both a read and write access. Now for account number, I'm declaring a variable. I'm declaring a property. Public, always property should be public. Always property should be public. Okay. And for each variable, separate properties you have to create. What is your variable? This one. So give as it is, but first letter with the capital. See, property name you can give anything, but generally, as per coding standard, if variables are small letters, properties will be with the same name, but first letter as capital, so that you can easily remember. See, in your class, you are having 10 variables and you are having 10 properties. So is it so easy to remember 10 variables and 10 properties? No, it's very difficult to manage that, right? But whereas if you take, if you maintain same, so with all small letter, those are variables. With first letter capital, that is property. And the return type should be int, because this variable type is in integer. So this is only having read access, right? Read access means only you have to give get return account number. That's it.
In the same way, second one, public string name, right? So I'm going to give as it is. I'm going to give as it is and first letter capital. And this I want to give right axis. That means only set name is equal to value. What is this value? Value is a standard keyword. What is the type of this value? The type of the value is string. But ma'am, who is saying the type of the value is string? Means here you specified. Here you specified the type of the value is string. Okay, this is the read axis only I'm giving. This is right axis only I'm giving. This for the third one, complete read and write axis I'm giving. Public long balance get set. So get means it should return the value, return balance. No, balance. So here also balance and balance equal to value. Anyone tell me here what is the type of the value? What is the type of the value? Here type of the value is, yes, what? Type of the value is what?
Long.
Yes, correct. Type of the value is long, and here the type of the value is
String.
Oh, yes. Type of the value is string. Yes. Now, see, when you make your variable as public, you are breaking encapsulation rule and you are giving complete read and write access to outers. But observe carefully. Obj dot, see, are you able to access your variables? No. You are able to access your properties only. You are able to access your properties only. And those properties are going to access your variables. Now, I want to assign some value to account number. Account number equal to 1001. It will throw error. Why it will throw error? Not possible. Because it's a read-only property. Read-only property means only you can consume the data. Console.writeLine obj dot account number. That's it. Obj dot account number. Then one more, obj dot name is equal to run. I can give like this. And when I'm trying to consume the data, you can't. Why? See, console.writeLine obj dot name. When I'm trying to give, it will throw error. Because it is write only property. Write only property, so you can't get the data. Whereas the third one, obj dot balance equal to 10,000 and console.writeLine obj dot balance. You can fetch the data, you can print the data because it is read and write property. Then you might ask a question, ma'am, if you observe the last one and the number both are behaving like same, in that case, why I have to define the properties? I will tell that answer also. But is properties basic usage, is it clear, or any questions? Why we need properties? Is properties basic usage is clear? If not, please ask. I will repeat again. Don't worry about the code, what I wrote, because this I can simplify in the next program.
One question I have here, ma'am, like when you're assigning it to a value, what it is doing that I'm not understanding.
This line, huh?
Yeah, value is a keyword, right? Looks
So
like.
I will put a breakpoint here. Now come down to this. I will put a breakpoint here also. Now I have to set this as an entry point. Properties. Properties demo. Yes. Now run. Why? Anything I missed? Okay. No, it's executing and it will hit back to your yes, first 90 it is showing. This is. After that, console.writeLine obj dot account number, it will print that account number. Our requirement is not this one. Continue. Now it will comes to this. obj dot name equal to RAM. That means you are calling a name property and you are passing RAM as a value. Then if I click on F10, so you are calling this property and you are assigning some value. That value will be this RAM. Means whatever that value you are assigning, that assigned value will comes to this value. Is it clear now?
Yes, ma'am.
So this program is okay. Now, whatever my requirement is there, my requirement is fulfilling because, yes, anyone wants to?
Yes, Sindhu, like in the get and set programs, we can only call the one variable or we can call the multiple variables in that. Like suppose I wanted to
in properties, in properties per variable, one property. Using properties concept for every variable, separate properties you have to write.
Okay, so if it is a set, there is only one variable can be set in set.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Suppose in your class, if you are giving 3 variables, then you have to give 3 properties.
Or inside the public string name, so can I write one more set and then assign the one more variable? Is that possible?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not possible. For one variable, one property. That's it.
If I have another variable, I have to give another name and then
another property.
Okay.
Okay. You might think this is so complicated, but I will reduce the size. But whatever you are asking, that requirement is going to fill by indexers. So for all variables, one indexer we can create. That I will discuss later. But as of for your question, no, it's not possible.
Okay.
Now, this program, if you observe, okay, this is useful concept only, but the problem is it's very lengthy concept, right? These much of lines of code means it's too lengthy. I want a little simple process here. So let me see. Add a new class, property demos 2, properties demo 2. So go to top and change these things. property test2. Yes, property test2. Then you might think that, ma'am, this concept was good, but too many variables. If in my class, if I'm having 30 variables, for 30 variables, 30 properties creation means it's very difficult, means yes. Then what is the solution? You know, in real-time scenarios and all, you don't, you no need to create all these things. In C# 3.x, one concept they introduced, that is called auto properties. In real-time scenarios and all, you will see these properties only. Now, first of all, I'm removing all the variables. I don't want to declare any variable. And I want to define only properties. Only properties. Get. That's it. I don't want to write this. See how easy it is? Now, name, set. But actually, problem with set is you can't give only one set. Means my intention is this is write only property, but without get you can't give set. So how you can do means private get and public set. That means what? Publicly set access you want to give outside classes, but privately inside the class I can give get access. Like that you can do. And balance, this is also both get and set is there. Get, set. That's it, done. You no need to write these many code. Now, how many lines I finished? In 3 lines, I finished the whole part. In 3 lines, I finished the whole part. So, ma'am, then is there any error? Down it will show, see, no error. Then, ma'am, what about variables? Variables, internally your compiler is going to create. If you create some auto properties, for this, internally your compiler is going to create all these variables. So, ma'am, how the variables are there? Suppose here, if you had given account number with A capital, your variable name will be small account number. And suppose if you means actually as per coding standard, you have to give first letter as capital. If you had given A also small letter, suppose if you had given your variable, your property as account number, your variable will be account number. Suppose if you had given your variable itself, property itself account number, then your variable will be created underscore account number, like this. Okay, then ma'am, is those variables can I access? Suppose here I'm going to write print method, public void display method. In this display method, can I access those variables? See, console.writeLine account number is equal to plus account number. No, you can't access. Why? Because directly you can access these properties, right? Why again these variables? So instead of variables, you can use properties directly. Now see how my program becomes so simple. Everything, whatever earlier I did, everything I can do. But using these auto properties, my syntax becomes so easy. Then you might ask a question, ma'am, if auto properties are there, then why you explained all these things? These syntaxes are also very important and auto properties are also. So always keep remember, if you want to create some properties, then simple go with auto properties. No ma'am, along with auto properties, I want some logic also. Then go with this property syntax. Means what? That means, suppose my client told that some requirements he told. Name should be above 3 characters. This is one requirement. And when you are giving balance, then if balance is 0, then assign or add. See, for me, my client gave these type of extra requirements. That logic, you no need to create separate methods. Earlier in classes concept, what if I want to handle this, then I want to create separate methods for this. Now I no need to create a method for this. What I'm going to do, go talk what the client is asked, the value, whatever name I'm giving, the name should be above 3 characters. So in set, I'm writing some own logic. If value dot length is greater than 3 characters, then name equal to value. Else console dot write line name should be above 3 characters. Like that, I wrote some error message. Same thing, balance also. If balance is equivalent to 0, then balance equal to value. Else balance is equal to balance plus value. If you observe here, I finished deposit functionality also. I finished deposit functionality also. Now, when I give balance equal to 10,000, then first time the value will be 0, 10,000 will be stores. Again, if I give obj dot balance is equal to 4,000, then what will happen? It will append or it will add to my current balance. That means deposit functionality I finished, right? So like this, if you want to write your own logic, then this property syntax will be useful. No, ma'am, just properties only I want to define means always this. So generally when you are writing classes and all going forward, when you are writing classes and all, we won't declare variables. Always we will declare properties only. So these properties, your C# compiler, for these properties internally in background, properties are going to create. Now, if you have any questions, you can ask.
Sindhu, yeah, in the public string name, you are written as a private get. So how this is going to act the private get? Because this is
Private
not
get
going
means,
to.
suppose
This is not going to access it.
No, if you observe this one, right? Get access I'm giving private. So when I remove this comment also, see, you can't access this name because fetching the data, it's a write only property. Write only property means actually in auto properties one rule is there. What is that rule means? With single set you can't give. When I give single set, then it will throw error. You can't give single set like that. So what I'm giving means I'm giving get access also. If I gave get access, what will happen? Outer classes, everyone, they can access that name value. So what I did, I'm giving get access, but in a private scope. Private means what? Within the class only you people can access, right?
Yeah.
Because of that, outside you can't access, but inside this class, anywhere you can access.
But right now the private get is useless, right? Just
Yes,
for the
yes,
name.
correct. Because I can't give only set because of that syntax, so I'm giving private set.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. See, auto properties are very, very useful. Until and undo, if you are writing your own logic like this, your own logics like this, otherwise maximum cases out of 100, 90% people will use properties. Instead of declaring variables and all those things, directly they will define the properties. Here, if you observe, first of all, you are not breaking encapsulation rule. That is first part. And second part, you are not breaking encapsulation rule, and whatever access you want to give on that variable, you are giving. Whether read access, write access, or whatever access you want to give on that variable, you are giving. That means both we are achieving, right?
I have a question here.
Yes.
When you're giving private get and normal set, it means outside the class it cannot be accessed, but the value can be set.
Yes, correct. That's why if you observe, go down, outside the variable, outside the class, you can't get the value, but you can set the value.
Okay, got it.
I'm moving to next. Okay, so these two are very important. Means not now, but when I start Windows programming, I'm also going to use these properties only. I won't declare class inside. I won't declare any variable. Almost every time I'm going to use properties only. Okay, next. I'm moving to next concept. Then property demo. Yes, here if you observe, this concept is very good. And how many variables are there? For all the variables you are creating properties. So before, one of you asked, ma'am, for one property is related to one variable, means yes. But I want, suppose in my class, generally indexes we are not using in real time scenarios. Then ma'am, why you are saying indexes? Means in our pre-existing C#, so many classes are having indexes. In our existing C#, so many classes are having these indexes. At least, okay, we are not using, but at least if you want to understand the behavior of that, we should know what is meant by indexer. So indexer also same thing. Class inside whatever private data is there, class inside whatever private data is there, that private data, if I want to access it outside, that private data, if I want to access it outside, then indexes are going to be used. Only one difference is there. For properties, every variable separate property. For indexes, all variables, only one indexer. That's it. Now, let me add a separate class, indexer demo. Now, here I'm creating one more class index test. I will take very less variables, int account number, string name. Two variables I'm taking. Now, for these two variables, if I want to create some indexer, then see what I said, for any number of variables, one indexer. Always either a property or indexer should be public. Done. After that, what I'm doing, public. Now, what can I give the return type? Earlier, the value is, earlier in this program, the value is, sometimes the value is an integer, long, sometimes the value is string. Because of that, here I had given the return type as string or long, like that. But any guesses? Because here one variable is integer, one variable is string type. What is the base type for all the data types? What is the base type for all the data types?
Object.
Yes, very good. It's an object. So object, and keep remember, indexers won't have any name. Indexers won't have any name. They are going to represent with this keyword. They are going to represent with this keyword. So difference between properties and indexes, if anyone asks, properties will have a name, and for each variable separate property we are giving. Okay, properties will have a name, but indexer will not have any name, and indexer will represent with this keyword. and an indexer will be either integer index or string index. Means what? Let me write integer index, int index. Now both get set. Now if index is equivalent to 0, always index will start from 0, return account number. Okay, if else, if index is equivalent to 1, then return name, else return 0 or return null. You can return null also. That's it. Now set, same thing. If index is equivalent to 0, then account number equal to value. Then why it is throwing error? Any guesses from anyone? Why it is throwing error? I didn't wrote any wrong. Account number equal to value. What is the type of the value there? What is the type of the value?
Int.
Int. Earlier
There is no type.
Why?
It's an object.
Yes, it's an object type. See, here the value type, what is the return type of this object? If the return type is object, then what is the type of this value? Object. What it is saying? I can't convert object to an integer. It is saying I can't convert an object to an integer. An explicit conversion is required. We discussed what is explicit conversion. So this object type here, I have to convert this to integer. That's it. Over. I have to convert this to integer. And else, if index is equivalent to 1, then name is equal to string of value. That's it. String of value. I'm going to assign these values. Done. Now, if you observe, my index is very, very simple. Okay. Now, how to access this? Earlier, we wrote in different way. What is that index test? Index test obj equal to new index test. Now, when I type obj dot, are you able to access? No. So, very, very important. In a class, if we are having an indexer, then that class object will behave like an array. Will behave like an array. That means what I have to give? Obj dot, it's not working. Obj of, see, index is working. Obj of 0 is equal to 1001 and obj of 1 is equal to run. And if I want to print this value, console.writeLine account number equal to plus obj of 0 and console.writeLine name is equal to plus obj of 1. Actually, here for both variables, I had given read and write access. If you want, you can avoid also. That is also no problem. But see, if you want to assign the data or if you want to fetch the data, I am making my object as array type. But keep remember, at any time for any class object, if it is behaving like an array, in that class an index is there. And we can write in a class either as integer index or a string index. What is meant by string index? Same thing I can write as a string index. That means here my index should be string. Other than these two things, you can't write any other index. Instead of 0, account number. So instead of 1, you have to give name. And instead of 0, here also account number. Sorry. Account number. Instead of 1, here I'm giving name. That's it. Now, when you people are going to fetch this, when your people are going to assign or fetch, either you can give 0 or name. Like this also you can give. Both are valid. Name. Or you can give 1 and here you can give account number. You can give like this. See, all are valid. So, for any number of variables, you can give only one indexer. One indexer, and indexes doesn't have any name. They are going to represent with this, and indexes are going to return object type. So explicit typecasting is required when you are assigning the value. An indexer will be either an integer index or a string index. Only these two we can give. So if you are having an indexer in your class, always that class object will behave like a array. Now, any questions if you have, you can ask. Yes, this is indexer. Okay. So please try to understand this. See, in real-time scenarios and all, maximum we are using properties only. Maximum we are using properties only. So properties are very, very useful. Maximum we use properties. But why I said indexes means many existing classes like SQL data reader, like that many existing class collections. Going forward, I will discuss collections. All collections are having indexes. Because of that reason, I'm explaining. But mainly we are going to use properties only. Okay. So please practice both. Any questions or anything in tomorrow's class, I will repeat. Okay. And tomorrow we are going to start. If no questions, then tomorrow we are going to start one more important concept called exception handling. Even if you are doing any type of application, mobile, Windows, web, any type of application, how we are going to handle our exceptions, that is nothing but exception handling. Okay. That we will discuss in tomorrow's session. Okay. Okay. Then. Bye, all of you.
Are you going to discuss more about static classes, ma'am?
Static classes not now, later.
Okay.
Any questions on that?
No.
Okay, no, later I will explain. In extension methods, in all those areas, I will explain that. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, then. Bye, all of you. Thank you. In yesterday's class, we discussed about what is properties and what is indexes. So, both are clear, right? Any questions from anyone? Okay, then let's move to next concept, that is called exception handling. So this is a little important. So add okay. What is this exception handling? Static void main. So exception handling means generally when we are writing some programs, we are getting so many types of errors.
So these errors are categorized into three types. One is compile time error. Second one is a runtime error. Third one is logical error. Compile time errors, runtime errors, logical errors. Total, we are having three types of errors are there. So first, if you take compile time errors, these are the errors which are going to come at compile time. That means many of you already face these errors. Even in our sessions also, when we are practicing, we are whatever errors we are getting, those are called as compile time errors. Compile time errors are the errors which are going to come at compile time. At compile time, we are going to get all these compile time errors. So based on that, whatever errors are there, based on that, we are going to resolve those issues. But these are very clear because semicolon missing, double quotes, or variable declaration, or without initializing value, everything in compile time clearly it will shows. Without resolving these compile time errors, you can't run this program. Without resolving these compile time errors, we can't run the program. Okay. Second one is called as runtime errors. What is runtime errors? Runtime errors are the errors which will get at runtime. That means when you are running, for you, you are not getting that error. But when I am running, then I am getting the error. That means when we are giving some wrong values, then these runtime errors are raised. When we are giving some wrong input, then these runtime errors will be raised. So these errors very rarely means who is going to resolve means as a developer we have to resolve, because we means suppose see enter any two numbers, so everyone will test that application like by giving two numbers output is coming or not. No, instead of two numbers, if I gave two characters, how it is going to respond, that is called as runtime error. That means program at my end everything is working fine, then when I move to production, then at runtime I'm getting these errors. These are very dangerous errors. Why? See, whatever programs, all these things are there, they are going to behave how you wrote. Suppose one robot is there, that robot will do all the functionalities whatever we had designed. But in that robot, I didn't wrote a functionality. If suddenly, if any fire or anything happen, how it should behave, then will it know how it should behave? No. It sometimes it may behave in a different way, or sometimes it will be like that ideal only. Same thing, runtime errors. So we have to identify what type of runtime errors may cause in that program, and we have to give solutions by using exception handling concept. Ma'am, why you are saying these are dangerous errors? See, how you have to behave, I'm not saying. In that case, your application will behave in a different way. Sometimes it will shows connection strings, or sometimes it will shows the code, whatever you had written, all those things are going to be done. Those are very, very risky things for our application, because hacker can easily understand what code you had written or what is your database connection, like that. That's why always runtime handling is very, very important. Third one is called as logical errors. Logical errors are the errors which is going to raise when you wrote logic wrongly. That means I asked you read two numbers and print the product of the two numbers, but output is coming addition of the two numbers. Whose mistake is this? Developer's mistake. They have to, means all these three developer have to resolve, but this logic errors and this compile time errors clearly we can see when you are executing the program, but runtime errors, no. If anyone giving wrong values, then these are going to raise. As a developer, upfront you have to analyze those issues and you have to write the solutions also.
Console applications, it's not a problem, but web applications and all, without handling runtime exceptions, if you wrote some code, they will reject that. Okay, so let's see how to do that. So let's see one scenario, how we are getting runtime exceptions. Console.writeLine, enter any two numbers, int a equal to convert dot to int 32 of result equal to C. It is showing the output result there. Okay, now everything is done. Let's go to exception handling demo 1. Enter any two numbers. It is showing some response. Okay, now again I'm running. See, first output is showing properly whatever values I'm giving, and the second number, it is showing the result. Everything is working fine. Now let's see wrong values. It is asking enter any two numbers, but I gave, this is also number, right? I gave little long value. See, one runtime exception raised. Here, this is a console application. Because of that reason, it is not showing the code properly, but clearly in which line it is, what is the error, everything it is showing. And if you observe, it is started, means it stopped working our application. So here, maybe our application is there. That's why you can close the screen. You can go back to your application and you can correct that. But if it is moved to production, in that production servers, this code is available? No, right? In that case, it will behave in a different way. So what is the error it is showing? Overflow exception. Keep remember all these things. And then again I'm running. See, program is there. That's why it's coming back to program and it is showing where the error is. Again, I'm giving some other. This time I'm giving characters. See, this time one more. Format exception raised. Input string was not in the correct format. But whether a common man can understand this program, or if you call your brother or your child, if you show this, will they explain, will they understand? No, right? So this is another type of error. Or again I'm running another error. See, in this simple 5 lines of code, as of now 3 errors we are getting. Imagine if you take our bank application, how many errors we may get, right? So all these things you should handle properly. So either if you want to handle everything in under one or multiple subblocks, both are same. So let's see how to work with that. So always, if you want to work with exception handling, 3 keywords are mandatory. Try, catch. First 2 keywords are mandatory. Either try, catch or try finally. Okay. So whatever code you are suspecting, all the code you have to put under try block. Whatever code you are suspecting, all the code. That means, ma'am, this is also means no, this is not required, because enter any 2 numbers. In that, what will be the error? You won't get, right? Even this is also not required, but the C declared. Let me declare the C outside. Int C. because if you declare the C variable inside the try, that will become as a block scope. Even printing that values also, it's not an issue, right? I'm printing outside. Okay, so whatever code you are suspecting that there may be an issue raised, that code you are putting in try block. And if you are giving a try, then expected catch or finally. That means if you are giving try means either catch or finally you have to give. Either catch or finally you have to give. Otherwise it's throwing error. It will throw error. So here I'm giving catch exception ex. Or no, sorry, not exception. What is the error? Overflow exception, right? Overflow exception ex. So in this try, under this try block, there is a chance of getting overflow exception. Just before we had seen. So that overflow exception class I wrote inside that catch block, and whatever error message is there, that error messages I'm showing. In the same way, what are the other errors we got? Catch divide by 0 error, ex, and console.writeLine ex dot message. So see, you are not you also a developer only. You can't remember all the errors, or you can't guess all the errors. Whatever errors you are guessing, that you can give like this by giving multiple catch blocks. But there may be a situation that you may get some other error messages also. You may get some other error messages also. So if you want to handle that also, always after writing all your exceptions at end, give exception base class also. Why? Because whatever exceptions you are writing here, whatever overflow exception or divide by 0 exception or format exception or index out of range exception, for all these exceptions, the base class is exception class. So either if you want to handle each exception individually, then well and good, you can do that. No ma'am, I can't handle each exception individually means you can give catch exception. This is going to handle all the errors. Now go back. Now if you observe here, try block, inside I'm giving something, catch block, inside I'm writing all this, means whatever individually if you want to handle the error, you can handle that. But see, you can't even individually handling also 2 or 3 you can guess, but all you can't guess. That's why safe side, after giving all your own exceptions, means all your predefined exceptions, then safe side give base class also. So suppose in this format exception is not there. If format exception is raised, here separate catch block is not there for format exception, then this exception is going to handle, because this exception class is a parent for all the exception classes. Like how object is the parent for all types, in the same way exception is the base class for all the exception class. Then ma'am, I don't want to handle separately like this. Can I give only this? Yes, in real time scenarios and all, we will give only this only, because we are going to write, each method contains 100 to 200 lines of code. In that, what errors will get, how can we know? Some means we can guess, but not everything, right? That's why safe side we will put this only. Even if you want to maintain this also, no problem. Ma'am, if this exception is handling all the errors, then why this? Suppose if your client is saying that if you got divide by 0, again go and ask the values. If your client is saying for this specific error, go and ask again the values. In that case, you have to write like this. Then let me show that also. I'm putting one label, LAB, some label, or if you are confusing, I will put some other name, Mahesh. Okay, some label name I'm putting. Now, after showing this message, go to Mahesh or anything, whatever name you want to give, you can give. So that label name, where it is there, it will goes back and it will ask the values again. That too, in which situation? If you got divide by zero error only, but overflow exception or format exception, any exception, simply it will show the error message. So if your client is asking, if you got this error, do this work, like that, if your client is saying something, then separately you have to handle the catch blocks. Otherwise, this is enough. It is going to do all the work. Let me run this. I'm going to do all the mistakes, whatever earlier I had done. This is format exception. See, input string was not in the correct format. Result equal to 0. Okay. Then run. I am giving lengthy value. Value was either too large or too small for int32. Result equal to 0. Now again I'm running. Second value I'm giving 0. Attempt to divide by 0. Attempt to divide by 0, or please try again, something we can give. So now you are getting the result. Okay, see, divide by 0 is behaving differently other than those two. So if it is the case, then we are going to write our own code like this. Any questions you people can ask? This is very important. Going forward for web applications and all, this is very, very useful. Clear? All are silent.
Ma'am, can we give our own messages?
That I will tell. If you want to give your own error messages, you don't want that error messages, instead of ex.message, here I'm giving, just to understand that ABCD, something I'm giving, whether it's coming or not to check, overflow exception, right? So overflow means lengthy value. See, ABCD. We can give our own. You want both means, yes, that is also possible. Here you can give ex dot message, then after that. So when I'm giving little lengthy, value is either too large or too small for int32 and ABCD. Okay.
Ma'am, that ex dot message, that message, where is it, ma'am? Where did you write? Where is it taking when you say dot message?
Now, yes, I will show that. Before that, anyone tell me what is this message? Anyone, whether it is a method or a constructor or a property or an indexer, what that message is? Okay, one more question. Read line is what? Anyone? Is it method, constructor, or what?
Method.
Method. Yes, very good. How you are saying this is a method? Because this name ending like this, it's there. Obviously, that will be a method only. Okay. Now tell me, what is this message? Okay, I will place mouse also for you.
Property.
Which type of property?
Set. Get property.
Get property means what? That is read only or write only or what?
Read only.
Yes, very good. It's a read only property, right? So you can see that also. It's a read only property, and in which class it is? In exception class it is. So the next concept in inheritance, I will tell this, but what I said about this, for overflow exception, for divide by zero exception, for format exception, for index out of range exception, like that, for so many exceptions, the base class is exception class. Okay, let's go to F12. See, in this exception class, if you observe, this is message. This is a read-only property. Because all these things are children of that exception class, all these children are able to call that message. All these children are able to call that message. Okay, keep remember this message or many things are there. All those things are coming from your base class. That means exception class. Okay, so the advantage of inheritance is that only. Creating a parent and child. Suppose, see, suppose for you, you joined in job and you start earning the money. But imagine everything from scratch you have to do means it will take some time to set up your house or car or some properties. If you want to set up, it will take some time, right or wrong. But something, if your parents are already given to you, that will be a little advantage, so that there is no need to start from scratch, because already something is there with you. On top of that, suppose your father is giving a beautiful plot to you, then you no need to purchase the plot. If it is good, then you start construction there. That means what? Some of the thing your parent is giving, so that your life become little easy, not complete but little easy. And whatever goals you are trying to achieve, that you can achieve little shortly, right? Same thing here. So this exception base class is having all the properties and methods and constructors. And because that exception base class is providing all those things, these children's life becomes so easy. Okay, in detail, inheritance is the heart of OOPS concept. So only inheritance topic itself will take five days. Okay, that I will start tomorrow. Tomorrow, not tomorrow, day after tomorrow. So like this we are going to write. So no questions, right? I'm moving to next. Suppose, so try and catch both we are giving. What is finally block? What is finally block? Keep remember. And one more important, ma'am, this console.writeLine is there, right? Can we put this console.writeLine in between this? No. Try and catch between. You should not put any single statement also. Try and catch between. You shouldn't put any single statement also. So this is not the correct practice. Then where you can put means you can put in finally block. So what is this finally is going to do means whether issue is there or issue is not there. In both cases, finally code is going to execute. Issue is there or issue is not there. In both cases, finally block code is going to execute. That means what? So result equal to I can give here. Otherwise, I will put some message. Console.writeLine. Good day. Something is there. Now run. Enter any two numbers, 56, 2. Say good day and result equal to 28. It is showing properly. Now again I'm running Control F5. I'm giving some wrong values. I'm giving some wrong values here. What is happening? Value was okay. Value was too large or too small for int 32. Some own exception message I had given. Good day, and that means what is meant by finally block? Whether we are getting an issue or if we are not getting an issue, in both cases, finally block whatever is there, that code is going to execute. Finally block inside whatever code is there, that code it is going to execute. Okay, so ma'am, is it mandatory? Because earlier also result we had given outside it is showing means in this area it's not required, but when you are working with ADO.NET and all, then finally block is mandatory. So keep remember what is meant by finally block means whether we are getting issue or not. That means how it is going to work. I will put in a comment. Try. This is if issue. issue is there. Then try after catch, catch after finally. Like this it will work. And if issue is not there, then first try, after that finally will work. Okay, in any case finally code is going to execute. In any case finally code is going to execute. Clear finally block or any questions? Okay.
Ma'am, if there is no issue, we can directly print now.
That's what I'm saying. Finally, it won't useful for now, but later when we are working with ADO.NET, at that time we are using.
Okay.
That's why I said keep remember. Later I'm going to use this finally block.
And one more thing is like you've given divide by zero exception, all these things. If there is an exception, isn't it?
Sorry, come again. Your voice is breaking.
I wore a mask. Okay. If there is an error, directly we are going to see the same error message. No, ma'am. What is it doing then? Is it for a secured way? Why are we catching that error?
Which one? Divide by zero.
Yeah,
Separately.
anything like divide by zero, or before that there are some other exceptions which you have given. If there is an error, immediately we are going to get that exception.
Using exception class.
Okay.
Using this class, we are getting that. Means what I understand is using this exception class anyway we are getting that error message. Then what is the use of this you are asking, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Suppose I'm commenting this. Then if I ask, if you got divide by zero error, then go back and ask the values again. How do you do that? How will you do that? So that's what I'm saying. When these, see, if I'm running the program, all are working fine. Earlier, how it worked, everything. But only the divide by zero, my own means again you have to ask like that I wrote, right? This type of code is little difficult in this. I'm not saying it's not possible, but you have to write huge lines of code. Instead of that, if I give catch, this, if I uncheck this, Control KU. If I uncheck this, then what will happen? If divide by zero, then this work will do. Other than divide by zero, any other error, this catch is going to do. Okay, like that, if you want to write our own logic, instead of showing the error message, then individual catch blocks are going to work. Otherwise, this is enough. Okay.
I'm just trying to understand, like when you're catching what is happening, why are we doing? Just to show the message?
No, obviously. Suppose,
is it for showing the message?
Yes, just for, see, we can't resolve anything in this runtime exception.
Okay.
Now I will tell one scenario. You go, suppose through ATM you want to withdraw the amount. Okay, I will tell how critical this is.
Okay.
Suppose in ATM you place you put your ATM card. Okay, then immediately what it will ask, please enter your by mistake the developer had given, please enter your number, like that he gave. Okay, I don't know whether it is a PIN number, I don't know whether it is account number. Okay, and whatever variable I'm going to capture, that int PIN I had given. Otherwise 4-digit PIN number only. I declared this variable as short PIN equal to convert dot to int 16 of console dot read line. So this is very genuine, right? Everything is working fine. So if PIN is going to verify in database, if PIN is equivalent to DB PIN, then I'm going to show the next screen. Otherwise, I'm showing else. I'm going to show console dot write line invalid PIN. like this the developer wrote. See, this is very straightforward and easily understand. Only one small message he forgot to give, and please enter your PIN number. He gave like this. So many times I had done with different types of ATMs. So obviously I know if it is asking some number means obviously that is a PIN number. So I will enter my 4-digit PIN number. Then when you people have to, means some of you, for example, Shriza entered account number because nowhere it's a clarity. So some account number, 15-digit or some number she entered. Now no exception handling is there. Now one exception raised because in short variable it can't store this much of lengthy value, right? One exception raised. But for that exception, how to respond, you didn't wrote in your program. You didn't wrote in your program. Now that ATM machine is not having this type of program. This type of program that ATM machine is not having. To show the exception, how to respond, it don't know. So what will happen? Simply it will keeps that card inside and it won't do any functionality and the whole system will struck. See, whose mistake is this? This small mistake. Even if you ask enter your PIN number, some people maybe they don't know, some older person they don't know this PIN number properly, so they gave this number. Where you handled that issue? You are not handled as a developer, you are not handled that issue properly. Because of that reason, see, you are not able to get even, see, even it raise some runtime exception also, it's not a problem. But my card is inside. Can you leave the card as it is and you can go? No. Till the bank people came, you have to wait there because you can't leave that card as it is, right? So this is the criticality of runtime exception. This is one very means nowadays in ATM machines we are not having this. Almost all ATM machine programs are well designed. But earlier days, if you take 10 years before and all, whatever application is there in that ATM, that application is having huge number of, nowadays also in India, many small companies are facing this issue, but very rare case. Sometimes your card will block or sometimes the whole ATM machine will shut down. Why it is shut down, we don't know. We may not understanding this criticality because the program is with you. But if you take any website or if you take any ATM machine projects and all, anything if you take, if any error came, runtime error came, and if the developer not handled properly, they will behave in a different way based on what the application type is. If it is embedded application, it will behave in a different way. Or if it is a console or Windows application, they will behave in a different way. If it is web application, they will behave in a different way. Because the solution you are not saying, if you are not saying the solution, what it should do. So same thing, if you, instead of this, now if you put try block, and inside this try block, you wrote all this code, whatever else part, everything is there, you wrote all this code. And in catch block, you had given overflow exception, and overflow exception EX. Overflow exception EX, something you had given. Now, inside this, you are, instead of blocking the card, it is showing, please enter your valid PIN number, 4-digit valid PIN number. Or like that, if you had given the error message here, the end user clearly know what mistake they had done. Is it clear now? Priority
Very
of
clear, ma'am. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So try catch, finally, all these things are good. Then sometimes, see, these overflow exception, divide by zero exception, all these exceptions are someone created and we are using. Sometimes we have to raise our own exception. Means these exceptions are not matching my requirement. In that case, I can create my own exception. How to create my own exception? By using throw keyword we can create. Let's see how to do that. I am going to add one more class, exception handling demo2. Static void main. See, this is also completely depends upon our requirement. So let's go back and I will copy. Now try and catch I had given. Catch exception ex. And console.writeLine. I'm showing the error message, and in finally block, I'm going to show this result also. When outside also, if you want, you can put. No, not here. Finally, I had given some output. Now everything is good. But now my program, everything I wrote well. Now my client asked, when we are doing division, both numbers should be positive. This is one requirement. And divide number, that means B variable, should be even number. These are the two requirements, because in my whole solution, wherever I'm going to do divided by, then these two rules should applicable. See, in general, we are not having these rules. Suppose, let me go to properties, exception handling to run. If I'm giving minus 45, 5, it is showing the result. Or even if I'm giving odd value also, it is showing the result. In general, that is not wrong. But for my application, that is wrong. For my application, that is wrong. How to handle that? So these are not user-defined exceptions, right? After reading this, two ways are there. This I'm going to handle using application exception. And this I'm going to handle by creating a new exception class. Let's see how to do. After reading A and B values, see, earlier here, when you got an issue, suppose if I'm giving A value as very bigger like this, then what here it's happened means it's happened new overflow exception. Means it creates an instance of that class. It creates, when you gave this much of higher value, then what will happen? Internally, it will create a new overflow exception. This try is going to throws that exception, means try is going to throws that exception to catch. So in catch, what it will do, if any overflow exception class is there or not, it will check. So in this, it's not there because that is commented. It's not there. Then it will check whether exception base class is there or not. It will check. If it is there, how it is going to do means exception ex is equal to new overflow exception. New overflow exception. This is very powerful concept called runtime polymorphism or late binding. Okay, I will discuss that in inheritance concept, but base class object equal to derived class method. So then you are calling here we are calling, here we are calling overflow exception message property message. That means this message property is an exception class only. But what message I want to show, that I had written in this class. If you go to this overflow exception or divide by zero exception, there is no message separately. See, there is no message separately, but this is inheriting from arithmetic exception. Arithmetic exception is inheriting from system exception. System exception is inheriting from exception. This exception is having this message. But what message I have to show, that I had written in this overflow exception or divide by zero exception only. So when the try is going to throw this object, sorry, when the try is going to try, what here try is going to do? Try will throw an instance of that error. So first it will check any catch block is going to handle, or any catch block is going to have that instance related class. If it is there, directly it will comes there. If it is not there, your base class exception is going to handle. Now new overflow exception, here we got that. Okay, now come back to this. Here what I'm doing, after reading A and B values, if A is less than 0 and B is less than 0, not and or. If A is less than 0 or B is less than 0, then throw. But ma'am, here throw is not there, means here this is a predefined exception. This is a predefined exception. So you manually, you no need to throw. You manually, you no need to throw. Try is going to do that. See, try will throw a new instance of that error. Try will throw an instance of that error. Same thing here, I am going to do, throw new application exception of both numbers should be positive. That's it, over. Now run. If I'm giving minus 45 and 5, see, both numbers should be positive. So why I used throw keyword here means, because your try block don't know. Your try block don't know that in this situation you have to raise an error. Why? In general, this is not a wrong. In general, if it is wrong, then only try will automatically throw that. If it is not, then manually using throw keyword, you have to raise the exception. Like this, this is what? This is user defined exception. This is very, very simple way to create that. Clear, or any questions? Again, I'm saying from today onwards, whatever I'm saying, not today, oops onwards, whatever I'm saying, all are very important. Once you start attending the first interview, then you will understand the priority of all these concepts. Okay, so please go through with all these things and practice once. This exception handling and indexes notes I have to send, I will send. Okay, in notes nothing, only theory concept will be there. Main thing is practical only. Okay,
Sindhu, yeah, if you are using the throw concept, so is it required a catch also in the same time?
No, base class is going to do all that work. You don't need to handle separately. That is the beauty of this. That is the beauty of runtime polymorphism.
Okay, and finally also is not required, right?
Finally, if you want, I didn't remove, right? I had. Finally, if you want, you will keep. Means even issue raised also, after that, if you want to do some work, then you can give. Okay?
Okay.
Others, I think everything is clear. Okay, tomorrow one more way is there by creating a new exception class. How to do that I will tell in tomorrow's session. Okay. Okay then. Bye all of you. Thank you.